All right, welcome to the October board meeting of Utah State Board of Education. Glad to have board members, stakeholders, teachers, the public. Glad to be with you this morning. As usual, we'd like to thank our Utah Highway Patrol Officer, Chris Horrocks, for being with us and point out that in the event of emergency, you got 2 exits over here, leading out to exits on either side of the building. All right, let's do a roll call now before I forget, because half the time it's 10:30 before I remember to do that. So, Member Bogus.
Yes.
Member Booth. Yes. Member Klein. Member Klein, are you with us online out there? Not yet? Okay. Member Davis. Yes. Vice Chair Earl.
Yes.
Member Green.
Yes.
Member Hart.
Yes.
Member Hymas.
Yes.
Member Hymas is with us. Okay. Member Carey, I think, is not quite yet, but on his way, unless you're out there, Joe. Okay. Member Lear.
Yes.
Member Norton.
Yes.
Member Reel.
Yes.
Member Straight.
He's still on his way.
Okay, he's not online. Okay. Member Wood.
Yes.
And Member Moss is here. So we do have a quorum. And let us turn to hang on here. I gotta make sure I got the right day in front of me. Vice Chair Hart,
Yes.
could you lead us in the pledge?
Absolutely. If everyone would please stand. And repeat. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will turn to our member message, which we have Member Lear, correct?
I'm actually filling in for Matt Hymas, who's on the road, so I appreciated him giving me this opportunity. Not, but, okay. I couldn't not talk about teachers today. Tonight is the spectacular Utah Teacher of the Year banquet. Saturday, October 7th, is World Teacher Day. The theme is beautiful and relevant to us. And it is the teachers we need for the education we want, the global imperative to reverse the teacher shortage. World theme, that's a great message. Because I wanted to talk about teachers both factually and personally, I did research. With the very excellent assistance of Dr. Malia Haidt and data guru Kristen Campbell from the USBE, I did that research. The following are interesting teacher data to be prepared with for World Teacher Day. Utah has 33,149 teachers. The male to female ratio is 1 to 3.5, which is unfortunate. I think I'm so grateful that women have good, steady jobs, but I also believe that having men in the classrooms as role models is really, really important, and I think that is fading. The teacher's average years of experience in Utah is 11.2, which I think sounds pretty impressive. 92.5 of our teachers have completed licensure programs or preparation and have professional licenses. Also very impressive. Our data show that teachers with a professional license are more than 30% more effective in helping students be academically proficient. For students in low-income families, the impact is even more profound. Teachers with a professional license are 58% more effective in helping students from low-income families to be proficient in mathematics. Again, interesting. I also did personal family research. We asked parents for their opinions about teachers. Supervisors evaluate teachers. A committee of experts selects an amazing teacher of the year, but we don't often ask the clients, our children, and our neighbors' children what they value in teachers. Have we ever asked our student advisory council what they value and most in their teachers? We should. I ask all my grands, both grandchildren and grandnieces and nephews, for one word that describes a teacher they like. And here's a summary and graphic of their responses. Cue to Kelsey. My oldest grandniece, Maddie, a former Science Sterling Scholar from Westlake High School in Saratoga Springs and a current almost student teacher at Utah State, used the most sophisticated words: comedic, diligent, and compassionate. Isaac said goofy. Lucy said funny. Funny was popular among my grandchildren. Mason, a sophomore at Highland High School, said supportive. Stillman said not strict. Kennedy said patient. Hudson said humorous. He probably said funny, and his parents changed that word. Briggs, a freshman at East High, said funny. Sophie, also a soccer player, said creative. Davis, still in elementary school, said fun and kind. My older grandsons, previously in Columbus, Ohio, now in Seattle, one a high school graduate with great athletic ambitions, said awesome. Hugh said energetic, because he is, and Wells said chill. My next to youngest granddaughter, she just started preschool 2 weeks ago, said her teachers are kind. Pretty insightful for a 3-year-old. If my grands were rating teachers, the consensus is the teachers should be stand-up comics and vice versa. Finally, my personal thank you and tribute to teachers in whatever stage of teaching you're in, that includes my many colleagues on the State Board of Education who are currently or have been teachers. Happy Teacher of the Year Day, which is officially Saturday. This is for all my tribute to them. This is for all the teachers who didn't win the Teacher of the Year award tonight. All the runners-up and all the wannabes, the teachers who are too overwhelmed or discouraged to care. This is for all the teachers and coaches who froze or burned their buns off on metal bleachers at football, soccer, and softball games on Friday afternoons and nights when they could have attended their own children's piano recitals or campouts. This is for all the teachers who held sick students, throwing up hot dogs and cherry Kool-Aid or punch, whose parents promised them you'll feel better when you get to school. This is for all the teachers who fled Ukraine, hoping for a safer life for their students and for their own families. This is for the teachers who stayed, saw unspeakable disasters, and protected other parents' children in addition to their own. For the teachers of the victims of school shootings at Sandy Hook Elementary, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, and Santa Fe High School, and multiple other schools, and the teachers of the murderers. For the teachers of the survivors who finally watched their TVs in horror, hugging their own children who are safely home from school. For all the teachers who have Valentine boxes and Halloween parties and holiday pageants, and all the teachers who don't. What makes a good teacher anyway? Is it patience, creativity, compassion, a strong back, the ability to teach reading, tie a shoe, and engage a class all at the same time? Or is it heart? Is it a gaze, truly looking at and listening to another, that author David Brooks talks about? Is it the ache a teacher feels when she watches a 6th grader eat lunch alone every day? So this is for the health or physiology teachers who thoughtfully teach children and explain about body parts, and for the teachers who know they are supposed to but now are fearful. This is for the teacher reading Night Moon twice a day, every read aloud day for a year, and then reading it again, just one more time. This is for all teachers who mess up, who yell at their 5th graders and stomp their feet like tired 2-year-olds, or occasionally let a cuss word slip. This is for all teachers who teach kids to tie their shoes because their parents just didn't get around to it. This is for teachers who teach PE and make sure girls can sink a jump shot, and those who teach CTE foods and nutrition and teach boys to cook and use a sewing machine. Big shout out to Kimbo Reel at Churchill Junior High, who is one of these teachers. This is for teachers who automatically respond to a child crying "teacher" in a grocery store when they really know they're not in school. This is for teachers who can't reach students who won't learn to read or who are lonely or afraid every day. This is for teachers who have snacks in their desks for hungry 2nd graders, and for those who hope other teachers will have granola bars for their own hungry children. This is for young teachers who are sleep deprived and overwhelmed every single day, and for those mature teachers who are reluctantly facing retirement and learning to let go. This is for grandpa teachers and teachers who have children at home, single teachers and depressed teachers, teachers who are supplementing a family income, and teachers who are taking second and third jobs to stay in a profession they love. This is for you all. Hang in there. Please pass this along to the teachers who are friends, spouses, neighbors, colleagues, and teachers of your children. True advocates catch you when you fall, give you support and assistance, and we all fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Lear. All right, thank you, Member Lear, and we'll go to our education highlight, Kelsey James.
Okay. I have my PowerPoint presenting on my computer, so I'm not sure why it's looking like that on the screen. Okay, we'll just roll with it. Thank you, Chair Moss, Kelsey James, Board Communications Coordinator. I have the wonderful pleasure today to introduce some wonderful people who managed to be with us in person today to celebrate two schools who were recognized as National Blue Ribbon schools here in Utah. I'm just going to give a brief overview and then I'll turn it over to them for more information. And it's not going to... Cool. Okay, we'll do it that way. So just in case you're unaware, the National Blue Ribbon Schools is a program run by the U.S. Department of Education. They have a large and very tenuous application process that the schools must go through. Hundreds of pages of writing, letters, essays, and references, and data, everything that you have to submit to the Department of Ed to be considered to be one of these schools. There are two categories, one for exemplary high performing and one for exemplary achievement gap closing. They rely on test scores showing certain levels of proficiency you have to meet for a certain percentage of your students to show that they are high performing or achievement gap closing. Both of the schools with us today are under the high performing category, so their students are showing high levels of proficiency across the board. They get invited to an award ceremony held in Washington, D.C. in November, and the two schools we will introduce today are the 22nd and 23rd schools from Utah in total to earn the honor. So I'll turn it over to them. We have two representatives from two schools with us. One is Milford Elementary in Beaver School District, and one is Wasatch Elementary in Salt Lake City School District. So I'll start with Principal Hollingshead from Milford Elementary, and he'll just take a few minutes to discuss what his school did, and then we'll turn it over to Principal Kumik, and I hope I'm saying your name right. Okay.
This works. There we go. I'm told I have a loud voice, so I appreciate being here today, and I appreciate that message that was delivered. The process that we went through, that I went through, I've been a principal. This is my 7th year, and I just got an email about a blue ribbon school thingamajigger, and I didn't know what it was about, and so I didn't really do anything about it. Just kind of left it there. I did have knowledge of what a blue ribbon school was, because our school had previously gotten it in 2011, but I wasn't a part of it or wasn't there. And so the reason why I applied for it, because it is a very lengthy application, was solely for the teachers. I wanted to make sure that if by chance we got it, they would have that recognition in their lives that they dedicate so much to. And so I actually made it a school-wide thing, we all applied for it together. My entire staff, aides, special ed teacher, regular ed teachers, we all had a part to fill out in this process. And the way it came together was very beautiful. I feel like a couple of my teachers are very much more eloquent than I when it comes to writing, and so they did an amazing job. And when we received the award, I was ecstatic, especially for my teachers. When a couple of things they wanted me to talk about, what made us a Blue Ribbon school. I think it's impressive. When I became a principal, we were a turnaround school. We had some low scores, and we weren't doing the greatest. And so in a short time to go from a turnaround school to a Blue Ribbon school, it really meant a lot. But I have teachers that come early and stay late every single day. Their work ethic is tremendous, and they obviously care about their students. We are a small rural community. Their kids play with the kids in their class, and it truly feels like family. And so some of the things that I believe that made us get there were setting goals, school-wide goals, and classroom goals, and we never let that get out of our sight. Every data meeting, every faculty meeting, we talk about our goals and what we want to achieve and how to get there. And I think that has been so important. Also, the other thing that is a huge focus in our school is leadership and character education. We believe that soft skills, as a lot of people call them, were going by the wayside in our school. And we wanted to reinstill those skills and those character traits, and we focus on them relentlessly. The whole child is important, not just academics, and so we've really focused on that. And we found as we did that, our academics just kind of naturally rised as the character education was taught in our school. So I don't know if you have any questions, but I'm just so proud of my teachers and all my staff. I love them, and this award is for them. And I feel so privileged to be able to represent them, and I wish I could have brought all of them so you could see how amazing they are. So thank you.
Oh, now it's on. I brought my assistant principal, Jim Smith, with me because he was really integral in the process of the application part of our Blue Ribbon. So I asked him to talk a little bit about the application process and all the work that has to go into that, and what we discovered as a team through that application process about our school and the things that are great and the things that we still want to strive to move forward with. So, Mr. Smith, you can start.
All right. Thank you for having us. I'm going to try and monitor my voice volume because I've been told that when I have a microphone, it gets a little loud. So apologies in advance. But yeah, so that last year was my first year in administration, and obviously my first year at Wasatch. And selfishly, for us to get this opportunity to go through the process of applying was fantastic for me just in my own career. And I feel like it was fantastic for us as a young team working together, as well as for our entire staff. The process allowed us to take a really big deep dive, connecting with what you're saying. It is a lengthy process. And it comes at a great time, too, in the winter when there's really not too much going on in a school, right? That was sarcasm. There's a ton going on. But it really did give us that time for Adrian and I to go further into the data of what we have going on at Wasatch, what had been going on, what's going forward, and making sure that we have the systems in place that we want, and identifying areas of need and areas to focus on for improvement. Through all this process, we also continuously came back to how supportive our staff is and how awesome our staff is, as well as our community. And through it all, not only did we get this awesome recognition, but we became stronger as a school. So, thank you.
So we spent a lot of time, because it's a lengthy process, reflecting and talking together about all the different areas. You have to talk about your language arts and your math and the physical education. And what really became clear through that process to me is what makes our school successful, and is that we focus on the whole child. So as I looked through everything and looking at all the processes we have in place, everything is there to support the whole child. We have a strong academic focus, and our MTSS process helps us to focus on that with the RTI component. We really dig deep. Every week we have a team that meets and we dig deep into the data and we brainstorm things to help support all of the students who might be falling behind or are having attendance issues or having behavior issues. Anything that we want to talk about, we have a team that meets every week to have conversations with all the different specialists in our building so that we can harness all the knowledge to help the whole child. We do focus on academics, but we talk about what are their strengths and how can we harness those strengths and how can we use those strengths to move them forward in the areas that are not strengths for them. And then in our MTSS process, we have a PBIS system that's very much about celebrating students who are being successful in the expectations we have in our school. We laid out very clear expectations for all the different areas. Our lunchroom, our hallways, our bathrooms, our playgrounds, all of the different areas have very clear, concise, and simple expectations. But the most important part is that we work very hard to catch students doing well with those expectations. We watch and we find examples to celebrate, and we have lots of structures in place in our school now that are very positive structures. We don't want to focus on the kids that are having a hard time meeting those expectations as much as we want to celebrate and use models of the kids who are meeting those expectations. We have everybody in our school, our custodial staff, our after-school program, our bus driver, our kitchen staff, everybody hands out star tickets to our kids. We are the Wasatch Stars, and they can get tickets to be in the Wasatch Shining Star Club, and every single adult in our building finds kids doing the right thing and celebrates them. And it's really fun to see when parents come in the building with their kids and they're looking for their star and they're just so excited to share the good things that they're doing. And I think that helps us to celebrate and focus on our whole child. We also have an incredible community-supported arts program at our school. The arts program, I think, we do a very good job integrating our core content subject areas through the arts. We do dance, drama, music, and visual art at our school. And that is another way we support the whole child, because students who may not be a proficient reader right now can learn more about a content area through dancing about it, through drawing a picture about it, through singing a song about it. So we're providing so many opportunities for students to learn in all of these different ways. So no matter how they learn or what their proficiency level is in math or reading or anything else, they can fully participate in the content through our arts program, which also ties us very tightly to our community. We have a very engaged community. We just had our first arts night last week, and that is an opportunity for parents to come in and experience creating art with their kids. So it was great, and we make sure we're in constant communication through our community events, but we also, everybody sends home weekly communication to families. If we're celebrating a student, we make a call home. If we have a problem with a student, we make a call home. There's just constant communication so that we're getting our families' input on their students as well, so that we can learn even more about the child beyond what we just see in the classroom. And finally, The other component that I think is huge for why we were successful and won this award is because I have a faculty and a staff that are open to possibility. I think they do an amazing job at seeing possibility in the future, and they're not closed to new ideas. They're willing to listen to different ways of doing things and consider incorporating new methods into what they do because they know there's possibility. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Superintendent Dixon would like to say something.
Just thank you.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Thank you and congratulations to you all and to all of your students and staff and everybody that works so hard. I just want to clarify for the public, I know that Principal Hollingsworth talked about that application, and it's intense. But you had to qualify for that. So this program has been around since the 80s, and as Kelsey indicated, they have to qualify. And I'm just thinking back, as long as I've been in the state office, I think we've only had 3 schools maybe qualify in any given year. So it's a very small N size across the country of schools who qualify in every state. And then once you qualify, you are invited to apply. And I think that's a really important point, that it's not just that it's open to everybody and you get to apply, but you have to qualify. I can remember a couple of years that we didn't have anyone who qualified. So Kristen Campbell and others have the history, and if you want to know how they qualify, we can dive into that for you. But it's a rigorous process to get there, and then that rigorous application. So thank you for following through on the application and being recognized for your excellent work. Appreciate it.
Questions, comments from other board members? Member Bogus.
Hi, friend. I just wanted to tell you I'm really happy to see you here. As you were talking, I know. So Adrienne and I had the opportunity to work together a few years back, and it doesn't surprise me that you've excelled here. You're a wonderful leader. Thank you for what you've done for kids. And as she spoke, I remember one year they raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for their arts programs. It's a community endeavor, and so she talks about community engagement. It's no small part of what they do at Wasatch. So thank you. It's good to see you here, and congratulations again to all of you.
Any other comments, questions? Member Norton.
Yes, I had a moment to talk to our friends from Beaver County here before the meeting, and I'm so happy for their success. There's been some hard times in Beaver County lately, not in part because of the education community. They are outstanding, but they had a lot of jobs pick up and leave, and that's a big trial. But through that, this group has really shined. And in addition to this wonderful award, and I was reflecting on this as I was driving through there yesterday, in addition to having a blue ribbon school from this rural district, we also have a administrative office that received national attention for their outstanding financial reporting. So I'm just there's nothing short of excellence that's happening in Beaver County, and it's not the first time. So good job.
Others? Okay. Well, I just want to say thank you for, we can see the why you do this in your faces, but I appreciate the how that you walked through. I mean, lots of detail about how you did it. And so ULEAD is looking at schools that help people build character traits and produce academic success. So don't be surprised if they reach out to you. That's one of the priorities that was identified. So it's great to hear how you produce these results and serve these kids. So thank you again. Great to have you with us. What's that? Oh, right. Yeah, we have a new podium. Okay, public comment. We have a new podium. over on this side of the room, specially set up for public comment, so please approach the podium. Let me just give a reminder of our rules and guidelines for public comment. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about specific personnel issues or attack and defame an individual. And that's when we will be watching and hope that you'll stay within those guidelines. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board, which do get to us, and we do appreciate those, and we take a close look at them. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit that material in writing to the board at publiccomments@schools.utah.gov. And we do understand their concerns about materials. We want to hear those. Please submit those in writing rather than using it where children might hear. I think that covers it. So we've got a number of people in person. I don't think we have anybody online, do we? Okay. Everybody's here in person. Do we have Lexi Cunningham? Let's see. Do we have room for 2 or 3 minutes? We have 2 as our rule, but we try to expand to 3 when we can, depending on the number of people here. Huh? We can do 3. Okay. 3 minutes. Oh,
Earl,
there we go.
Earl and Hart, members of the board, Superintendent Dixon and staff, good morning and thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak this morning. I'm Lexi Cunningham and I'm representing the Utah School Boards Association and the Utah School Superintendents Association. Hard act to follow, our national Blue Ribbon schools. That's a great honor for both of them. And I think it's really interesting that both Beaver and Salt Lake City, this is their 3rd national Blue Ribbon recognition, and they both received it in the same year. And so super excited for those schools and those districts. I just wanted to bring you greetings this morning, but also to let you know that in August, our Joint Legislative Committee and our Delegate Assembly passed our priorities, and we've been out around the state sharing those priorities with our board members, and I brought a copy for each of you to have, and we are excited to share those with you. I also brought a copy of our Utah School Boards Association strategic plan. Last spring, our school board members, our board of directors, started working on their strategic plan, focusing on the areas of service, professional development and leadership, and advocacy. And we are sharing their new and improved strategic plan with board members and superintendents and BAs as we've been going around the state. They've been doing a lot of great work to support our board members and our schools, and we are excited to share these with you, and we thank you for the continued partnership that we have in working together. Together we can do great things for the students and the teachers of Utah, so thank you for your continued leadership and service, and we look forward to working with you in the future. And if it's all right, Chair Moss, I'll just put these on the end of the table and Sybil can pass them around. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the materials. Absolutely. Okay, next up, Renee Pinkney.
Is this? Yes, it is. Okay, we always have to ask that, right? Even on Zoom. Can you hear me? Well, thank you very much, the Board of Education, for allowing me a few minutes to make public comment. And thank you, Board Member Lear, for recognizing teachers every time I walk in and there's a member moment. I'm back here in tears, so thank you for that. I really appreciate that. And as I've traveled around the state this year attending new teacher orientations and then once school started, site visits, I have felt the excitement, the energy, the promise of a new school year. And as I have talked to teachers and asked them how the school year's going, many of them have said, this feels normal. My kids are great. This year feels different. And then recently, I'm enjoying my students. They're good kids, although this year's class have the lowest skills I've ever experienced. We're all well aware of the opportunity gaps that our students experienced as a result of the pandemic. We're also painfully aware of the increased aggressive and disruptive student behavior that is harming our educators and our students, both psychologically and physically. I went to lunch with a principal who's a close friend of mine just to check in, and as she sat down, I immediately noticed the greenish yellow bruise on her face. She instantly said this was caused by a student. She was concerned that I thought maybe her husband had, punched her. And she said, a 6-year-old, it took 3 of us to move him into an empty classroom. And if this doesn't change, if this keeps up, I may not be back next year. So we know that we are stronger together as pro-public education stakeholders. We've seen the difference the investment in education has made over the last 3 years or so. I'm asking you to support a bold WPU increase of 8% to meet these critical and unmet needs that we know our students have, along with other education stakeholders. Our children, our state, our future. Upholding the promise of public education is up to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee. We have Todd Kornberg. Am I getting that right, Sybil?
That is correct.
Todd, not here yet? Okay. Amy Warren.
Hello, I'm Amy Warren. I am the Granger Council President for PTA, along with a member of my school community council. And I just wanted to come today and say thank you for all the hard work that you do to support our educators. I spend a lot of time in my kids' school. It's kind of my favorite place to hang. And I am grateful for the support that our teachers receive. And I just want to encourage you to continue to support our teachers, and our administration, and all of the many things I've started to learn go into that, for more than I could even imagine before I started being a part of PTA. And we have some amazing educators in Utah in general. I work with administration and PTAs throughout my area, and each one is happy to see me and happy to engage with the kids, and just wants what's best for those kids. So I just want to say thank you for all of those educators, and thank you guys for supporting them, and please continue to support them and do what's right for them. And that's what I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Let's see, Sarah Erb.
Good morning, board members and chair and vice chair. I'm happy to be here today. Sometimes I feel like there's so much and so much change that I want to see, and I get a little overwhelmed with how much work there is to do. This fall, in September, I attended the Meaningful Inclusion Conference, one of the ones that has been held around the state. At first, when I saw the notice go out, I was like, they're spending so much energy on doing these things that we should already be doing for our students with disabilities. I'm a parent of a student who is blind and who is a Braille reader, and I was pleasantly surprised when I went to that conference in September how well thought out they had made the conference, and the book that was given to everyone who attended was fantastic. The dialogue that was there was specifically to make sure that people knew in Utah, when we're talking about meaningful inclusion, we're talking about inclusion, belonging for our students with disabilities. And it was really good to hear and to see the different policies that are being put into place, so that when a parent has an issue, we can say, we're directing you to the Board of Education. This is a top-down approach, and they're saying this is what you need to do, which is in line with IDEA and IEP law. And so that, for me, was really helpful, because instead of going to IDEA, which is already there, we can go to the Board of Education, and that can be a resource for our parents and our teachers as they're advocating for each other, hopefully in our IEP meetings that we attend each year. So the Meaningful Inclusion conferences did not disappoint, even for someone that was skeptical like myself. And I appreciated the lemon bars there. I appreciated the the effort and the thoughtfulness that was put into that. Sometimes when I look at different documents and whatnot that are on the Board of Education's website and it says ADA compliant, and I look through and I'm like, this isn't compliant for people with print disabilities or that use screen readers. I get a little bit feisty. So I was really happy to see that. Thank you to our teachers. Thank you to our educators. Thank you to the staff here that does such a great job. And I hope that as we're all people who are gardeners are enjoying the fruits of our labors, we'll continue to see the fruits of the labors for the meaningful inclusion of students with disabilities over the next couple of years. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Sarah. Julie Clough.
Good morning. My name is Julie Clough, and I am the president-elect for Utah PTA. It is a pleasure to be here this morning. This is not in my wheelhouse. I don't like to stand up. I'm a worker bee. Molly knows I'm a worker bee. I like to be in the back and be the worker and be the supporter. So this is not my forte, but I am happy to be here. I am a mother of 2 adult children with special needs who graduated from Hillcrest High School in Midvale. First of all, I want to thank you for your time and service. I know that you give a lot. You take a lot of scrutiny, and I appreciate those efforts. I know it's not easy. I also want to thank your staff. I know the many hours that they work on behalf of all of our students, and I appreciate that. I wanted to take a minute and to express some of the things that we are seeing that are going on throughout the state of Utah. There are many PTAs and PTSAs, which are secondary schools with student members, that are busily engaged in back-to-school efforts. They're hosting back-to-school family events, meet the teacher events, parent engagement events. That includes donuts, pastries, and muffins. Love those. They are coordinating book fairs and classroom parties and room parent efforts. They're adding enrichment activities to school curriculum through arts, music, STEM, both in class, during recess, and before and after school. These volunteers hold meetings, keep up compliance documents, and attend training so that they can stay informed and empowered to make a difference for all children. In January of this year, Utah PTA presented a check to the governor that represented the volunteer time given in 2022. That check amount was $220,295,012.84, and it represented 735 hours, 735,000 hours of volunteer time. That volunteer time is an investment parents made in their education. That was a time and effort as parents that we made to partner with our schools to make every child's potential a reality. The mission of Utah PTA is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. That is a simple and clear mission, and it's a combined effort. We have a sticker for you guys that we wanted you to have that shares the mission of PTA, and we are so excited to partner with you and the education community to make the reality and future of our children the best and brightest that it can be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julie. We've had lemon bars and donuts. If somebody says waffles, we might all just run off to IHOP and leave the meeting. Let's see. Laurel Fetzer.
Good morning, Utah State School Board members and staff. My name is Laurel Fetzer from Murray, Utah. Last month, I spoke about some double standards that are part of the USBE board culture. I personally would like to remind you that you as a board are supposed to be guarding the actual education for the state of Utah for all public education students. Actual reading, writing, math, science, music, art. I love hearing all the positives that I've heard today, but I would like to see that actual debate can happen in this board and not have free speech shut down. My wish as a parent and as a taxpayer is that this board would scale back in approving programs, simplify many things to focus on the basics, and ideally stop accepting federal government money. This would help the board make actual local decisions that are best for Utah students. What I see and what the voting record shows is that this board, which is made up of primarily the Republican partisan, or the majority of the board are Republican partisan members, are supporting a very Democratic left agenda. I ran as a Republican for a seat on this board, and I assume that the Republicans on this board would uphold the Constitution and Bill of Rights and protect especially freedom of speech. That is part of the Republican platform. I think that many of your constituents would be seriously disappointed if they followed along with the actual votes of the board and understood the rhetoric of the policies that are going forward. Thank you to those who are actually upholding these constitutional values. I would like to also speak about honesty. Board investigations on one board member was told that a small meeting was attended by 6 board members, but when a grandma request record showed only 3 attending, honesty and transparency on this issue seems to be missing. I would encourage you to begin upholding more of the constitutional values that you've been elected for. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel. Let's see, Monica Wilbur.
Good morning, Board. I am here today with some facts about the Board's proper role as representatives and in exercising my constitutional right to free speech. I expect that that right will be respected, and even if you don't like the sound of what I'm going to say, I expect that you will uphold your oath of office to defend the Constitution and defend my right and responsibility to say it. I'm responding to Chair Moss's questionable claim from last board meeting that my comments last month were an attack on him. Chair Moss, the fact was initially reported by KSL that you held a meeting with member Sarah Reel and 7 other unnamed board members who demanded that the board reprimand member Klein. You said it was only 6, but at this point, why should anyone trust a word you say? You give lots of lip service to transparency, but somehow being transparent doesn't apply to the roles other board members played in trying to defame member Klein's reputation, especially Sarah Reel's role. Chair Moss, why are you still protecting the identities of Natalie Klein's accusers on the board? And why did you, along with Vice Chairs Hart and Earl, allow Natalie's accusers to act as judges of her character in executive session meetings? Why didn't you require them to recuse themselves? Or better yet, why didn't board leadership recuse itself in deliberating on Klein's punishment by issuing your derogatory press release on Natalie Klein in the middle of what should have been a confidential investigation, and knowing that what you wrote wasn't even substantiated by the results of the USBE's internal audit analysis? Did you really consider yourselves qualified to be impartial judges in this kangaroo court? Another fact is that this board leadership has received ethics complaints about members Reel, Lear, Straight, and Wood, but yet somehow nobody at the USBE has leaked any details of these complaints to the media. Somehow the public is totally unaware if any investigations of these members are taking place at all. So strange, isn't it? After all, the USBE sprung more leaks than the Titanic when it came to releasing details on Klein's investigation to the media and the public. The double standards on display at the USBE are absurd, unprofessional, and unbecoming of the entity that oversees public education for our children and my children. These are not attacks, they are just hard facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. We have Ashley Rayback. Thank you, Ashley.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Ashley Rayback. I am from Provo. I have 5 children. They range in age, well, they go from first grade to senior in high school, and so I have a lot of kids in public school right now. I'm also the Region 10 PTA Director, and so that is Provo, Nebo, Juab, and Tintic. As I travel to a lot of my outer areas, I have people asking about public education, so I just wanted to say 5 things that I love about public education. First of all, a well-educated populace benefits us all. People who are well-educated go on to get better jobs, contribute more to the economy, and contribute more to society as a whole. Education is far-reaching and includes many topics. I send my children to public school not because I am not well-educated. I have a master's degree, so I consider myself well-educated, but because I don't know how to teach my wide range of children the depth and breadth of the topics that public school teaches. 2, people who are well-educated are more likely to benefit the economy, pay more in taxes, and are less likely to be involved in criminal activity. 3, people who are well-educated are more likely to participate in democracy and are more likely to be informed when they do so. Number 4, public education is equitable. While evidence shows that parental involvement in a child's education is a huge key to their success, the fact is that there are many parents who work, many children who come from disadvantaged backgrounds, and many children who would slip through the cracks if we as a society did not offer public education. It is our duty as a society and as a people who care about one another to educate our children, and in turn we benefit when these children grow up and become tomorrow's leaders. Number 5, education empowers individuals to be able to think critically, make better decisions, and be more innovative. Public education allows for all children to receive an education and to be able to attain these things, and offers many different types of school models to benefit all types of children and their needs. In summary, good schools contribute significantly to an entire community, not just for people with kids actively attending schools. I appreciate the work you've done in funding and bolstering public education, because indeed our very future depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. We've got Amber Bonner and Todd Kornberg. I don't know if Todd's here, but Amber, I see Amber back there. All right.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for this opportunity to come in front of you. As I mentioned last month, I am currently serving as the Education Commissioner for Utah PTA. I'm also formerly an Alpine District Board member. As I was looking over the agenda and listening to your meeting last month, the agenda for today and the meetings from last month, I noticed that you're talking about electronic devices in schools, and I wanted to tell you a story. I was concerned last month when I heard board members say that we should not have any electronic devices in our elementary schools, and this is one of the reasons. So I have a son who's currently a junior in high school. He is an exceptional math student, loves math, which I sometimes don't really understand, but he loves it. In second grade, he had a teacher who was gifted certified and chose to allow him to just go as far as he wanted in math. I have 7 children, he's my 6th. I've never experienced this before. This child chose to finish all of his second grade math within about a month of school starting, and his teacher was like, okay, where do we go now? So she, on her own, spent time coming up with what to do with him next. One of the things that she did with him was, as they were finishing the lessons in second grade math, he would finish very quickly, and she would allow him to use an electronic device to start exploring multiplication and division tables for the next school year. By the end of second grade math, he had memorized all of his multiplication tables, was multiplying and dividing 3-digit numbers, and was thoroughly enjoying this. Now, I don't credit the electronic device for making this totally possible. I credit a wonderful and kind teacher who went way out of her way to make this possible, but it did help. And it helped her have an easier way to let him practice multiplication tables, because she didn't have that in her classroom based on the fact that she was not a third grade teacher, she was a second grade teacher. As he has gone on in school, we have been very blessed to have teachers every single year who have gone out of their way that far for him. So now as a junior in high school, he got a 5 on the BC calculus test last year, and is looking at taking math in college this year and next year because there are no more classes in the high school realm that we're in. Those things will also be done on electronic devices because he will have to take courses probably online. So I'm just saying, I don't think that we should have electronic devices be the main mode of education for our children, but they are a tool that our teachers can use, and they can use them as young as elementary school. So I would like us to be careful when we're talking about taking away tools for our teachers and how those things might impact our students. I appreciate the work that all of you are doing. And I know that this is such a huge job for you. And I can imagine how many emails you get every week and how many constituents are reaching out to you. Thank you for all that you're doing. And I'm so grateful for public education here in Utah.
Thank you, Amber. Do we have Todd? If not, that concludes our public comment. All right, thank you all for participating. We appreciate all of your input and feedback. Let's turn to our committees, and I think is that okay? We're gonna go with Finance. Chair Norton, the floor is yours.
Green. Here we go. So we heard a little bit about character education today, and you are all going to get a chance to learn about one of the character education traits that we practice in elementary, and that's flexibility. We are jumping to agenda item number 5. This is our finance report from our September 8th meeting. The first item to bring before the board is our 277-113 LEA fiscal and auditing procedures. These are amendments. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approves our 277-113 LEA fiscal and auditing policies draft 3 on second and final reading.
Thank you, Chair Norton. Any discussion, questions to that motion? If not, let us vote. And do we need a reminder of how we're doing that? Could we? We're for the public, we're still implementing a new system. It's going to have more transparency and record of votes for the public to review, but we're still making sure we got the logistics down. So, Kelsey.
Great, thank you. Just as a reminder for everyone, like Chair Moss said, we are using the voting system today. So the vote has officially started. You can see the motion that we're voting on up on the big screen. There should be 3 buttons on your little screen on your mic. Yes, abstain, no. If you don't see it, just tap the screen and it'll go to the voting screen. You have the opportunity to press whatever button you want. It'll show what you voted for, your name up on the right-hand side, if you can see that small. And then you can vote how you like. We'll give you 10, 15 seconds. Chair Moss will announce the closing of voting. Once we put a stop to the vote, you won't be able to insert your choice after that. And then we can see exactly who voted what and how the motion passed or failed. Thank you.
Thank you. So, one point, I will announce that the vote is starting so that you're on notice. If you're still trying to vote, if you have a tech glitch or something, as we announce the end, board members, just throw a hand in the air and say, hold on. We can go old school while we're working out the new school. We want to make sure everybody has an opportunity. There will be a point when it closes, kind of like where the legislature does. And so that's the system. But do feel free to flag me if you are still trying to get your vote in. We don't want to leave anybody out. All right. So you tell me when we're done here, Kelsey.
Well, you have to vote. Mine's
not
up. You have to touch it.
All right. So tap your screen. That was an important point. We already did that. Everybody vote.
I know.
Okay. So
Ask Matt online if he's with us.
yeah, do we have Matt with us?
Yes, you do, and I am a yes vote.
Okay. Have all board members been able to access tapping your screen and then voting with the yes, abstain, or no buttons? I think we got it. Do we have that?
We're missing.
We've got 11 plus 12 with member Hymas, so we got 12. We have 13 now?
Well, you can look up there and see who's not voting. She didn't record? Did that record?
I think that's it because we're missing.
Oh.
Okay.
And then he says the vote on.
That's
They can
right.
see it. It's on their online.
Okay.
We're good? Hold on. I got it. We got it? Member Lear, question?
No, I can't. Thank you for the question. Okay, can we close the vote?
If you have a question about whether your vote has been recorded, please again throw up a hand. We thank you for your patience, public, as we figure this out. We promise there's benefits. Greater transparency is a good thing, but we're mastering the front end. Is that everybody then? You got it? Okay. All right, so that vote is closed. Sorry?
12 to
Yep, and that passes by 12 to 2. So this should be cleared then. Let's see, we just hit close on our...
Yep.
I don't think we're recording it. The point of this is to record it all, so every when will that be available? Is that... It's on the screen. Can we show that on the screen? I just don't want to slow down. For the point of this is to streamline, but also to record and make it public. So let's... Okay.
It will be visible on YouTube.
Okay.
I understand the text is a little small, but it can be seen. And we also download all these results, and we'll compile them into a single PDF that people can look through and see who voted for what on every single vote that will be put on our website.
There we
forthwith.
go. Okay, so we are making this transparent. All right, back to Chair Norton.
Okay, moving ahead to item 5.7, the state fiscal year 2023 carry forward balance status and approval for use. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve the spend plans for the unencumbered state fiscal year 2023 carry forward balances.
Okay, discussion, question, comment to that motion. Member Bogus?
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, we're going out of order. I didn't have this all pulled up.
Are we on 5.6 or 5.7?
We are on 5.7.
We just did 5.7. Yeah, this is the one we're discussing is 5.7.
I think we did 5.2, fiscal and auditing policies, right? And 5.2 is an action item, 5.6, and then 5.7. Did we skip 5.6 is my question.
I'm showing 5.6 was the information.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm looking at my chair's agenda. I had 5.6 as an action item. Is that information item? Okay, sorry, I'm going on in my board chair's agenda, but. All right, does everybody know where we are? We're on 5.7 then, correct? Yes, okay. All right, 5.7, sorry, back to you, Chair Norton.
So I just read the motion that the committee recommends that the board approves the spend plans for the unencumbered state fiscal year 2023 carry forward balances.
Discussion of that motion. Member Bogus.
Thank you, Chair. I just would ask that we remove the student support services spend plan from that, so I would move to amend that with the exception of the student services plan, that we move those forward, and then we can deal with that one in a separate motion, please.
Okay, so the motion is to approve to remove from the spend plan, the student services
How about
budget,
this? Can I
correct?
do that differently? Can
Yeah.
I just move to divide it out? That might be a simpler way.
That would be a motion then. I think that would be in order to divide out that
Just divide
section.
out the one, please.
Yeah, so the motion is to divide out from the carry forward spend plan, the student services carry forward plan. Let's see. Not sure if we've got that up there. Okay. Did I frame that right? The motion is to divide the student services carry forward spend plan from the remainder of the carry forward spend plan. Does that capture it, Member Bogus?
I don't see it. I think, sir, it's just a motion to divide it out.
Right, I just want to
So
be
we
clear
have that
what's-
one voted
what's-
on
Yeah,
separately.
yeah, right, yeah. And the division is to divide out the student services carry forward spend plan from the remainder,
Is,
right?
yes.
Okay. Let's get that up there and then see if we have a second. Does that capture the motion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Member Green? Okay. Discussion to the motion to divide. We're just talking now about the division, then we'll put that to a vote. Right. You're at.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, to the motion to divide, it's no secret that I'm not a fan of omnibus motions. And I would honestly love to move to divide them all separately. But in the interest of efficiency today, I would like to divide this one out for a separate vote because it's got some elements that I'm deeply uncomfortable with, and our staff did a great job explaining my concerns. I think it needs to be debated separate from this, so that we can be honest and authentic in our vote. Otherwise, I would be a no vote to all, and I would like to support those that I wish to support and be sincere and targeted in my voting record. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I have just a question for Member Bogus. Was there something specific programming that you were concerned about that the money would be going towards? And if you could articulate that so I could be familiar with that as well.
Back to you, Member Bogus.
Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna just forward an email to you right now. In particular in this spend plan, there was home visits, a bullying prevention program, and kindness walls included. That actually, it might seem like chump change, but it's a substantial amount of money, and I just don't think it's. Again, it's not to the motion. Is that the answer that you
Chair,
wanted?
thank you. That I was curious on that because yes, thank you.
Okay, further discussion to the motion to divide? If not, let's vote. Please touch your screen. It should be up and voting is now open. Motion is to divide student support services spend plan from the remainder of the carry forward spend plan. Oh yeah, so members vote and then Member Hymas?
Member Hymas is a yes.
Okay. Got everything up? Everybody in? We do have Member Hymas. Yeah, you're right. Let's see. That need to be read out for when we have somebody remotely, if their vote is recorded here. Oh. All right, okay. 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 All right. Let's, so the no's on that are Member Booth, Member Norton, Member Reel, and Member Lear. Got that right? And it passes by 11 to 4, I believe, correct? Okay, so we are divided, and let's turn to, well, let's leave it back to the body. Is there a motion on either of those two items that have now been divided? We've got student services and we've got the remainder.
Well, if I could, I'd move that we approve the remainder. And I think there's I think it's the original motion, but that's. my
As
motion.
divided, so yeah, that's an appropriate new motion. It's been seconded by Vice Chair Hart, so the motion is to approve the remainder with the exception of student support services carry forward spend plan. Any discussion on that motion? If not, let's vote. Voting is now open. Well,
Member Hymas is a yes.
it's almost open. Sorry, got ahead of myself. All right. Just priming the pump.
Just so public knows that we only have so many characters we can put on there, but we'll put the full motion when it's published, just so that you're aware. We're doing the best with what we've got available, so.
Okay, voting is now open. Can you remind me of the timing on this, Sybil? Is there a timing I should be watching?
We're going to close the vote now. Everybody make sure that you voted.
Everybody's in? Okay, we've got 14 yes, 1 no. Member
No,
Klein?
15, there's 15, yeah. Oh,
14 yes, no. 14 yeses and 1 no. Member Klein is a no. Okay, that passes. Any other motions? Got a division then. We've got approval of everything but student support services.
okay, moved it.
Vice Chair Earl, are you?
I'm just saying we would move on unless someone moves that.
Member Norton? Or, excuse me, Chair Norton?
So can I make a motion to support student
Sure.
services as
That's in order.
originally brought?
Yes. Okay, the motion is to approve the student support services carry forward spend plan. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Member Straight. Discussion of the motion. Back to Chair Norton. Do you want to speak to the motion?
I can just say,
You're,
Too many.
I can just say that we heard from Tracy Van Deventer in our meeting, and I was very, and also a follow-up email, and I felt like that those are items that would be very helpful to our schools that need support services, and I fully support the use of the remaining funds to fund this program as well.
Thank you. Further discussion of the motion? Member Bogus?
So I would move to amend that we approve, sorry, I can't, I'm struggling tracking because I think he's typing below the screen maybe? Oh, I apologize. Thank you, sir. So that the board approve, I would amend the motion to say that the board approve the student services spend plan less the kindness wells, the bullying prevention, and the home visit training.
Is there a second? Can you restate the last part for the record? I think Ben is...
Yeah, the kindness walls, the bullying prevention, and the home visit training. And then with a second, I would like to speak to the motion.
Did we get a second? I can't recall. We got a couple. Member Klein, Member Green. Okay. Back to you if you'd like to address the motion.
Yes, sir. So I did bring this up in committee, and I believe it's pronounced Van Deventer, and she did a really great job articulating what these things were. and helping me have a clarity and understanding, and I was super appreciative of that. She sent a very detailed follow-up email that I did forward, but the more information I got, the more consternation I had. And I can go ahead and take the 10 minutes and speak to that. I just, the digital issues that are there, the bullying prevention to me is not actually bullying prevention. I think it goes into a whole other realm in my personal opinion. And then the explanation of the home visit training was just not something that I can support. I think it's a violation of the Constitution to engage with families that way, and I can't support it after taking an oath to uphold the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion of the motion? Okay. I guess as the chair role, I shouldn't be speaking to, unless I surrender the chair. So I won't speak to the substance. Anybody else? If not, let's vote. As soon as I see it, I'll announce it open. Can I? I forget what my opportunities are. While we're teeing that up, I've experienced the home visits. I think it's a program that asks parents how we can help rather than directing parents, and so I think I support this particular version of home visits the way our office has developed it. Member, now we'd like more response. Member Klein, Member Bogus.
Yes, I just want to explain my vote. I will be a no on this, but I agree with removing the kindness and bullying prevention and home visit training. I just have other issues with other parts of it as well, so I will be a no vote.
Member Bogus.
It disappeared.
Oh.
So I would. No, I want you to. It's my error. Am I good? Thank you, ma'am. So I just want to be clear, and perhaps we go back and watch the video, but the explanation of the home visit training was very interesting, and I don't want to articulate it and then articulate it wrong, but my recollection is, the interrogation of parents was what immediately went through my mind. My words, not someone else's. The query of parents, it caused me great consternation. We're in someone's private space asking questions, and we're training teachers how to interrogate better. And after reviewing those documents, it just was something that I just cannot support. Looking at it, researching it, I can't support it. I think it's not the proper role of government, and it's not the proper role of schools, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Klein, or did you already
I just have a
make
question.
your point? Okay.
I just have a question for the maker of the motion. Does that include translation support para in-home visits? I see home visits as two different items on here. Yes. So it includes both. Do we need to articulate that in the motion so that it's clear? No. So family home visit training and translation support para in-home visits are included in that.
Is that a suggested amendment to the amendment?
I think it would be.
I think it would be. Any objection to allowing that? Appears to be a friendly. Okay. So the motion would be to approve all but 4 items, including the last.
Exceptions, and then we would have a second vote on the amendment to bring forward those 4 things. Is that how this is going?
If the motion passes, then it would approve all but those 4. If the motion fails, we would come back and somebody could make a motion. The underlying motion would be to approve everything. So this is to pass through everything but those 4, leave those out.
This is the amendment
To amend.
to her motion.
Correct, right. So the amendment is to say only everything but those 4, right?
Okay, so if I voted yes, I'm going to get a chance. I just want to make sure I'm going to get a chance to bring the other 4 items forward to approve at some
No,
point.
a yes,
Okay.
a yes vote would exclude those 4 from approval.
Okay.
A no vote would bring it back to the underlying motion, which would ask us whether we approve the entire slate.
Thanks for the clarity.
So yes here is to exclude, no vote is to bring it back to the full set.
Thanks.
Okay, I'll just make a very final comment. I've seen this training at Murray and Wasatch, and it's voluntary. They ask parents if they'd like to have a visit, and I think the training is intended to just empower the parents by saying, what can we do for you? And the training is meant to not invade privacy. I think, again, this is my own experience, but I think they've done a good job at trying to draw that line between we're not here to interrogate or tell you what to do, but we're here to ask how we can help. That's my experience. Final comment, Member Bogus, would you like to? Oh, yeah.
So for my own understanding, my understanding was this was training for teachers, not training for parents.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think you may have misstated, or I might have misheard.
I'm sorry, it's training for teachers about how to engage parents, but it's a voluntary visit. It's only if the parents would like the teacher to come visit, then they train the teachers how to do that. That's been my experience. So there's training done of the teachers before they go out and ask parents if they want a home visit and then go do it. Okay. That was my experience. But yeah, anybody who's had experience, this is the time to bring it forward. Feel free. We're gonna go to the vote, but yeah, final comment?
So my thought would just be that my experience and your experience, they're valid experiences, I get that, but I made my decision not based on my experience. I made it based on the information provided to me by our staff.
Fair enough.
And again, it was well presented. They took time to do it, and I appreciate it, but it's just not something I can support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Member Klein, final comment?
As far as home visits go, that to me sounds like a parent-teacher conference being done at home instead of in the school. And that is blurring the lines between home and state or family and state. And I think we need to keep very clear, bright lines between the two so that we are not verging on, because we have a constitutional amendment, about searches and seizures and government coming into your home. And I think that is not the proper role, and we shouldn't be doing that. If parents need help, they can do that at a parent-teacher conference or in the school, and the schools should not be going in the home, period.
All right, thank you. Member Davis? Okay, Member Davis, Member Lear.
Chair, might we be able to get the information that was sent to Member Bogus so we can see it ourselves? I also did kind of my homework on this, but I don't know if I missed somewhere along. I mean, I know I'm going to vote, but maybe we'll bring it back later if I miss something in my personal study as well. But I'll say, as a former principal, when people called me with serious concerns, I always offered to meet with them at their home for their most convenient. They were welcome to come to the office, and I always offered to go to their home so they could meet on their own safe territory if they chose that. So I just don't know, just a little uncomfortable making really these sort of clear distinctions that everything in the home is bad and everything in the school is good or vice versa. I think it really needs to be a communication between parents and educators. But I'd like to see the information if we could get it, please.
Let's see that. We do need to move to votes. There are always questions. I know there are always questions, that we might want us to follow up. But we'll proceed to a vote after Member Lear.
I have a simple question. Is the parent participation in these visits completely voluntary on the parents' part? I always understood it was. Let me put it that way. There's nobody going to be compelled to visit with a school person in their home. Is that accurate?
It's my understanding, but do we have a staff member that might want to?
Yeah, I hate that.
Well, we don't need to do that unless, Member Lear, you're...
Well, it's sort of rhetorical.
Okay.
That I just can't imagine that you could compel a parent to let a staff person into the home.
All right. I'm seeing nods that it's entirely voluntary.
Great.
Again, that's been my experience going through the training. Okay, let's vote. The vote is open. The motion is that the board approve the student services spend plan except for the kindness and bullying prevention, home visit training, and translation support. Member Hymas?
I'm a no.
Member Hymas is a no. And we've got everybody in. That motion fails. The yeses were Member Green and Member Bogus. Okay. All right, let's move back to the underlying motion then, which is that the board approve the student services spend plan. We've had some good discussion. I see no lights. Let's tee that one up and vote. Let's see. I need to close that one. Okay. Now I'm moving too fast. Got it? I know, Jenny's got me conditioned. Move it, move it. Okay, voting is open. Member Hymas?
I'm a yes.
Okay. And voting is closed. We have 12 yeses, 3 noes. The noes are Member Green, Member Bogus, and Member Klein. Okay, that covers, I believe, item number 5.7, if I'm not mistaken. Member Klein?
I just have a question, maybe for staff. If we could get some information as far as when home visits are done, what kind of data is collected from what it happens in that meeting at the home, and what is and data collected on what this school personnel observes within the home while they're there. I would like to see the data that is collected on that.
Could we put that in the hopper? Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Okay. You sent that around? Awesome, thank you. Okay. All right, back to Chair Norton, I believe.
Okay, item 5.8. The committee recommends that the board approves continuing a contingency fund of $200,000, a legal contingency fund of $250,000, the internal control fund of $10,000, $200,000 for training of general education and special education, $50,000 for over-the-phone and website translation services from the discretionary account, returning $200,000 for the research study of standards and curriculum alignment and research study of student safety and environment to the discretionary fund balances, and I'm not going to be able to read it. $100,000. Now I'm really not going to be able to read it. I was hoping it would come up here.
Who did that? Who?
I think Greg might have accidentally got disconnected. Looks like he-
Oh, okay, okay. I didn't know if it was the Grumman or that. I can run back.
Okay, so in addition, we're just going with that one and then we're doing the other one separate?
It's up to you.
Okay, I was just going to combine it all together. Okay. That the board approves $100,000 from the tax delay fund for the superintendency. I'm guessing, does that say of public education? Oh, for discretionary use of public instruction.
Do it the right way. Right, right.
We need to do those two separate because one came out of committee and one's an amendment.
Okay, so we'll go back
So-
to the original
Thank you.
group up above.
And you can do them consecutively. We just can't combine them.
Okay, so we're going to do 3 motions then. All right. So the committee recommends that the board approve continuing a contingency fund of $200,000, a legal contingency fund of $250,000, the internal control fund of $10,000, $200,000 for training for general education and special education, $50,000 for over-the-phone and website translation services from the discretionary account, and returning $200,000 for the research study of standards and curriculum alignment and research study of student safety and environment to the discretionary fund balances.
Okay. I see Deputy Jones.
Well, and I don't know if it's, there's one missing, though. It was in a motion from the Finance Committee. It's for facility needs. It's on the report. I believe that was in the motion. Maybe we missed putting it on your...
There's another motion total here that's got the
facility
upgrade,
needs?
Obsolete parking and...
Okay,
Yeah, that's
okay.
a whole nother motion that's coming.
Okay, and then the superintendent's motion as well. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Is,
Yeah,
is that
just for clarity.
facilities part an add-on amendment then? I
I
actually...
thought it was a part of the original amendment coming out of finance, or I'm sorry, the
So that-
original
that's-
motion, but that's fine if it's split out that way, so.
Okay, do we need clarity on that, or is it, we go without that one, and that one's an amendment teed up? That sound right?
Yeah,
get
just as
it,
long as it
because
gets
it's separate.
addrest by the board.
Okay.
I think we're fine, sir.
Okay,
Thank
all right,
you,
we
thank
good?
you for the
Okay.
clarity.
All right, so the motion is that the board approves continuing contingency funds of $200,000, legal contingency fund of $250,000, internal controls fund of $10,000, $200,000 for training for general ed and special ed, $50,000 for over-the-phone and website translation services from the discretionary account, and returning $200,000 for the research study of standards and curriculum alignment and research study of student safety and environment to the discretionary fund balances. Any discussion to that motion? Member Bogus.
So I appreciate, Member Davis, we were just chatting offline. Just for clarity, we're not spending the money on the last one. That money is actually going back in, and because the language is a little funky. So I just wanted clarity on that for the public and for my constituents. Thank you.
Seeing nods from our committee leadership, so yes, that is being returned rather than spent. Any other discussion to the motion? All right, let's vote. Member Hymas?
Member Hymas is yes.
And voting is complete. That is unanimous. Back to you, Chair Norton.
Yes, now I'd like to make a motion to amend that the board approves $100,000 from the tax delay fund for the discretionary use by the superintendent of public instruction.
Okay, that one needs a second because it's a... Hold on. I think Michelle...
It's a motion to amend.
Hold on, let's hear from our assistant AG. Just.
It's actual motion in and of itself because you already closed the vote on that motion, so you actually have to recall the motion that you just voted on in order to amend it.
Okay, so this.
This is just a new motion.
Thank you.
Okay,
Got
so
it.
make
Thank
that
you.
as a motion.
Okay. So that's the motion that the board approves $100,000 from the tax delay fund for discretionary use by the superintendent of public instruction. That requires a second. Member Booth seconded. Discussion to that motion. Back to you, Chair. Did you want to speak to your motion?
No, thank you.
Okay. Other discussion to
Oh,
the motion?
maybe I can.
Okay.
One of the things that, for instance, that the superintendent is called upon to help sustain public education throughout the state. Many of us have had the opportunity to go to the rural education meetings. I know that's one of the things that would come out of this account.
Can we ask Superintendent about that?
Yes, let's ask Superintendent.
And I know that's been funded by the past. Great conference. Do you want to just speak to that for a minute?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the great things about the URSA conference is that it gets bigger and better every year. More people attend, and so it costs more money. So each year we plan for that to support them, and we have a lot of staff who are called on to go support. Many of you have been there, so you know all about this. And then also Teacher of the Year, we held that budget pretty minimally for the banquet and Teacher of the Year expenses when they are called on to present or to travel. We cover those expenses as well. So those things just cost a little bit more each year. So, and then there are other things that come up that we need additional funds for, but that's minimal. The bulk of them go to the RESA conference and Teacher of the Year.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Any further question or comment? Seeing no lights, let's vote. Member Hymas?
Yes.
Member Hymas is a yes. Voting is complete. That passes by 14-1 with Member Klein the only no vote. Back to you, Chair Norton. Sorry, we have a question about.
It could be mine because I was slow.
Did we?
Am I
did we-
listed on there?
Wait a sec. So Member Bogus is not listed, is she? No, I don't see Member Bogus up there. Sorry. All right, Member Bogus is a no. So sorry, another learning curve here. I thought that it listed with a blank. It does it typically list all board members and then have a blank until they vote, or does it only list those who have voted? So we got to wait till we see 15. All right, my bad. Thank you, Member Bogus. Okay, that passes with 2 noes, Member Bogus and Member Klein. Back to Chair Norton.
Okay, and now the third motion from this particular agenda item. Motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve using $260,000 of state funds and $20,000 in the tax delay funds from the discretionary funds for $130,000 of security guard services at the USBE office, $75,000 for 2 part-time staff to assist in the mailroom and with facility-related needs, and $75,000 to upgrade the obsolete parking gate equipment.
Okay, let's see. So that is a motion, and that requires a second. Do we have a second from Member Straight? Okay, back to you, Chair Norton. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, we've had quite a discussion in our finance committee over the past year about security needs here at the building. And the security gate cannot be repaired. It needs to be replaced. And this is all just to keep staff safe, us safe, the building safe in this time of increased crime in this area.
All right, thank you. We do have a second discussion of the motion. Member Klein?
Question, do we have security guards already? Is this in addition to that 130,000, is that in addition to security services that we already use? Yeah, that's my question.
Chair Norton, do you have that, or did I see a hand back from Deputy Jones? Do we want to defer? Thank you, Deputy Jones.
Sorry. So, Chair, if I may, no, it's to continue the present level of security. It's it's one-time money, but we have to sustain the current contract, current capabilities that we have for the security. Does that answer Board Member Klein's question, sir?
Yes, that does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Seeing no other lights, the motion is that the board approve using $260,000 of state funds and $20,000 in tax delay funds from the discretionary funds for $130,000 for security guard services, the USBE office, $75,000 for 2 part-time staff to assist in the mailroom and with facility-related needs, and $75,000 to upgrade obsolete parking gate equipment. Voting is open. Member Hymas. Okay. Member Hymas.
Yes.
Member Hymas is a yes. Okay, we got one. Member Davis, I think we don't have a record of your vote yet. There we go. Okay, voting is unanimous. That passes. Back to you, Chair Norton. Oh,
My report is complete.
thank you very much. Why don't we take a 5-minute break and we'll hit law and licensing.
Here. Alright, so Aiden looks like he's the longest here. Put your journal in their lap. Ready, point and read. Can you read your journal to your partner? Yeah. No, you just stay right there. We don't have enough time. I noticed the whole wall. I grow it and my brown can look. I make it this way. I was eating pizza on Friday and Tuesday. It was delicious. What do you notice? I know that. Can you read that again, friend? Because Aiden was busy playing with his journal. I was eating pizza on Friday and Tuesday. It was delicious. What do you notice? I know just what else? Broccoli and carrots dipped in peanut butter, and it was good. What do you notice?
What are you writing?
Bears can
Kill? Tell me the sounds in kill. I, O. Which k sound goes with the I? What letter says I? I. K goes with Y-I-E. So you change that to a K?
Yeah.
I will jump in with. Jump in what? I will jump in. Okay, then write balls. I will jump in balls. Change it to a lowercase b.
Good job. Can you sound out the word tiger? Not turger, tiger. Try again. Ready? I. Ooh, gur is 2 sounds. Let's try that one again. Tiger. Ready? I. There you go. Nice job. Okay, I'm gonna put 3 magnets down. Can you sound out lamb? Ready? O. A. Can you tell me the sounds by yourself? Ready? O. A. Okay, can you add us to the beginning? What do you think the word is? Ooh, not sand. Oh, remember we are not doing sand. Our word was lamb. Let's sound it out again. Lamb. O, a, lamb. Okay, our word is lamb. We're gonna add it to the beginning. What's our word? Lamb. Not Sam. There's, what sound is this? What was our word? Lamb. Okay, so I really want you to think about what this sound is. Ready? What sound is this? And first sound in lamb is O. So the first sound after s needs to be O. So ready? O. Let's sound it out, sound by sound. Ready? O, a, slam. There you go. Tell me the sounds in the word lock. Lock. Ready? O, a, lock. Has how many sounds? 3. Ready? Tell me the sounds in lock. O, a, lock. We're gonna add a b to the beginning. What's the word? Bok. Not bok. What sound was this? Well, our word was lock. Ready? Let's sound out lock. O, a, lock. Yeah. What's the word? Block. Good job. Okay, ready? I'm gonna give you a new one. Can you tell me all the sounds in the word nap? Ready? Not nap. Nap. Mouth open. Ready? Nap. It is good. Oh, I see you checked your goals. You've got your uppercase letter, your finger spaces, and I see your punctuation at the end. Nice job remembering all three of your goals, friend. I think you're on over here today. Seven. Nice job sounding out the word carrot. That's a big word. I see your uppercase letter at the beginning. Good finger spaces in your words. And you've got punctuation at the end. Nice job, Angel. Asher, can you read me what you wrote? Lots of details in her story today. Raise your hand if you have a question, a compliment, or a comment. One more. Yes. We got that. Yes. What part? I really like how she's in the water. And what's in the water? Is that you? Oh, nice. I like those details. Okay. What's your name? Started here. All right, we're going to look at her. Don't forget to honk this time, right? Honk, honk, honk. Good job, good buddy. All right, I'll take your journal. You can go ahead and close your journal for today.
Did you write a whole sentence? Did you start with a capital? And is the rest lowercase? Then give me that. I will mark a star on your card. And you're ready to do your picture. You can take the pencil back to your cubby.
Yeah.
My kids are down there. Oh, both of my boys are down there.
On this short vowel today. What letter is that? I. What sound does I make? I. What happens to your mouth when you say the I sound?
I never smile.
You what?
Smile. You smile.
You do. You smile, right? You pull those cheeks back a little bit. What about your chin? Does your chin need to move when you say I? Nope, it holds in place. Okay, tell me the sound in it, or tell me the sound I makes. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I. Oh, let me see that smile. I. Good. Let me see your smile. Yep. And all right. So that part's easy, right? But what is hard is blending a consonant with this vowel. okay, without stopping. So that's what we're going to start practicing today, okay? We're going to practice blending from this sound to the I sound, okay? And you've got to keep in mind, Ian, sitting up tall, paying attention, ready? What you need to keep in mind is that we are going to smile as we move to that sound. Let's start with an easy sound to move to. What sound does this letter make? Oh. Z's, are you watching? What sound? Oh. Good. Ready? I want you to say oh, and then I want you to pull your lips back into that smile. Ready? Sitting up tall. We need to fix our listening position. Hands down. Hands down. Focus right here. Are you ready? Start your sound. Oh, ooh, that sounded very good. I didn't hear a pause. Okay, let's try another one. All right, ready? Get ready to smile. Good, okay. Let's try this one. This one's a little bit harder. Ready? Are you ready? Here we go. Okay, good. Okay, this one is for Oliver. Oliver, are you ready? Okay, blend those sounds. Oh, that was a really good blend. You acted like that was a piece of cake, huh? Nice. Okay, this one's for you. Are you ready, Ian? What? Ah, that was smile. Once you smiled, it sounded just right. Okay, Z's, are you ready?
I'm not playing it.
All right, here we go. Oh. There you go. Good job. Okay. All right, we're going to give Levi a tricky one. Okay, Levi.
We could do that one.
That wasn't even tricky. Okay, let's start building words. Are you ready? Let's build some words. Let's build it a sound at a time. Are you ready? Okay, what sound? I didn't hear you. What sound? What sound? Good, okay. Now what sound?
This is terrible. I'm interrupting a teacher. This is much more fun to watch than what I'm doing, but we got to get going. Let's see, where are we on our... No, it's hard to tell now. If we get done by 11:45, we're still on track. Yeah? 11:45 is that? All right. Molly's got...
Well, that was my breakfast. Sorry, I was trying to eat as
All right. Okay, back on, and we will turn to Vice Chair Carey for Law and Licensing.
Thank you, Chair. On September 8th, 2023, the Law and Licensing Standing Committee met. Do we have public comment on this, or? No. Okay. And we make the following motions to the board. For 3.2, it's an amendment to the Research Data Sharing Agreement with Wasatch School District and Brigham Young University. And we are submitting for, via motion, the board's approval. The committee recommends that the board approve the amendment to the Research Data Sharing Agreement with Wasatch School District and Brigham Young University.
Okay, any discussion of that motion? Seeing no lights, let's vote.
Primus is a yes.
All right, we got one more, I believe. There we go. Voting is concluded. Member Klein and Member Bogus are no's. 13 yeses, that passes. Thank you. Back to Chair Norton.
No, Carrie.
Vice Chair Carey. Sorry, Kristen.
How quickly they forget. Item 3.3, amendment to data sharing agreement with DCFS. Motion for the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve the amendment to the data sharing agreement with the Division of Child and Family Services. This motion passed unanimously in the Law and Licensing Committee.
Okay, any discussion of that motion? Seeing no lights, let's vote.
Hymas is a yes.
All right, that voting is complete. There are 3 noes, Member Klein, Member Green, and Vice Chair Earl. And Member Bogus, excuse me, 4 noes. That passes 11-4. Back to Vice Chair Carey.
Item 3.4, amendment to the research data sharing agreement with, I believe it's Palacios. And that motion is that the committee recommends that the board approve the amendment to the research data sharing agreement with Palacios. This motion passed unanimously in the Law and Licensing Committee.
Okay, any discussion of that motion? If not, let us vote.
Hymas is a yes.
Thank you. Got 2 more.
Oh, my bad.
And there we go. Voting is complete. There are 2 noes, Member Klein, Member Bogus. That passes. Back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
This is item 3.7. Wait, what? 3.5. Oh, 3.5? Oh, thank you. This is item 3.5. The matter before the full board is the State Charter School Board new satellite school and large expansion requests processes. The motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board approve the State Charter School Board's new satellite school and large expansion processes. This matter passed the Law and Licensing Committee unanimously.
Okay, any discussion on that motion? If not, let's vote.
Hymas is a yes.
Okay, that motion passes unanimously. Back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
This is matter.
I'm sorry,
Oh.
Chair. Can we redo that vote? The motion language didn't make it into the voting.
Oh.
So the record's gonna be blank.
Yes, you bet. So is it up now?
No, we're on 3.5.
So back to 3.5.
Yep, sorry. Hold on.
Hold on.
No.
I have it recorded as unanimous.
No worries. Does that work?
Yes.
So this is the one we just did. The vote was unanimous, but we're asking everybody to re-record their vote. Member Hymas, you were a yes, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Klein has a question.
We're mid-vote, but is this a question,
yeah, because
technical
is this-
question about the vote?
Yes, I just want to make sure I know what we're on. Are we on 3.5 or 4.2?
3.5.
So this is not
3.5.
SCSB request for exception?
No.
Okay.
This is the approval of their
Okay,
process.
this is, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, it's re-recorded and unanimous in the affirmative. Thank you. Back to Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 3.6 regarding Rule 277-925, Effective Teachers in High Poverty Schools Incentive Program, an amendment. The committee recommends that the board approve R277-925, Effective Teachers in High Poverty Schools Incentive Program, Draft 1 on second and final reading. This matter passed law and licensing.
Oh, sorry.
Unanimously. Oh,
You need to hit. Yeah.
sorry, there we go. Anything further? Did I cut off anything more? It was just unanimously. Okay, over to Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I have a motion to amend.
Okay, that's in order.
And I believe Superintendent Stallings has that motion. I read this and I actually had to read it 2 or 3 times to get the full gist of it. And so it's just a simple amendment to be for clarity. And so it would be amended, lines 56 and 57 would be amended to read that the superintendent would identify teachers with student performance data as measured by student achievement data on a standards assessment restricted to those students who are taught by the teacher for a full academic year. So that it just provides more clarity. I think it's better written. And I don't think that one reading the rule would have to go back and formulate the sentence in the hierarchy of the rule writing to really get the meaning of that statement. And so thank you for that. And thank you to Superintendent Stallings for teeing that up for me.
Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Member Klein seconds. I guess you did speak to the motion.
Davis.
That's okay. No, I didn't stop you, so we got it. Unless you want more?
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, Member Davis.
I'd like to amend the amendment to who were taught by the teacher for 80% of a full academic year,
Is there a second?
or at least 80%.
Let's just frame that up and we'll see if we have a second first. Make sure we captured it. Was there a second?
Green is the second.
Okay. Just a minute. Let's make sure we know what we're speaking to. Does that look right, Member Davis? Okay. The amendment to the amendment's on the board. It's been seconded. Member Wood? Am I in the right
Member
order here?
Bogus.
Member Bogus, then Member Wood.
So can Cindy speak to
I'm
the motion
sorry.
first, please? And that way I
Yes.
know whether or not my question
Sorry,
needs to
Cindy.
be asked.
Back to you. Member Davis, maker of the amendment.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you, Chair. I was just thinking, I like the amendment. I just think some kids are absent sometimes, or they go on a vacation, or they are ill for a while. I do think it's more fair to not judge a teacher by a kid who was in their class for a month or 2. I think that's really brutal. So I do like this. I think it's better, but I just think if it's at least 80%, then you also don't have anything on the flip side where a teacher's like, well, so I'm going to report these 3 kids are so behind, I'm not going to include them, and they weren't here every day this year or something. And ultimately it's enrolled, I guess. Maybe you would say enrolled for a full academic year, but then again, they could unenroll for the last 2 weeks or something. I would just say 80% sort of covers all of it.
So is this an attempted amendment to the amendment? Does this capture? We're good as stated? Okay. Deputy Stallings, did you have a comment?
We have a number of
Good
staff
job.
who are reading this language for the first time and identifying some questions about whether currently, I believe, and if you would like us to bring up those staff, I'm just going to share with you at Angie's high level what the concerns are. Changing the word from performance to achievement creates some concerns with our normal data business rules. Right now, our data business rules use performance, not achievement. And then the second item is this question of currently the way it reads, it wouldn't really be changing anything based on attendance, but enrollment. So if you wanted the 80% to be restricted based on enrollment, we'd need to change the wording a little bit. And the question is whether we have the data to do that. So there are a couple of, now we're finding some staff questions about intent and maybe some recommendations for different language.
Would you like to have staff come up and speak to the, it's up to you, Deputy Stallings, to.
I think it would
kinda
be helpful
guide
to have
traffic?
Aaron Bruff and Tracy,
Okay.
potentially, yes, Aaron Bruff and Tracy Van Deventer are going to come up and clarify their concern. Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
right up there. I will have your back.
All right, welcome. And I guess one thing, if you have questions or concerns about the language, maybe you could also just say if performance change to achievement data would be functionally different. Would that, and how? And then the second part on, so I guess one, does this actually affect how it would be done? And second, are there concerns or questions, which I think is what Deputy Stallings identified, right?
Aaron Bruff, Director of Data and Statistics. The question is the intent, again, when we go from performance to achievement data, are we changing that from, for example, that growth no longer is what's being looked at, but only academic percent proficient or achievement? Again, this is how I look at that, saying, what does this exactly mean on that change? Are you saying it can't be growth, it can only be the number of students who pass a certain threshold? Or is it still ambiguous enough in your minds that it could be one or the other, depending on how those programs and the teachers who are teaching those classes and what's available? So for example, we're looking at Acadience data, you're looking at the RISE data, you're looking at other potential data that a teacher's engaged with on those students that we'd be looking at. And this is just help distinguish what is exactly the intent of that language change mean? Because performance is, again, in my mind, is more vague, meaning it typically goes to the growth measurement, if you will, versus just how much or how many of the students pass a certain threshold. So that was my question.
That may be a question for the maker of the motion, and I guess part of our question would be, how is I guess what I'm hearing from you is that performance is interpreted to mean growth and proficiency. Both go into that, and the question is, does achievement data also refer to growth and proficiency, or does it limit to proficiency, right? I don't know if there's a intent question or the effect question is probably more important. Whatever the intent is, what would be the effect? But question for the maker, I can't remember, I think this was from Member Bogus. You're red.
So my intent was his concern, if that is language that is articulated well, that we're not just including, so my intent was that we don't just include the percentile scores. You have some teachers who teach students and they grow 2 or 3 grade levels, but they're still not at grade level. And so they have immense growth, and so I guess my intent was Director Bruff's concern. So I guess I don't know how to articulate that in a way. If we need to go back to performance, that's fine with me, but my intent was his concern.
Okay. The intent was to include growth as well as proficiency. And so perhaps if we're hearing that performance already is interpreted to mean both of those, is that correct? Oh. Public. There we go.
Sorry.
Okay, again, Aaron Bruff, Director of Data Statistics. Yes, that's just what I'm trying to find. What is the language? So this is in the job that I work on, when I see achievement data, typically that is interpreted as the number of students who achieve that threshold, which would be percent who pass that threshold. Performance is more of a all-encompassing, which means it could be that number, or it could be the growth number, it could be something else. It's just, within the language, I just want to make sure we understand the intent inside of there. It's just as different people look at it. So the way I would interpret this, performance is a better word. But I need to make sure that we understand the intent of what that language change means, because academic data kind of typically means I reached that threshold. I went over a cut, is usually what that means.
Yes, follow up.
I would ask if Director Bruff believes it would be better perhaps to say as measured by student growth and achievement data, so that we have the clarity he's asking for without the ambiguity.
Director Bruff?
That, I would be okay with that too.
Go ahead, Director Bruff.
I didn't hear what that comment was.
He said, why don't you just say performance data including growth scores?
That works.
Is that a proposed, let's see, let's cut back through what we got going here. We got Cindy's is the one, is the Member Davis, excuse me.
I didn't get a second, so
I would second you.
I can adjust it how we need if.
Okay, you want to reformulate the amendment to the
Sure, can you
amendment
help
then?
me?
Yeah, can you pull the word achievement out?
Okay, so we're gonna, so my amendment to the amendment would be to take out the word achievement and reinstate performance. Add the words after the comma, including growth scores. Oh, that's there. And restricted to those students who were taught, well, see, I think we need something in the middle of, for the teacher students, because they could only be in there for 2 weeks, and who were taught by the teacher a full year, because they could be absent for some of those days, so maybe who were enrolled for at least 80% of the time in the teacher's. Does that work for you?
Would we be able to make those, let's see, or would we be able to make those red lines on the paragraph B that's up there, just so we can see how the amendment language below would affect the whole? Just had a couple layers of.
And one more. Can we put academic performance data? The word academic as a qualifier. So the only question left is can we, is the last piece, the enrollment piece, feasible in our, when we look at our calculations and such?
Let's frame it up the best
Sure.
you can, see if we have a second, and then kick it to Director Bruff. Sorry? Do we have a second to the newly revised, the newly framed amendment? Okay.
Including growth?
Let's just get it up there, and then we can ask questions, but do it with the language up in front of us. Okay.
Main sentence, yeah. This doesn't. She can't even do that.
Getting the language right. It's up on
Not in the, after this.
Oh, there.
This clause
He is,
refers
I just
to
wanna wait till-
academic performance data, and it also is clarified again on the standards assessment. They have to be assessed on the standards. And we currently don't have standards that are. They're not our standards. This is standards. Is this assessing our standards? Well, they may become, well, we do have competencies for standards, but not for soft skills.
Well, do we have,
We just want to clarify before we're saying that this is what Board Member Davis wants. Based on what you just stated, Board Member Davis, staff believe that the better way to say this would be to say and enrolled for at least 160 days or more, I guess, of a academic year.
okay, does that frame up the motion then, Member Davis?
It is 80%.
Good. Well, some people can do math faster than I just did in my head. Thank you.
All right, if we've got it framed, I think we had a second.
Is it?
Did I?
It is 80%.
Member Green? Yes. Okay, discussion of the motion. Director Bruff, did you want to address this before we turn back to board member comment, or you're good with this? Okay. All right, let's open it up then to discussion by board members. We've got Member Klein, Member Lear, I believe. Am I going in the right order here?
Lear and then Wood.
Member Klein's off, Member Lear?
Oh, I have a couple of questions. Maybe Aaron, he went away. That I want to make sure I'm understanding, and I want to make sure it's what both what Member Davis intended and then what I'm also hearing in reading that or was seeing. So I thought the idea was that or Cindy's concern was that the student should be enrolled in the teacher's class.
A question for Member Davis?
Did you intend that it's enrolled in the teacher's class for 80%? Because judging,
Yes.
so that doesn't really say that.
And that's more like 90% there. I mean, it does go in line with what the traditional attendance trajectories are. It allows for 20
And I'm not
20 days gone, though,
I-
at least.
Yeah, I'll let somebody else do the math, but I don't think that says enrolled in the teacher's class. It says enrolled and taught by the teacher, but not necessarily enrolled in the teacher's class.
Member Davis, you'd like to respond?
I feel like we're wordsmithing on the fly. I hate doing this. I'm so sorry. We probably need to just get rid of, are you okay with this? Who were taught by the teacher and instead just say enrolled for 160 days or more
In the
of an
teacher's-
academic year in the teacher's class.
Okay, that's one question. My second question.
Hold on, let's do,
Okay.
is that, any objection to that as a friendly amendment to Member Davis's pending motion? Hearing none. Follow up, Member Lear?
Yes, I wanted to ask if this is something that I'm envisioning in my mind, my great IT brain. There's some little, there's some person, some gnome who sits up there and designates in every person who goes into this, every student who goes into this calculation and who is taken out of the calculation. Is that an easy thing to do from a electronic standpoint or a calculating standpoint, or is that impossible? Can you literally sort out every teacher's class and put only those who were enrolled in the teacher's class for 80% of the time?
Deputy Stallings, do we have our gnome? Do we know who the gnome is? Would they? Is Aaron the gnome? Okay.
Well, he's so far from a gnome.
Yeah, please, Deputy Stallings. Sorry? Oh.
I'm staff something.
She's staff 3. She's staff 3. She's staff 3.
Thank you. Just two things. 160 is not 80%, so 144 is. The reason we used 160 was because we would have to program a flag for 144 in our system. So it will take some time before you'd be able to actually make the systems adjustments to comply. So we wanted to make that clear. But Aaron can speak to this. It sounds like we do already calculate the 160. So that's why we were recommending using 160.
Director Bruff? Let's see, there we go.
Okay, again, Aaron Bruff, Data and Statistics. Thanks for the new title. It's complicated, but it's doable. When we look at teacher, just so sharing in the databases, you have enrollment data for the student within a school, and then you have a secondary component, which is enrollment in a course, and then you have teachers assigned to those courses. As long as the data line up and the student is not transferring in and out of those courses, we can say that the enrollment course and that number of days within the course are the same as long as the student's not moving, but we know the students move. So it's a little bit more complicated to say, and the teacher had the student in the course, because there's all kinds of movement. So just sharing that it's slightly complicated. Yes, everything's possible. So to go back to your question, if the requirement is saying the teacher and the student have that relationship for 145 days, 180 days, 106, whatever that level is, it is a little bit more complicated to get it. And yes, the gnomes will be sitting there trying to figure that out. It's already a difficult calculation to do because there is so much movement within courses. So a student can transfer in and out of classes, the classes can get restructured, and typically that messes up a clean set. There are ways to aggregate it up, which typically is we aggregate it to the enrollment period within the school, saying as long as you're in the school and you have a teacher connected to them for the majority of the time, we can go through that, and it's typically okay. But there are variations and things that the gnomes have to sit down and clean up and figure out. So just sharing it, it's doable, it's complicated.
Do you feel like it's a reasonable request to IT to expect you to do that accurately with reasonable accuracy?
Yes, I mean, it's reasonable accuracy. Yes, it can be done. Again, I know the gnome who has to do this is cringing. It's like, because there are some weird variations that have to be figured out when you tie it to the teacher. That a lot of times eyeballs have to be on it, saying instead of just the whole thing just works. There's variations, and then there are teachers who are disappointed when when they're like, what I feel like I had, where a programmer at the state doesn't know exactly what's going on within the classroom because the data are not always perfectly clean. But again, that's what the business rules do, is we come up with, okay, for these guidelines, and that's why we're asking some clarifying questions, is, okay, within this set, can we do this? Can we tie the student and the teacher together? The answer is yes. We typically don't do it by the course enrollment. We usually do it by the school enrollment for that full academic year, and that's where we look at it. So there's a lot of complex things behind it, but is it doable? Yes. It's complicated, yes. It's reasonable if that's the desire. We'll figure it out.
Member Wood, let's go to, thank you, Director Bruff. Oh, I'm sorry. Chair Hymas, we keep skipping.
Thank you. I just want to ask, it sounded like, Director Bruff, you mentioned that we might be changing how we look at the data or how we gather data, or even some of the data that we collect. Whenever we get a prolonged yes, that means it takes time and it's very difficult, which you've made very clear. But at the same time, you've made very clear that, again, it's doable. My question then is this related to, is this something that we need to bring back? Because the discussion that the committee had was not around this portion. I understand that the amendment is to change some of the wording to offer clarity. That's the intent of the original amendment. But what we're saying is the intent to offer clarity changes a lot of things. And so I wonder if it would be worth voting for what the committee proposed and then bringing this back as part of our process to relook at what Member Boggess is hoping for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Stallings?
One thing I just wanted to add, it's not so much about the time for programming here at USBE, but one other thing I want you to be aware of, this is essentially changing a bit of who will qualify. So based on this new language, some teachers may no longer qualify, or there might be some teachers who do qualify who didn't before. So usually when we make changes like this, we like to model it, like we like to see, if we had done this, this is what the current language, how many teachers would have qualified, and now with this new language, this is how many teachers would have qualified. I just want you to know that we are making a policy change based on no modeling.
Okay, let's see who's in line here. Member Wood? Yep. I gotcha.
Just a couple of questions. First of all, would teachers who are involved in semester courses now lose their ability to earn that? That's back to the modeling because they would not have a student for 160 days. Second, if we look in adding in this growth, this was a kind of a vague performance level data. So looking at if a student had been at a school for a full year, then we look at it. But what about those students who come in, are there for the full year, but have not been part of the Utah system? Will we have a growth number for those? We already have in the section where the teacher as a whole has to have an MGP greater than 70. So there's an overall perspective, but this is looking at student performance data that may not have growth if they're new to the system. So just some questions there.
Anybody in staff able to answer those questions? Are those for staff, or are those just kind of rhetorical questions for the, do you want us to, yes, but would you like me to see about staff answering those? Director Bruff, Deputy Stallings? Director Bruff.
Aaron Bruff, Director of Data and Statistics. It's a complicated question. Here's the easy answer. If we do not have longitudinal data on the student, we typically cannot do growth calculations on that student. So if they're new to the system, even though the whole year, it typically is difficult to get that growth calculation. That's a simple answer.
What about the semester question? Was that a separate question?
We haven't modeled.
Okay. That answered the question. All right, I think we got Member Davis up next.
Yeah, I move to postpone and ask that this would be sent back to committee to do some modeling, to look at this. It's really tricky to be able to vote yes in this moment because it seems unfair when we're talking about a monetary incentive for a teacher and they may be judged on a student who's only been in, say, 5 kids transfer in less than a month. Seems tricky. So if we could do some modeling, but I don't want unintended consequences on the other side either. So if they could just look at that and do a little bit of modeling and bring it back. That's my motion to postpone.
Okay, I think that's in order. We have a second.
Yes, absolutely.
Question from Deputy Stallings. You talking about referring to committee back to law and licensing?
If we have time to committee.
Yes, I think these
Time-wise?
calculations are done in March or April. So we do have
Okay.
time for it to go back to committee.
All right, so the motion is to refer back to law and licensing committee for modeling and further discussion. Have a second. Any discussion of the motion? Got lights for
yeah.
Member Straight?
Yes, you know, we have different incentive programs, and we've actually started looking at those because there's a real question about the general effectiveness. How many, I don't know many teachers that even know about this program. I don't know many principals that know about this program. But what I'm bringing up now is a much broader question, which may be out of line with what we're discussing right now. But I think we need to look at this in a much broader way. And we need to find out what works, because I'm all for incentives that work and incentives that are known about. And I don't want to go too far, but I believe that part of that bonus has to be paid by the LEA. And but I don't want to go too far down that road for now. So anyway, I'll stop there.
Okay, so the motion is to postpone and
Can I-
for consideration generally. I assume anything that's said here might be considered by the committee. Member Vice Chair Hart?
Yeah, I think this goes without saying, but I'll just to be sure. Can we also, before it goes to committee, also make sure that it's in line with what's in the actual code? I just want to make sure that we are tracking that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other lights, the motion is to postpone. Let's see how that was framed up. That the board refer R277-925 back to committee. Let's vote.
Imus is a yes.
Yeah, 2 more. Sorry? Okay. That does it. Voting is closed. Motion passes 13-2. The no votes are members Wood and member Straight. Okay, back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 3.7, Rule 277-495, electronic devices in public schools. This motion passed unanimously in law and licensing, and the motion before the board is that the committee recommends that the board continue and approve Rule 277-495, electronic devices in public schools, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Discussion to that motion. Member Klein.
Yes, I have a motion. I have a few. So line 34, I would like to add and 53G10-103 after the piece of code that is already listed there.
Are you
To
presenting these
include-
one at a time or
Yes.
collectively? One at a time?
Yes.
So let's see if we have a second for that one.
Second.
Member Vice Chair Earl is seconded. Do you want to speak to this motion, Member Klein?
I just think it should refer to both pieces of code that are appropriate for that. I need to have it in front of me here. I don't have it in front of me. So I don't know if you can grab the original or pull up the original document so people can see what I'm adding it to. Let's see. Okay. Here we go.
What did, oh, I'm sorry.
So,
4?
so it's on line 34. That reads, inappropriate matter means pornographic or indecent material as defined in subsection 7610-1235. And then I would just add and 53G10-103, which is sensitive materials in school.
Okay, did we get a second on that? Sorry, Member Bogus did. Discussion.
Vice Chair Earl.
Vice Chair Earl did, sorry.
I was just
Okay.
answering your question.
Discussion of the motion. Anyone? I see no lights. Member Green?
Does that work? Oh, we are. Probably to the maker of the motion. You're saying that on line 34, you're adding 53G10-103 along with subsection 7610-12. Is that right? In addition to? Okay, thank you.
That answer the question? Okay, seeing no other lights, please vote. Oh, let me read the motion, sorry. Motion to amend is that the board amend R277-495, draft 1, line 34 to add and 53G-10-103. Voting is open. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Board Member Hymas.
Yes.
All right, we have 2 more to vote, 1 more to vote.
You can unclick it. Is that your issue?
Okay, we have, that motion passes, 13 yeses, 2 abstentions, Member Lear and Member Reel abstaining. All right, so the amendment passed. We're back to the underlying motion. Actually, we have the underlying motion on the floor, but Member Klein has another amendment.
Yes. So I move to amend line 83 to read distract from a student's learning. So that would replace the language that is there, significantly impair academic excellence.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I would second just to
Second by Member Bogus. Member Klein, can you speak to the motion?
Okay, so also, I think well, I'll do them as two separate motions, but so it says, basically to put that in context, an LEA's policy shall include at least the following, and then prohibitions on, the use of electronic devices in ways that significantly impair academic excellence. And then it goes on with bullying, humiliate, harass, or intimidate school-related individuals, etc. Significantly impair academic excellence, I think, is open to interpretation, and is not super clear. Depends on any given person's definition of what academic excellence means. And so I think the idea of that addition was to get at what I am, the language that I am suggesting, which is we don't want students distracted by their devices, because that would lead to less learning on their part. So I would, again, change significantly impair academic excellence to distract from a student's learning.
Okay, Member Reel.
Chair, I actually had a question about this initial amendment and reached out to Member Wood to clarify the significantly impair academic excellence, because I wonder about the use of electronic devices as a supplemental learning tool, and distract from a student's learning feels contradictory to the fact that we also have students who use electronic devices in learning. And so I prefer significantly impair academic excellence over this motion.
Okay, let's get to Member Lear and then we can come back. Are you? Yeah.
Yes to this motion. I am struggling with this because I see what Member Klein's saying about the inexactitude of impair academic excellence, but it seems like there is some possible ability to measure that. Whereas distract from a student's learning, in whose opinion? If the teacher believes that the child is distracted, then she can take away the phone, the iPad, the whatever, if the policy reads that way. And I think it would have to be evaluated by a teacher from moment to moment, and puts a lot of subjectivity in a teacher's hands. Where I think, though it's not perfect, impair academic excellence, and excellence is probably the biggest problem with that. Achievement maybe would, I think, be maybe better, but so that's my problem with this. I think that distract from a student's learning, you feel the other is very subjective. I feel like this is more subjective.
Member Klein, would you like to respond and
Yes.
sum up, and then we'll take it to a vote?
Yes, I think teachers are very aware when their students are distracted from what they're supposed to be focused in on. And usually that's where they have an issue with devices in the classroom, is when they become a distraction to that student or to another student's learning. And if the device is being used for actual, the purposes being, whatever the lesson or purpose of that class is, then it's not a distraction, it's a tool to help, correct? So it's when it becomes a distraction that it becomes an issue. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Member Bogus and then Member Carey.
Thank you, sir. So
I'll come back for a follow-up.
I just had a point of clarification. The conversation seems to be centered around these are personal devices, and as I read in line 79, these are LEA-owned devices.
It's for both. It covers both. The LEA's policy shall include the following, but it governs both personal.
Deputy Stallings?
This policy would be regarding any devices on campus. So it could be LEA-owned devices, it could be private, personally owned devices.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member Carey?
Yeah, I'm going to when we held this in law and licensing, it was like a thesaurus that day because there were 5 members and all 5 of us didn't like the language of any other board member. And so we kept trying to change it and modify it. And I think we agreed on this because of the provision in line 80, which says the LEA's policy shall include at least the following. So if an LEA wants to put distract, if they want to put any modifier there, they may. But as a board, we thought it was important that we have at least a requirement that it has to address what happens when academic excellence is significantly impaired. So I just wanted to draw attention to that. LEAs are free under this policy to put in any modifier. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Lear, we've got, Chair Hymas wants to weigh in, but do you have a quick comment and then we could, okay.
With that reminder, that makes my question sort of unnecessary, but I also was very persuaded by the public comment this morning. I'm sure that maybe some of those devices that student had were distracting to other students, but it was a necessary device for that student. So I think distraction is rather a difficult qualifier, though I very much believe that teachers know. I reflect still on some of the distractors in my own teaching experience. So I know they're good, but I'm thinking that distract is a hard thing to quantify if it's the student himself or other students who are around him. So
Okay.
But I appreciate Member Carey's reminder about I'm struggling over the words.
Okay, Chair Hymas.
Thank you. I want to, again, I'm going to speak against this motion. Simply, as we did discuss this in committee, we did come across the verbiage the way we did. One of the things is to protect both students and families, right? Is if it's disturbing academic excellence, then that means that the teacher can't just say, everybody get out on your phones and do your thing for a minute. I need 20 minutes of me time, right? And at the same time, because that wouldn't be considered a distraction, it's everybody's doing it. And at the same time, it's students need to stay focused when we put a device in front of them or if we ask them to use their devices. So again, I prefer the language that came out of committee. I speak against this motion. Thank you.
Okay, I don't think we have any more lights, so let's tee up the Member Klein. Sorry, just saw the green.
Yes, I would ask, do we have a defined or a definition of academic excellence anywhere? Do we have a settled definition that we all agree on?
Any staff wish to field that? Or anybody aware of a Superintendent Dixon? Okay, don't think so. That's okay. No, just
yes,
top of our head. It doesn't appear that we have a defined standard of what academic excellence is. All right. Seeing, I believe, no further lights, the motion is that the board amend 277-495, draft 1, line 83, replace existing language on line 83 with, quote, distract, small I, distract from a student's learning. And let's see if we can open voting. Voting is open.
Hymas is no.
Okay, that motion fails with 14 noes, 1 yes. Member Klein voting yes. And that brings us back to the underlying motion, and Member Klein has another amendment.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. I would move to add after line 83, the verbiage requires students to perform in excess of 25% of required coursework on an electronic device, accepting courses specifically designed to instruct students on the use and features of a computer-based program. It would be added right after line 83.
So, for clarity, sorry.
It's a prohibition.
Do we, is this point of order or speaking to the motion?
Point of clarification.
Sure.
So we're speaking about a new line item. True? Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have it up there? We'll see if we have a second.
Yes.
Okay, the motion's been framed. We do have a second. Back to you, Member Klein. Any further discussion of the motion?
Yes, this is part of the prohibitions section. And just so that we're not, I keep hearing people say, you know, how important it is that we are not, that students aren't doing all their learning on computers. And so this would just help ensure that that is the case, that we have some restrictions on how much coursework can be done on the actual device when they're at school.
Any discussion on that motion? We have a second?
That's not worded, I don't think that's
Is that
the
worded
lead-in,
correctly, Member Klein?
Yes, the lead-in is an LEA's policy shall include at least the following, and then it's down to B, prohibitions on the use of electronic devices in ways that. So, and then it continues from there, in ways that require students to perform in excess of 25% of required coursework on an electronic device, excepting courses specifically designed to instruct students on the use and features of a computer-based program like Excel or Word or an actual program.
Okay, Member Davis.
Yeah, how would this look with oversight? I know we have a charter school down in our area that does the courses aren't designed to learn about computers, but they do all the coursework on computers. I'm just concerned. I don't know what the oversight's going to look like on this and how it would impact people.
Member Klein, would you like to respond?
Well, I keep hearing people say on both sides that, you know, or assuring that kids aren't on devices all day long, doing all their coursework online. So are they or aren't they? And do we agree that it's not good for students to be on devices all day long and doing all their coursework online? Because I'm hearing one thing, but then, you know, do we want to put some restrictions on there, or are we saying no, all education now happens online? Is that what we're saying?
Okay, Member
And that-
Booth. Oh, sorry, finish up.
And
mean
that students should be required to be online all day doing all their coursework through a device. I don't know if that's a rhetorical question. I would love an answer on the record for that.
Okay, Member Booth.
Having spent 43 years in the classroom, I really value the opportunity as a teacher to create an environment where learning happens in a very organic and exciting way. I certainly value the importance of digital learning and the resources that provides, but I also value the many other methods of creating an educational environment where students are learning to the maximum extent possible. I, however, would, as a teacher, be bothered by a 25% ruling. I can be trusted as a teacher, and I'm certainly, I would be careful, but I'm concerned about saying, okay, everybody go back to your curriculum, go back to your lesson plans for today, and make sure that 25% or whatever percentage is set. We just want to keep a balance, and I'd like to trust our good educators to keep that balance and not get too heavy in technology.
Thank you, Member Booth. Member Straight.
Yes, I think there was a question posed. Do we all agree that too much time on these electronic devices can be harmful or a problem for students? And I'd say in answer to that question, absolutely yes. But I see LEAs taking this issue and making their own policies. I don't know that we need to prescribe a policy. Plus, elementary might be easier to do something like this, but once you get into junior high and high school, you have multiple teachers over the course of a day. 25%, well, if in your English class you were on 100% of the class time, does that mean that the next teacher gets 0 and the next teacher after that 0? I just don't know how we would actually implement this. And is it our place to implement it? And my basic answer is it's not our place. So do I think it's an important issue? Absolutely. Can students spend too much time? Absolutely. But I'm a no on this.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I believe my question would be for the maker of the motion. I am concerned that as this language is constructed, that, for example, in a secondary ELA class, it says to perform in excess of 20% of required coursework, which carves out a hole for instruction. And if we're asking students to write papers or term papers, one would conclude, maybe logically, that that would be done on a computer, which to me means they're completing their 100% of their required coursework on an electronic device. So is this something that we can juxtapose those two, and is this something that we should maybe send back to committee to flesh out? I'm wondering. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see, Member Green.
Yeah, I do think that there's definitely some substance to this argument and this discussion, and I think as a whole, I would hope that our teachers are learning how to engage with their students outside of technology. It was a beautiful art before technology made its way into everything that we do now, and I still think that it's relevant and holds to the development of young children. I know that my first grader was really disappointed when the computers came out really quick because he really loves to draw. And I've been able to speak with his teacher to make sure that they're not doing all of their writing and all of their math and everything on the computer, that they actually have the ability and the time set aside to develop how to hold the pencil, all those fine motor skills, the neural connections between the brain and the eye, and writing it on paper, all of those things, I call those the intangibles. And I don't know where that exists, as far as training the teachers. I would hope that that's a continued discussion, that they are developed and encouraged to do that. I do think this is a very good argument that we should continue to circle back to as we develop how technology is incorporated into our everyday lives, and not forget that young minds have so much development that happens by interacting with their world outside of a screen. As far as the 25%, I don't know how you could begin to monitor that. If I were to make any changes, it would probably be to increase the percentage. But again, I don't know that I could vote for this at this time unless we could do some study on, because I just had this conversation, how much time is a first grader on a computer versus outside of the computer, and I don't have a percentage for that. So I would personally like to take more time to understand that before I could vote for it. Thank you.
Okay, let's give some time to Superintendent Dixon, and we'll get back and wrap up and get to a vote.
Thank you, Chair Moss. There were several board members that were able to attend a school this week up in Davis District, and there was some instruction given at a morning meeting that really struck me, and it talked about active use of technology versus passive use of technology. I thought that was really profound, thinking about the intentionality of the tool. So rather than focusing on the amount of time, it's what tool is being used for what purpose. And so we were then able to go into classrooms and witness students who had, to Member Green's point, they had their writing tablets next to them where they had been studying the Mesopotamic era at that point, and they were writing what they'd learned about it. They'd read some things on the computer. They'd written some summaries. They were collaborating. They were all in tables. They were doing some group work. They were writing summaries. And I made the mistake of saying to some young men who I thought they were, working on a game. And so I said to them, so when you're finished with your portion, you're then allowed to play a game, which in my mind would be sort of some passive use. And they looked at me with disgust and said, we're not playing games, we're creating the games. And we're creating a quiz and coding using this program to create an animated quiz. And, I had lower expectations than I should have for these young men. But that active versus passive use and matching the tool for the intentionality of learning, I thought was really important to keep in mind when we have these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Vice Chair Hart. And then we'll come back to Member Bogus. We do need to move quickly here, so let's get one last couple of comments and move to a vote.
This kind of question, I think, I feel very strongly that it should be answered between the parents, the school, the teachers, and the school community council. I don't think you can make a rule like this that doesn't have a lot of implications. There are people that want their children in schools where technology is actually a central focus. It's a huge thing. With that, I call the question.
Okay, question's been called. Requires a vote of 10 members. We're calling the question about whatever's on the floor, so.
You just vote against it. You just vote against it.
Let's see, so we got two up there. I think we're on the top one, correct? Correct. On the 25%. Okay, that next one is just in the queue. Okay. All right, so the motion on which the question's been called is that the board amend R277-495, draft 1 to add after line 83, requires students to perform in excess of 25% of required coursework on an electronic device, accepting courses specifically designed to instruct students on the use and features of a computer-based program. The motion is calling the question on whether to proceed immediately to vote. So, with that, let's see. We have open. This is to call the question on that motion.
No.
Not voting on the motion.
Not the motion. No, the motion.
Okay, Member Hymas? Got three more. I don't think we have Hymas. Let's see.
Hymas might.
Member Hymas is a yes. I'm calling the question.
Okay.
I think they're all there now.
One more. Yep.
Check to make sure the color.
Yes.
Okay. Member Norton is a yes. That motion passes 10-5. The noes are Green, Carey, Earl, Bogus, and Klein. So we proceed to a vote on the underlying motion, which is that, as we read that previously, for 277-495, add after line 83. So, please vote. Oh, okay. As soon as your screen tells you to vote, please do so. While we're getting the tech, I'll just read it again for the audience online. The motion now before the body is that the board amend 277-495 draft 1 to add after line 83 requires students to perform in excess of 25% of required coursework on an electronic device, accepting courses specifically designed to instruct students on the use and features of a computer-based program. And we have now voting open. Chair Hymas, Member Hymas? see. Do we still have Member Hymas with us? We may have lost Member Hymas somewhere in the, he dropped? He's somewhere in the wilds of New Mexico or Texas. All right, that motion fails 14-1 with the yes vote, Member Klein. Okay, that takes us back to the underlying motion. In the interest of time, Member Klein, were any of these in backup? Submitted in backup for the amendments you're going through? Oh, no? Okay. How many do you have that you would like to proceed to? One more? Okay, let's, two more on this rule? Okay. All right, let's tee those up. Okay, Member Klein's got a motion. Go ahead, Member.
Thank you. So on line 101, I would add activity, program, or event. The sentence as it is incomplete.
Is there a second?
I would second that.
Member Bogus seconded. Deputy Superintendent Stallings. Yeah.
Staff agrees.
Like, if it's just a grammatical thing, they can make those technical changes without votes.
Deputy Stallings, did you want to comment, or does that?
We agree with this amendment. She's correct.
Okay. All right, so this is a clerical error that's being corrected, language that was intended to be but was left out. Do we need to vote on that, or can that just be added with staff's concurrence? Clarification? Any objection to that? Okay, we will restore that language as intended. Thank you, Deputy Stallings. Back to you, Member Klein, or is Member Bogus in?
I'm happy to defer.
Defer, okay. We got one more.
So lines 107 to 109, I would amend to read as follows. Use of electronic devices in violation of an LEA's or teacher's instructional policies may result in the school contacting a parent to address the alleged violation. And the previous language, I don't know if you want me to read that.
You can, or I will, once it's framed up and if we have a second.
I personally would second that. I think it's good.
Member Bogus has seconded. Okay. Would you like to speak to the motion, Member Klein?
I think rather than just confiscating somebody's personal device, which is protected by the Constitution, that if it's creating a problem, that a parent should be addressed or contacted to know how to address the situation. That the teacher can work with the parent if a student's device is becoming an issue.
Okay, that has been seconded, so discussion to that motion. Floor is yours. Oops, there you go.
So I do agree with the due process that's articulated here. I also believe that maybe the consternation could be with the word confiscate. So there are times that it is appropriate to take a child's phone from their hands. It could be being used to bully another child. It could be used to literally as an object with which to hit. The idea of engaging the parents to address the alleged violation, I like that language a lot, but the idea that a teacher should not ever take a phone, I would disagree with that. I think we have issues that do come up that would warrant that, and maybe the language needs to be whatever. I would like to send this back to committee, honestly, but I can think of an amendment on the fly. Just give me a minute.
Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, just wanted to remind again that this is minimum standards that any district or any entity could add additional language or additional clarification. So the other thing is, if I think we might have just the time-wise that it would take to be doing this on top of what we're asking our educators to do already, or even administration. It just seems that, the idea that somehow parents are going to say, don't take your phone to school, I'm not sure that's going to happen. And so I just am looking at this as a time barrier, and each school may have to deal with it differently. The couple of schools I've been in recently, they do have different protocols. Some don't even let it into the classroom. They have to put it in a pocket. Others let it in, but there's certain times when they can and cannot use it. So I just think this is left more to an LEA to decide.
Okay, Member Bogus. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I would move to amend the original language in line 108, I believe it is. Do I have that 10? Yeah, okay. And so in 108 it says may result in the confiscation of a privately owned electronic device, and then strike the language for a designated period and replace it with until such time that the device is retrieved by a parent. Mm-hmm.
Let's see if we got that up there and if we've got a second. Let's see. Temporary withholding. Okay.
May result in the confiscation of a privately owned electronic device.
Does that capture the amendment? Motion to amend?
I don't see it. Oh, it's clear up top. May result in contacting the parent to address the
Well-
alleged violation.
I think isn't yours replacing confiscation with temporary withholding? Have I lost the script?
So I don't think either of those is what I said. I would like to amend lines 1 and 108 to strike the words Oh, I apologize, Superintendent Stallings. I'll wait.
So this may be in the nature
Yes, I would
of
be
a
happy to
substitute motion. Let's hear what it is and see if it's.
I
in
would be
order.
happy to say it again. I would ask it that we strike the language after devices for a designated period, to strike that language and to replace it with the language to be retrieved by a parent. Yes, and so then it would read in full that the use of electronic devices in violation of an LEA or teacher's instructional policies may result in the confiscation of a privately owned electronic device to be retrieved by a parent.
That's in order though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so that's a substitute motion to substitute. Can we just reword that as a motion to substitute? And then that would be that the board amend lines 108 to 109 by striking for a designated period and replacing with to be retrieved by a parent. Member
I think I need a second.
Wood. Oh, we don't
I'd
have
be
a
happy
second.
to
Do we have a
speak to the
second?
motion.
Do we have a second? We hear Member Green, second. Member Wood, well, you spoke to the motion, right? Okay, Member Wood, did you? Well, take a sec, we're trying to.
It's two birds with one stone. It offers the parental engagement that we're asking for. It it puts that back in the parent's hand. It connects the parent with the child, and it also honors the fact that there are reasons teachers should be confiscating phones, especially for issues such as bullying or using it as a weapon, like something to hit or strike another person with. And in those cases, I think it is appropriate for the parent to come pick it up and engage in that conversation so that the student understands that their behavior moving forward should change.
Thank you. Member Wood.
I'm concerned that we are micromanaging the policy of an LEA. Every LEA has its unique areas where how they function. I was substituting last week in a classroom, and the teacher said, you know, hey, at the very beginning of the classroom, she said, we've had a few issues with our phones lately. She said, so I have this grocery sack or this lunch bag. She said, if I see you, you know, not using it when I've asked you to be off of it, I'm going to come in. I don't want to touch your phones. I don't want your germs. I mean, she was very clear. This is junior high. She opened the sack. She put it in. She turned it over. She stapled it. She said, it'll be on the edge of your desk to take with you when you go, but for this class period, because we've had some issues, I thought it was kind of a brilliant thing. She didn't have to touch the phone. They put it in there. It took it away for that period of time. No one actually ended up needing it through the whole class period that I was there. But I think we have to give some flexibility. We at this level don't see how each individual, some of our schools don't even allow them now. So every policy has to be unique. That's why it's an LEA policy. I think we're micromanaging.
Member Carey.
No. So I just wanted to speak against this motion. Like Board Member Wood, I was recently speaking to a superintendent in my district, and he's talking about some schools that have a lot of success with a very strict electronic device policy. I think we've all been to schools that don't permit them or have strict policy, and others. But again, we're setting a floor, and any LEA can construct their specific rules to that, to their need. And I wouldn't feel comfortable intruding on that flexibility. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Carey. Okay, we'll vote or last comment. Let's see.
So I
Member
just
Bogus, Member Klein, and then we've got to get to a vote.
Thank you, sir. I would just offer that it says may result. I don't view that as micromanaging at all, just that we're following that and that we're not taking kids' phones and keeping them. That's my concern about the language as it's written, is that does a teacher get to keep it for a class period, which honestly, Member Wood's example was brilliant. That's great teacher practice. But I think we need clarity that what is a designated time period? Because I would argue that a teacher keeping a phone for the week is probably inappropriate.
Thank you, Member Klein. Member Lear? Never mind.
Not to pile on, but I represent a district where many parents would be working. Many parents don't have transportation. Sometimes the oldest child is a parent substitute. So this wouldn't work for many districts there's many schools in the districts I represent.
All right. Thank you all. No further lights. Let's vote. The motion is substitute motion that the Board amend lines 108 to 109 by striking for a designated period and replacing with to be retrieved by a parent. And voting is open. Member Hymas, are you with us?
It's intermittent, so no.
Right. We're going to catch him when he passes a mini mart in the desert. Yeah. Member Davis, are you with us in the hallway? Would you like to vote? Okay. Voting is closed. That fails 11 to 2. The yeses being Member Bogus, Member Klein. All right, back to the underlying. Let's see where we stand here. So we go back to Member Klein's underlying motion, which is that the Board amend R277495, lines 107 to 109, to read, quote, use of electronic devices in violation of an LEA's or teacher's instructional policies may result in the school contacting a parent to address the alleged violation. Member Wood.
I have a substitute motion.
Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to maintain the language as is in 10709 with and add at the end, and may result in the school contacting a parent to address the alleged violation. Yes, and add the language from Member Klein's at the end.
I'll second.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to maintain the entire language as is, but just add that section at the end.
So it's been seconded. Let's get it up there, and then you can speak to the motion.
Actually, just the and may result. Yep, thank you.
Okay, back to you. Like, speak to the motion, Member Wood.
I think that having parents involved is always important, and so I like that part of it. But I think that teachers writing in that they may need to take it away, they may need to. So.
Okay, Member Straight. No, let's see. Where are we here? Who was up first? Member Straight. Yes.
Oh, no, Klein was first.
Member Klein, was that to this or
Yes.
left on? Okay, Member Klein, then Member Straight.
So I would be okay with this, but I would think if it is so severe that the phone has to be confiscated, then it should probably be a shall instead of a may, if it reaches that level of disruption, or instead of just a may. That way, you know, you've got accountability going both ways.
They're both mays.
And transparency to the parent as well, so that the parent knows that there's an issue and can address it with their child. And it doesn't become just a power struggle between the teacher and the student, if perhaps the teacher is acting rashly in taking it away. So it would maybe make them think twice before taking it away. But, you know, obviously there are issues that may sometimes creep up in that regard. So I would just amend the motion, the substitute motion, to change may to shall.
Is there a second to that? Not hearing a second. So back to Member Straight to speak to the substitute motion for Member Wood.
So I think we've heard enough anecdotal discussion today that we could make a list of may a mile long. They already have the may. LEAs can enact they can do the may on any may we may put in is already there. So I'm against it.
Okay. Any other discussion of the motion? All right, and I'll just say the reason I seconded, the may is there, but it highlights that this is an option and suggests it perhaps to those that are trying to comply with the rules. So I like the motion for that reason, and seeing no further lights, let us vote. The motion is that the board amends lines 108 to 109 by adding at the end of subsection E and may result in the school contacting a parent to address the alleged violation. Member Hymas, are you with us? Nope. Let's see. Member Reel? Member Hymas? Are you out there? No. Okay, let's see. Who else are we missing? Member Davis. And Member Lear. We have Member Lear. Okay, we got 13 cast. That motion passes by a vote of 9-4. The noes are Lear, Reel, Straight, and Vice Chair Hart. Okay, so let's see. I think that actually replaces the motion that was on the table and may conclude the motions that were teed up to amend this rule. All right, so that brings us back to the rule as amended. Wait, let's see. We did amend. We had one amendment. So motion back before the body then is on the underlying motion, which was, am I getting this right? Did I miss anything in all the amendments? And so we're back to the underlying rule as amended then, correct? Yeah. Okay, as amended with the substitute amendment. The motion then is that the board approve. Oh, I'm sorry, Member Bogus.
Yeah, thank you, sir. I would just move that we send this back to committee for further deliberation and amendment. I think we've got with a second, I'll speak to the motion.
Is there a second to refer back to committee? We got a second. Member Klein, you speak to the motion. Member Bogus.
Thank you. I think a lot of really great conversations have happened here today, and I appreciate that. And I think we need to flesh it out before we run it through in another complete cycle, including, as I do some research while I sit here, the annual climate survey. A lot of parents are reporting, I think it's in excess of 40%, are reporting that electronic devices in classrooms are distractions. I think we need to consider that data, and I think we need to continue to have this conversation and get it right before we ship it out. That would be my thought, and so I would move that we send it back to committee for further deliberation and amendment.
Discussion of that motion. Member Vice Chair Hart, are you? No, you're not. Okay. All right. Seeing no further lights, the motion is to refer back to committee R-277-495. Let's tee that up for a vote. Let's see that. We're missing Davis and Hymas. Matt, still not with us? All right. That motion fails by a vote of 9-4. The yeses being Vice Chair Hart, Member Klein, Member Bogus, and Member Green. That brings us back then to the underlying motion, which is the board approve R-277-495 as amended. Did I get that right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Seeing no further lights, please vote. All right, voting is open. Okay, let's see. Member Reel? I don't think we have you. Member Hymas, Member Davis? No? Okay, that passes 9-4. The noes being Member Klein, Member Straight, Member Green, and Member Bogus. Okay, so back to Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This going on to item number 3.8. This is Rule 277-551, Charter Schools General Provisions. This came before Law and Licensing as the deadline for its 5-year review approached. And the recommended action is that the committee recommends that the board continue R-277-551, Charter Schools General Provisions on second and final reading.
Any discussion to that motion? Member Bogus?
For clarity, this is 551?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
551.
So in my document here, Chair, it says that the committee moved to direct staff to work with board internal audit staff to bring back updated amendments at a future committee meeting.
This is a continuation, though. So you vote the continuation and then bring back.
Deputy Stallings or Director
I'm just
Rasmussen, who wants
confused.
to?
So.
Thank you, Chair. Just as a clarification, when 551 came to committee, there were some discussions of significant amendments. The committee moved to just continue at this time And so there are no amendments being made today. You're just continuing it. If we don't continue it ASAP or by within like 10 days, the Office of Administrative Rules will sunset the rule, meaning it'll go away, and they very much they're not pleased with us. So if you don't want the rule, the better motion would be to move to repeal. But the amendments to 551 will be coming in a future meeting, not this week, but likely in November or. Oh, that's right. The decision was made to make the more substantive changes after session.
Answer the question? Okay. All right, seeing no further lights, the motion is that the board continue R277-551, Charter Schools General Provisions on second and final reading. Motion, Member Hymas? Nope. Motion passes unanimously, 14-0. Back to Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 3.9, Rule 277-553, Charter School Oversight, Monitoring, and Appeals, Amendment and Continuation. As with 551, this came up for its 5-year review before Law and Licensing, and the Law and Licensing Committee recommends that the board continue and approve R277-553, Charter School Oversight, Monitoring, and Appeals, Draft 2, on second and final reading.
Any discussion of that motion? Seeing no lights, let's vote. Member Hymas, are you with us? We're missing one, I think. No Member Hymas. That passes unanimously, 14-0. Back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 3.10, Rule 277-555, corrective action against charter school authorizers. And the Law and Licensing Committee recommends that the board continue R277-555, corrective action against charter school authorizers on second and final reading.
Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none, members please vote. That passes unanimously. Back to you, Vice Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. This is item 311.
What?
3.11.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Also known as 11. So 3.11.
I deserve that.
R277-210, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Committee definitions via amendment. The Law and Licensing Committee recommends that the board approve R277-210, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission definitions, Draft 1 on second and final reading.
Any discussion of that motion? Member Klein?
Yes, I have some motions to make here. My first is to amend lines 132 to 136 to read, let's see, let me just pull this up here. So to amend draft 1, lines 132 to 136. Get there. This is the educator misconduct definition. So it reads, educator misconduct means, and this part is all already there, unprofessional conduct, conduct that renders an educator unfit for duty. And then C is where things are added, conduct that is a violation of standards of ethical conduct, educator code of conduct, state code or state law, boundary violations, or professional competence as provided in Rule R277-217. So the additions are the Educator Code of Conduct, state law, boundary violations. And then there was an extra word in there, let's see, performance. I took that out because it doesn't, it's just, it's kind of hanging by itself and there's not context around it. So it looks like it's not supposed to be there, unless somebody can add context to that for why that should be left in.
Okay, is there, let's see, do we have it up there as you intended, Member Klein?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Member Green. Okay. Back to you, Member Klein. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Okay. Well, 217, educator standards is used, or educator misconduct is used throughout these sections, 210 through 217. And that's what the educator is, when there's a hearing or there's an investigation, it's based on what is found in the educator misconduct. And so it felt like it was important that we include those other aspects that teachers are held to, but have not been included in the educator misconduct definition that is used throughout. So just to clarify what educator misconduct actually includes.
Okay, Member Bogus, then Member Lear.
I actually had a motion, sir. I don't have any comments to this.
Okay, Member Lear.
The committee really looked at this rule for a singular issue, and the other parts of this rule, as well as a couple of related professional practices rules, were painfully worked out some years ago that involved all stakeholders. And it was a very productive, painful experience. But I would be very reluctant having had the committee not look at all of the issues, but really looked at a singular issue in here to then start changing this piecemeal. So I would not support this motion, not that I wouldn't someday at some point, but I think that that task force should be reconvened before we start changing some definitions.
Okay, Member Bogus and then Member Booth.
I have a motion, sir. I don't have a comment to this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, Member Booth.
Thank you, Chair. I spent some time talking with friends in LEAs across the state, and this morning as I was driving up, had a chance to talk with Superintendent Nielsen of Nebo School District. And I echo the concern that Board Member Lear has raised, that this has been very carefully and thoughtfully considered in the past, and there would be a need in my mind for it to definitely go back to committee or a task force to start making changes. There are too many things that have legal ramifications, and we're talking about people's lives in a very real way, impacting life in a huge way. And so I would suggest that we go ahead and make the adjustments, the slight adjustments we may need to make, and then if there are feelings on the board that this needs to return for further deep dives, then we do it in that way. I've always been one that believes in local control. I'm very much excited about, at the state level, watching and overseeing licensure and making sure that that is exactly what it ought to be. But I believe that our local LEAs have a handle on, and if they don't, they can be trained to have a handle on other employment issues that need to be handled at the local level.
Thank you, Member Booth. Vice Chair Hart.
I think this is gonna have to go back to committee, so I'm making a substitute motion? A substitute motion to send this back to committee for further consideration. A motion to postpone. There you go. Oh, sorry. I don't, well, my name doesn't go
We,
on the
we
right
do need a
list.
second.
I'm sorry.
Member Bogus. There you go. All right,
I don't
motion
go
is to
through
postpone and send back to committee. Member Lear?
Indefinitely, not,
No, I sent it back to committee.
yes, but not necessarily for November.
Oh.
Could be maybe after a task force or after more discussion or.
No, just when it goes back to committee, I think the committee should decide that. Oh, well,
We'll assign it to the committee and the committee decides what to.
I,
All right.
So-
Member Davis? Let's see, am I jumping over people? Member Klein, I think you might be ahead of Member Davis. If you were on for this motion to postpone and refer.
I would be okay with sending it back to committee. I think, I feel like, as I was studying these different sections, I know 217 is coming up next time, and it feels like doing these first is putting the cart before the horse. Because if things get changed in 217, it will affect these, and then we'll have to amend these again. So they probably should all be done at the same time, or at least do 217 first, and then do 210 and 211, so that any changes made in 217 are reflected or can be added to the drafts for 210 and 211, so they're all consistent.
okay, yeah, as a preview, I agree. And as a preview of coming attractions, I plan to make that motion when it's appropriate, but I was told I couldn't bundle the motion. You know, I'm agreeing with you, but we can't postpone those until we get to them. Am I saying that right?
Yes. Yes. Next up is item 211.
The items
So
you're
this is
talking about.
210. They appear to be related. Looks like somebody's going to bring perhaps a motion on 211. What's before us is a motion to postpone 210 and refer to committee, which leadership will arrange with committee leadership to set up that meeting or assign the meeting. So any further discussion of the motion on postponing and referring 210? Member Davis?
You have a question for the motion maker? Sure. Chair, if that's
Yes.
acceptable. So I came here today just wondering, don't we have in the background, it says that following the most recent UPAC working group. I mean, I know we have a working group for UPAC with a variety of stakeholders represented. So did the committee make this decision based on the information from the working group? And if so, why are we postponing? But honestly, any changes to UPAC should go through that working group first. We have a process for a reason, and I'm not sure why we are talking about making UPAC changes at all without first running these through our established process with our UPAC working group.
A question for the maker?
Oh, of course. Sorry, Chair.
Please, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Another board member was speaking to me. That's just my question. I guess I would amend that if we are going to push anything UPAC back, we need to look at our UPAC working group and then bring their recommendations and then have our conversation. Member Klein, where that brings your point in, then we can discuss in committee and full board.
So I guess the question whether that was discussed in committee. The committee did its work, brought it to the board.
And
they've
I'd
brought
take
a
it back.
motion.
My answer would be,
and-
I'd take that consideration back.
And the motion is to take it back into committee. Go ahead, Member Hart. Vice Chair
The
Hart.
only thing I would know to answer or to say to that is, I would take that consideration back to committee, and that would be something we would talk about there. I don't know how to answer that other than to say, agree, and that's why I want to take it back to committee.
Okay, further questions, Member Davis? There we go.
I'll make an amendment then that the postponement include convening the UPAC committee to discuss the UPAC changes, working group, and then those be vetted by the committee, and then those be brought to the board.
Deputy Stallings or AAG Buse? Sorry? Got you. Thank you. Thank you for,
And
while
my-
we're looking at the parliamentary point, Deputy Stallings.
Just wanted to clarify, we don't currently have an active working group on UPAC. So we have the UPAC Commission. So the working group that we had former board chair Huntsman, former board member Brittany Cummins, board member Lear. So it's not actively working. There haven't been new assignments. So I don't know if you want to make a motion to resume the working group and then have board leadership assign new members, and then we could do as board member Davis. Just wanted to clarify that we don't currently have a active work group.
Vice Chair Earl.
That's what I was going to say. I think once a working group is done, they absolve, so to speak, and then we call back up a work group as necessary. Am I speaking truth? I think that's the case.
Right. Okay, let's see who else is in line. Member Lear.
Onyx. There we go. I have been told periodically that that is one of my assignments, to be on that working group. And so I assumed that they were not just placating me and saying, you really do have another assignment, but that there was an active working group. Not active, I agree with Angie, it hasn't met. So that's one comment. The second comment is this could be remedied if we could just postpone. I would totally support if it just wasn't coming to committee in November. So I guess I could make a motion, a substitute motion.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, that's
AAG
what
Buse,
Michelle-
that's what we're checking on.
Oh,
So you need to vote on the motion to postpone, unless you're just amending the time you're going to postpone it to.
but it can't, time is not indefinite. Postpone until.
Generally, if you don't say a time, it's postponed until the next adjournment of that meeting.
Okay, so you'd say postpone for at least 3 months?
You can do it to a specific time like that. You can postpone the time, you can amend the time to postpone.
Okay, and I would make an amendment.
Your speaker needs to be.
Oh,
Hit your
let's
button.
get you.
Hit your button.
Let's do it this way. I would move to postpone as a substitute amendment to, or motion, for at least 2 months, That gives those who are feel this is more urgent, that gives them some investment, and it also allows for leadership to evaluate the bigger picture.
Okay, does that frame it? Refer back to committee and postpone the matter for at least 2 months. Is that
Well, refer
State it.
back to me, yes. I mean, can I take out, refer back to committee? And
it's your
just-
substitute?
Yeah, I just saying,
You own it.
I don't know that,
She can only.
Oh, am I wrong? Okay, I'm sorry.
I can.
You can only change the time, so you can
Oh,
take
that's
what
right.
was already
Okay.
teed up and then just change the
Let
time.
me, that's a postponement or a stalling factor that I think will work in the moment. And postpone the matter for at least 2 months, giving us time to reconnoiter.
AAG Buse, does that look okay? It's in order? Okay. All right, so the motion's teed up, it's in order. Do we have a second? Hearing no second, we go back to, oh. All right. Got a couple seconds. Okay. Member Lear, you've spoken to the motion. Does that frame up what you'd like to say? Okay. Discussion of the motion, Vice Chair. No, we have Member Davis first. Vice Chair Hart, or Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you. We all received an email on September 29th, so just like a week ago, with the attachment of our current USBE committee assignments as of January 13th, 2023, and the UPAC task force is on that list of assignments. So I just, look, however we figure it out, whether we convene a task force with stakeholders or we decide as a board we're no longer going to have this committee, but always in the past when we've worked through UPAC issues, it's always worked through this, what appears to currently still be a UPAC task force. If we don't want to do it, let's get that figured out. But there's wisdom in it. So I would suggest that we convene that task force. Thank you. Not as a task force, maybe in that structured way, but perhaps as a working committee.
Okay. Vice Chair Hart, did you have a light? Vice Chair Earl?
I was just going to confirm what Cindy said and speak truth to what Carol said. So that task force exists there. So, but it's a matter of looking at what that entails if we're going to do that. So.
Okay, so the motion, the amendment to the substitute motion is that the board refer R277-210 back to committee and postpone the matter for at least 2 months.
You have a question.
Member Hart, Vice Chair Hart.
Can I ask a member of staff, is this one of those continuation issues where we need to continue and then to avoid sunset? There were a number of those.
No, this is not a continuation. However, Ben can describe, there is some time, there's a small amendment that did come out of committee, which was in draft 1, which without that passing leaves the UPAC commission in kind of limbo, and he can speak to it better than I could.
Thank you. Ben Rasmussen, Director of Law and Professional Practices. Deputy Superintendent Stalling is correct. This is not a continuation issue. This is a matter of the rule amendment was brought forth to correct some confusion as to a couple terms that are used in the board's presumptions, namely whether or not boundary violations are repetitive or whether they create a pattern, because that has an effect on what discipline should be imposed. There's some confusion as to the meaning of that, and so we tried to address that narrow issue by bringing these amendments forth. That there is some concern that we address that so that that confusion is taken care of, but legally it's not time sensitive.
All right, follow up, I think Vice Chair Earl, did you have a comment?
Well, policy 1004 talks about task force. I was just going to highlight what that is. A task force means a time-limited committee or other working group created by a vote of the board to work on a specific project. So if we're going to do a task force, we probably need to, in committee or something, pull something together so we can actually determine who the members are and what their intent is, what the purpose is. So we have it spelled out, task forces. Members will be appointed as follows, and then there's just A, B, and C. So there's some criteria to it. It's not just, yeah. So I think probably we'll need to just have it in a committee or before the board next month so that we can delineate what those are, because the board needs to vote on it.
Yes.
But the nature of that task force or the makeup of that task force would not be decided by a committee, rather by leadership, right?
Board.
What does it say?
Vice Chair, you got that?
Yeah, I'll read it. It just says the members will be appointed as follows. The board may determine areas represented on a task force and make nominations for membership in an open meeting of the board.
So
Or the board may give authority to the board chair to determine appointments to a task force. So there's two criteria, or two possibilities.
My question being, it doesn't need to go to committee to make that determination. It could happen otherwise.
Yeah, yep. It could come before the board next month or something like that.
Or not for at least 2 months. It can't come.
Task force, not the rule.
Oh,
The task
yes,
force.
that's true.
So,
True.
Okay, sorry, did that answer the question?
Yes, it did. Thanks.
All right, I see no further lights, so we've got the member Lear amendment to the substitute motion is that the board refer R277-210 back to committee and postpone the matter for at least 2 months. Seeing no further lights, do we have? Deputy Stallings, did you have a point you wanted to make before we vote?
My light's red. I just wanted to share that I did draft a potential motion based on the conversation I've been listening to, that the board could, one, approve our 277-210 draft 1 today, 2, refer 210 back to committee to be reconsidered after at least 2 months, and 3, request the Law and Licensing Committee discuss reinstating the UPAC task force. So you could do all 3 of those things if you wanted to get the small issue resolved today and on its way, but then still maintain these more discussion of these more substantive issues through a potential task force.
Okay, would anybody like to make that motion? We that would not be in the nature of Michelle, AGBs?
To postpone, you need to first vote down that motion to postpone that you have on
All right, that
right now.
can't be an amendment to the substitute, okay.
And then go ahead and make this amendment.
Okay, all right, that's not an amendment to the substitute. So, what we have before us then, Member Davis?
It's long to wait for the mics to be hot. I just want to be clear. If we vote for this, if we put this motion on the floor, if someone moves this, then it opens this whole thing up again to all of these amendments that people are going to bring forward now that we haven't vetted through committee, nor have we vetted through the UPAC stakeholder task force, correct? But if we just postpone, it would give time for anyone who wants to make changes to this to submit all of those ideas to the potential task force and law and licensing committee to fully see where and when and how they could be incorporated, and then come to the full board to debate out.
Okay. Any further? Well, let's bring this to a vote, and then we've got lunch waiting, but I think we've had a good discussion, and you don't want to bring... Member Lear, did you have a comment?
We have to vote on her amendment.
On the one hand, I appreciate what Ben says about the singular issue and wanting greater clarity. On the other hand, I would like to leave the development of a task force discussion more open-ended than Angie's motion. And because I agree with Cindy, she was involved too, so she understands the depth and breadth of our process before. So let me scroll down one more time to Angie's motion, and I just am not, maybe we just amend, maybe what I need to do is amend Angie's motion. No, not right now, after we vote on this, so that it's more reflective of what we want to do. Could that happen, Cindy? I want to do that too. But Ben's issue is not unimportant. Well, and that's why I don't want to do this one, but we could do a different motion. All right.
It's all right.
It's a procedural
We
difficulty.
Fair enough. All right, so we have, once again, the motion before the body is Member Lear's. No?
It's an amendment, right?
Hold on.
It's just mine, yes.
Yeah, that's what's before us, is Member Lear's amendment to the substitute motion, correct? Okay. That the board refer R277-210 back to committee and postpone the matter for at least 2 months. All right, let us vote. Right. The amendment is adding the 2 months part to the motion to postpone. Oh. Thought I voted. Sorry. Member Hymas? No luck. Okay.
Sorry. I'm back. I came in late to the discussion on this agenda item. I'm going to abstain on votes on this agenda item.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So we need members Davis and who? Lear. No, you need 8 yeses. Okay, one more. We need member, let's see, I don't know. I'm not going to call anybody out. We just need one more. 5 seconds. All right, we're still trying to work in the Jeopardy music. That'll come next month. There you go. Okay, fails 9-4 with 2 abstentions. Lear and Hymas abstaining. Davis, Green, Booth, and Norton voting yes. So that brings us back to the underlying motion by Member Hart, which was that the board refer R277-210 back to committee. And I see no lights, so let's vote on that one.
Member Wood.
We do have a light. Excuse me, Member Wood.
I called your name.
I have a question. If we make the motion that Deputy Superintendent Stallings has recommended, could we add in 211 and 217 to that motion?
Yes.
No? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no lights, are we teed up to vote? Let us vote. Member Hymas? This is to refer back to committee R210 without a definite time period. The amendment failed.
I would rather not. Is that a no vote?
To refer back, if you're a no on referring back to committee on 210, then yes, that's a no for this one.
No.
You're a no? Okay. All right, that motion passes 10-5. The no votes are Hymas, Klein, Norton, Lear, and Earl. Okay, so that I think takes care of action item. Rule 210. I've lost track of what number we're on, but back to you, Member Carey.
I'm in line.
Oh, excuse me,
Oh,
Member
no,
Hart.
no, 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 after he says his piece.
All right. Vice Chair Carey.
The next item is item 3.12, also known as 3.12, R277-211, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission Rules of Procedure, notification to educators, complaints, and final disciplinary actions as an amendment. The motion of the Law and Licensing Committee is that we recommend that the board approve R277-211, Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission Rules of Procedure, notification to educators, complaints, and final disciplinary actions, draft 1 on second and final reading.
Discussion of the motion, Vice Chair Hart.
I move we postpone this to, did we ever decide? To the same time we decided on the last one.
We didn't decide. It's just referred to committee.
Refer to committee.
Okay. Any discussion to that? Do we have a second? I think I heard a second, right? Yes. A couple of seconds? Okay. Member Davis got it. All right. Motion is that it's a substitute motion, the board refer 277-211 back to committee. Member Lear, no. Member Klein. Okay. No comments. She's out. Okay. All right. Let us vote.
Hymus is a yes.
Hymus is a yes. And let's see, we've got one more. Member Straight? Sorry, I need to stop calling people out. I didn't mean to do that.
Well, you're not calling them out. They don't realize.
I know. Well, in some cases, they're just still waiting, and I don't want to shine a spotlight on them. So wait as we like. All right. So the motion to go to lunch passes unanimously. Not really, but that does get us there, I believe. Vice Chair Carey, does that conclude law and licensing? For the main body of your, do we want to do the second one before lunch or after? Okay.
I have a motion.
Yes.
I move that the board convene a UPAC task force prior to the bills that were just postponed coming to committee. Bills. Rules. Thank you.
Rules.
Sorry, rules.
Would we like to consider that after lunch, or do you want to consider that before we break for lunch? Not hearing anything. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we've heard a couple of seconds. So the motion is to convene a UPAC task force. Let's see how this is framed up in terms of your timing. I want to make sure you get the intent. That would be rules 210 and 211, correct?
Well, and if I could add 217, that would be amazing.
That was not just referred, that's already in committee. So the rules that were before the body were 210 and 211. Yes. Okay. 210, 211 in committee.
She just said you can add 217, and she did.
If I could add
Okay.
217
That wasn't
appropriately,
referred,
I
but
would.
you want to put that in there?
I would,
Okay.
yes.
So let me just ask a question. Is 217 technically part of UPAC?
Oh, my God.
Being part of the teacher standards? Okay, so that's the motion. Motion is to refer those three. We had a second? 2 or 3 seconds? Okay, discussion of the motion? Okay, I'll just say I think 217 is already under discussion. I think okay, I'm just speaking. I'm just saying I think 217 is already midway through discussion. It's not a UPAC process, it's the teacher standards, and is already going through committee. Member Davis, are you up first?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll
Sorry.
speak to the motion. I think it's a wise motion, but I think that, you have two choices now. Somebody can move that the structure involves these types of stakeholders or these types of people. Or if they don't, then leadership will just choose some people to be on it. So board members just need to decide which way they want to go on this. Well, if you didn't put a time on this, so I mean, it's presuming that it's going to go before it comes to committee. So they are left really with an open ball if you want to just toss it and say to figure it out. Or perhaps we could make a motion that the structure of stakeholders looks similar to what it has been in the past. Whoever that's been, the state charter board chair and the teacher chair and the whatever chair, I don't know what it's looked like in the past. I've never been on it. But maybe we move that it looks like that structure has been in the past to add some form to it, at least in position or organization.
So is that an amendment, or we got member Carey in line over here?
I move to do that. I feel like I'm going in the dark because I haven't been on it, but someone who knows or is familiar with it maybe could be better. Or I'll go ahead and make the motion and then we can discuss it.
Let's see if we got it teed up there.
We've got Carrie.
Member
just gonna point out.
Carey, we're just trying to make sure we got member Davis's language teed up there. Let's see, are we getting that? Do we have member Davis? Does that capture it? We got it up there? Does that work? Let's see. Okay. Oh.
I think that does capture.
Oh yeah, we're still that close.
Sorry. Member Carey, we got what you intended. It's been seconded to member Carey.
I just have 2 points of clarification. Vice Chair Earl shared something earlier, and I wasn't quite sure where she was pulling that from, but it was my understanding that our current board rules or policy require that this body appoint the members of the task force or give that authority to leadership. I want to clarify that first. And then my second point of clarification is when it says including similar stakeholder makeup, is there a list of those stakeholders that the board can currently look at to understand what that similar stakeholder would be? Position. Yeah, I would just like to know what that similar.
Is that a Deputy Stallings question, or do we know? Sorry, Deputy Stallings. If you don't, sorry. Oh, who seconded? It was Member Davis's motion, right? Whose motion? It was.
I think I did.
Member Lear was on the second there. Okay. I think, yeah, either Deputy Stallings or I think Member Vice Chair Earl's got access to language.
Yes, and So I do think the two most prudent options would be for the board to either request board leadership convene it, and then allow board leadership to make the determinations on the committee makeup based on the prior stakeholder makeup. I do not have the prior list right now. I'd have to do some research. If Ben were here, he might be able to pull it out quickly, but I don't have the list of individuals who participate on that task force readily available. If you wanted to postpone discussion till after lunch, we could do it. But the two things you could do, either the board request board leadership convene the task force, or you could request or defer this discussion to and have the Law and Licensing Committee discuss the makeup of the task force in their November meeting.
I think I know.
Any response to that? Member Davis?
Yeah, I think I need to, if the second is okay with this and the body, I think I need to change my motion to amend, and it would be in Member Wood's motion, to change the word convene to create. And then when it says, including a similar stakeholder makeup as the most recent UPAC task force, and bring to the full board for approval or revision in November.
How's that looking? Hold on, let's make sure we got it teed up right, then we can get discussion.
In November. In November. At the end of that motion.
On 3?
Mhm.
Three should have in November, right? Okay.
Leadership. Yes.
got it?
I'll say there's
Okay.
yeah
we-
going to
we
be
got-
pros
we
and
got it
cons, but
framed
I
up.
expect that to be fleshed out right now.
Okay. So yes, discussion to the motion. The motion to amend is framed up on the board, and Member Wood. Or no, I'm sorry, Member Carey. Let me look at my.
I had a point of clarification.
Okay, back to Member Carey.
Yeah, just, I had two issues. The one has been resolved by the revised text, but the second one was when we say that we want to recreate it with a similar stakeholder makeup, I'm asking if anyone can produce whether they're stakeholders or positions or people, but before I vote on a motion that says we're going to recreate a task force that's similar to the last one, I would like to know the composition of the last one, if that's possible. And if not, I would recommend that we break for lunch to give staff the opportunity to track that down. But would it be wise to break for lunch, or is that?
That sounds wise,
Okay.
I think, from what I'm hearing from a number of sources. Sure. Oh, hang on, we gotta get you, there you go.
I think one of their considerations should be the timing. Convening or creating, I can see as workable. As intense as that work was, as time consuming, I'm troubled by doing it just as the legislative session begins. So I just want you to think about that. I totally agree with creating or convening or whatever, but in terms of starting its work, the time we put into that, 11 meetings over almost a year period, was just very time-sucking.
Okay, let us break. We are breaking for lunch back at 2 o'clock to make it a good round time. Motion to table. Somebody want to make that motion so we can officially table it till after lunch? Member Bogus has moved. Is there a second? Let's see, show of hands. All in favor of tabling? Can we do that without a full vote because it's not substantive? Any opposed? Seeing none, we are at lunch.
Jenny.
Feedback results in information being shared from teacher to student, and student to teacher. Highly effective teachers provide positive and constructive feedback to guide students' learning and behavior. Feedback is most effective when the student has a goal and the feedback is actionable, informing the learner regarding areas of strength and areas needing improvement, along with clear ways to improve performance. By providing strategically delivered, ongoing, age-appropriate feedback that includes verbal, visual, and written forms, learners reach their established learning goals. Teachers also need to collect feedback from students. The more information gathered about their teaching, the more informed changes a teacher can make that will be beneficial to the students and the teacher's development. In addition, students must be given the opportunity to engage in thoughtful discussions and provide feedback to their peers in a way that is relevant and meaningful to learning. Listen for how feedback is shared within the classroom.
Fix your hair with tape, said Dad. So you can fix.
Wait, tell me this word I didn't quite hear yet.
Can.
Not, it's like can, but it has another sound at the end. What is it?
You can.
Can't.
Can.
And do you see that little thing right there? This is an abbreviation for two words, cannot. So you cannot, but instead of saying that, we just say you can't.
You can't fix my hair with tape.
Beautiful.
Animal that you saw in Mrs. Wishy Washy. Who could name an animal? Raising your hand, because Miss Hanson loves it when you raise your hand and you don't shout at me, because it hurts my feelings when you shout. Who can raise their hand for an animal that they saw? There was a whole bunch that we saw. Julius?
A pig.
A pig! Let's see if Miss Hanson's got a pig. Oh, I got a pig! What other animals did we see? Aubrey?
A cow.
A cow! Let's see if I got a cow. Miss Aubrey, did I pick up a cow? Yeah, sweet. What other animals did we see? Diesel?
A pig.
A pig! Do we have a pig up there?
Yeah.
Yep, we do. And I do not have another pig.
Duck.
A duck? Let's see if I got a duck. Ooh, I got a duck. Is that a duck?
Yeah.
Yeah? What other animals are on a farm? Now that we've named the 3, what other animals are on?
I need some friends to come and roll my dice for me. Amelia, I like how your eyes are right up on me with your hands in your lap. Will you come do one of the dice for me? And Danny, will you come do the other dice for me?
Yay, Daddy!
All right,
6 and
here we go. How many is on the green dice?
6.
6, right at 6. Plus adder and 2 equals. We're starting at our 6. We're counting 2 more. Teresa, clip up. Thanks for having your hand on your head, being ready to go. Thanks for showing me you were ready to go. Hands on your head, ready and go.
Okay, but look at your equation. What does it say?
9 take away 4.
Oh, I don't need more fingers, do I? Okay,
Yeah.
put up your 9. Now, knock down 4 of those fingers. Oh, what is it? 5. It's so important to watch that symbol, huh?
Yeah.
Yep. How are you to use the counters? Why do you like the counters?
Because you get to put them on.
You like to move them around? That is pretty fun, huh? What strategy are you going to use on this side?
I guess I could do hands.
You want to keep using your hands? It's good to keep practicing it, huh? Go for it. You're doing great. I didn't see a single mistake. You did awesome. Hey, you. Let's have a look. How do you feel about this strategy? We're going to try that one again, okay? And this one. Okay, let's try these ones again. Read this equation with me. Ready? Okay, show me 9 fingers. All right, now what are you going to do? What? 4 what? Take away 4. Okay, show me that. Okay, now what do you do? How many fingers did you have left? 5. Yep, you're right. Go ahead and do that. Okay. All right. Show me.
I'm with his sister.
Oh, nice. Who is Max? Is that your cousin?
Uh-huh.
Nice. Good job with your goals.
And his sister's name is Bailey.
Max and Bailey are your cousins. Nice job. Which one is Max and which one is Bailey? Maybe you
This
could.
one's Bailey
Oh.
and this one's Max.
Maybe you could add some labels so that we know who is who. Can you read me what you wrote?
Asked her if I could dip my carrots in broccoli and ranch.
What did she say?
Yes.
She said yes. I love dipping my vegetables in ranch too. Nice job with all of your goals, friend. You have all three.
I am eating lemon.
Oh, what goes at the end of our sentence?
Karen.
And how do we spell ing? Ing. How do we spell ing? Not eat n. Eat ing. What 3 letters?
I-N-E-T.
Okay, let's fix that real fast.
Turn your neighbor and tell me a word that starts with the letter L. Lion.
Say the whole word, not the sound.
I forgot to figure out the syllables. Lizard. Lollipop. No, lion. Lion. I like, look.
I know you are ready when you are sitting on the carpet. Side by side. Your card is in the air. Thank you, ladies. Lilith and Lucy are ready to go. Their journals on the floor in front of them. Thank you, Asher. Angel, can you put your card in the air, please? Thank you, Angel. Let's let everybody pick their card and find their partners, and then you will get to choose. We've got odd number of people today. Friends, find your partner in 3, in 2. Sit on the carpet together in 1. Once everybody's sitting in, you can go find a partner to sit next to. Card in the air, please. Oh, not talking yet. Thank you. Card in the air, please. Journal on the floor. Journal on the floor. Hey, Isaac, would you pick a group to sit next to, please? Peter, can I have your card? Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay, put your journal in your lap if you have the longest hair. Okay. All right. So Aiden looks like he has the longest hair. Put your journal in their lap. Ready? Point and read. Can you read your journal to your partner? Yeah. No, you just stay right there. Just stay right there. We don't have enough time for you. Read your journal.
Good. I noticed. I noticed there's a little watermelon. I grow it in straight in my ground because look, I make it this blue. I was eating pizza on Friday and Tuesday. It was delicious. What do you notice?
Where should you be looking, Aiden?
I know
Stephanie, can you read that again, friend? Because Aiden was busy playing with his journal.
I was eating pizza on Friday and Tuesday. It was delicious. What do you notice? And that's just you. Yeah. What else? The sun.
Jackson, are you being respectful to William right now?
I was eating broccoli and carrots dipped in peanut butter, and it was good. What do you know?
Were you ready?
Bears can
Kill? Tell me the sounds of kill. If board members could return to their seats so we can reconvene. What letter says K? I. K goes with
I heard that too. Make sure that's clear. All right. Where are we? Is that Molly's? Who's Vice Chair Hart? I know. All right. Back on. Sorry, we took a little bit longer. We left off. What do we have teed up on the board? Let's go back to our conductor on this train. We had a motion teed up and then we tabled. Yes, we tabled for further information. I think the motion was on the floor when we tabled and sought further information. So, let's see. I think we were deferring to Angie. Did you want Deputy Stallings to pick up on the request for information? Oh, there we go.
You can see on the screen that the most recent UPAC task force makeup included 11 total members, 5 board members, and then 1 of each of the following: an LEA superintendent, a former UPAC member, a PTA representative, a UEA representative, an LEA HR director, and then 1 former, or may have been current, I can't remember if it was a former current contract hearing officer. And then you see the staff that supported that task force. Oh, he was an active contract hearing officer.
All right, thank you. Let's just get back to then what was pending so we can bring that information back into the discussion. Do we have the motion that was on the floor? I think it was Member Davis's motion, yeah.
Yeah, whose motion was that? Was it Member Wood?
Well, we got to see if we're going there. Okay. Okay, charter directors, like you? Royce is laughing because I just voluntold you. All right. Is this? Let's see. There was a motion to postpone, wasn't there? Let's. There we go. Member Davis's motion to amend, I think, was what was pending, right? Member Davis, am I getting back to where we were? Okay. All right. So.
Amended for the UPAC, for the task force people.
Right. So I think the motion was that, then we tabled and asked for information, which we just got. So Member Wood's motion, initial motion, is on the board. Convene a task force, including a similar stakeholder makeup as the most recent task force before addressing UPAC rules 277-210, 211, and 217 in committee. That was pending when Member Davis made the motion to amend to replace the word convene with requests board leadership create, add including a similar stakeholder makeup as the most recent UPAC task force, which we just heard about, after task force in the motion, and add at the end and bring back the task force makeup to the board for approval in November. All right, I think that brings us back to where we were. Yes? Okay, we're back. So, it's on the floor. Do we have discussion to that motion? Let me just see what hold on. Why did I not have my list? I've got Lear, Straight, Davis, and Wood, and Bogus. So, Member Lear. Oh, I'm sorry. I've lost my wingman. There you go.
So I don't know if this is necessary in terms of the leadership direction, But I would, if it's necessary, if I'm told that it's necessary by parliamentarians, I'd like to add maybe a new sentence or something that says to be convened at the end of the legislative session, 2024.
So that would be an amendment to the amendment.
Or
Is
is
that
it-
in order? I think that's in
well,
order.
And or is it just, because is that something already in the control of leadership to decide when the task force begins meeting?
I would assume that's in the discretion of leadership to decide if this passes, when they start meeting. Are you-
I'm open to that. If that's true, then I'm good. And you of all people would, I don't think, want to start it in January, so I would think.
Well, let's see what the body does. I think that would be in our judgment discretion to, decide scheduling. So if that's satisfying answer.
I'll add let me add it just to help you folks with that decision, if that's okay. Or maybe not, maybe it won't pass, but, I'd like
Your
to add.
amendment is definitely in order, so whatever.
All
you-
right, so create a UPAC task force to be convened in March 2024. To be convened in March 2024. I'd like to give you more flexibility than that, but. Yes, maybe just after the end of the legislative session. That's what would be my amendment, after the end of the 2024 legislative session.
Okay, is there a second? Member Booth seconds. Discussion from the maker. Have you addressed it?
I think I already did that, saying I know the intensity of that discussion before and the importance of having many stakeholders involved who could consistently attend. And so I think not putting that at the very busiest time of the year would be a really wise move so that we can have the best, the best informed possible stakeholders.
Okay, Member Straight. I think we are, so we might have to consider this one before we have any other amendments. All right. Well, let's see. We've got Member Davis and then Vice Chair Earl. Back to you, I think, Member Davis.
Oh, well, if we're out of amendments,
this.
I was going to add a member of the State Charter Board. But no, we have a list of what the makeup was before. Oh, did I miss it?
No, it says similar.
Similar stakeholder makeup as the most recent.
All right.
Wide interpretation and emphasis on similar.
Okay, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I just want to, the original stakeholder group, can someone talk to me, maybe Carol can, about what was the original intent? Was the intent to deep dive and relook at all of these laws and align them and put them into, do you know what I mean? Was it a real deep dive? Or was it peripheral?
No.
Member Lear, let's see. Want to hit your button? There we go.
It was very, very deep dive, and it was the staff was great in that the staff brought us data of there have been X number of disciplines of this type, and then we had other information from other stakeholders about these were the effects of that, and it was very thorough. We looked at all of the related rules. I think there were about 4 or 5 that we looked at together so that they would be aligned with each other. I thought it was, and I didn't love everything that came out of it. Believe me, everybody didn't get everything that they wanted, but I thought it was and we had Angie reminded me we had a professional facilitator so that nobody's agenda drove the meeting. And I thought it was just very thorough.
Okay, and the reason why I'm asking that question, I'm trying to understand if what we're trying to do is a few modifications or if it's this extensive revisions. And that's why I'm trying to balance out task force versus just committee on what I'm looking at, and what the benefits or the side effects of the two are. So that's what I'm weighing out in my mind, is trying to decide whether or not this needs to be a revision or a massive deep dive, or if it's some modifications to make it better. So anyways,
Can I
sharing
just
that.
add a short
Sure.
comment to
Member
that? Because I think that's a very important question, and I think in terms of the time the board has, it's meaningful. I think what we learned in that discussion was that pieces are connected to other pieces. So while we started doing one thing, we realized that that how LEAs report information was connected to what the teacher standards were. So I think, I don't know how, I can't speak to the depth, but the connections of the pieces are very, very important.
Okay, let's see. Other lights? I don't think we have any other lights. I think we can vote. So, Member Lear's motion to amend is that the board add the following, quote, "to be convened after the end of the 2024 legislative session after task force on the second line." Voting is open. Oh, sorry. And did we have I'm sorry, did we have a light on still, Member Davis?
Specific amendment.
Okay. And I've shared my concern that this would put us after the legislative session, and especially on something that's already in committee on 217, we wouldn't be able to conclude that action. So I think, are we set for, I'm just talking while we're, okay, we are up? Okay, we're up. Member Hymas, are you with us?
Yes, I will be voting no on this. Thank you.
I heard no. Is that correct? It's a little bit faint, but okay. Okay, with 15 votes.
Yes, that's
in,
correct. It's a
motion
no
fails
vote.
by a vote 11-4. The yeses being Davis, Reel, Lear, and Norton. So that brings us to Member Davis's, nope, Member Woods' motion. No, Member Davis is correct, sorry. Just scrolling up. Let's see, let's go back to Member Davis. There we go. All right, so we have Member Davis's motion to amend. Any further before I read that one? Member Straight.
You know, I think I need to wait one more, so I wanted to delete 277, 217, excuse me, I was on a long, but now would not be the appropriate time for that, correct? To remove
Let's see,
217?
would that be in order? No, okay, I think
Okay.
you're right. That would wait and see if this one passes or not. Okay. Let's ask AAG Buse whether that's in order as part of Member Davis's
You could
amendment to
amend the
Member-
amendment, so we're back to doing a second amendment, or it's amend the amendment to remove 217. So it would be like a subparagraph
That would be in
4
order?
under that. It's
Okay.
amending the amendment. Since we got rid of one
Okay.
of the amending the amendments, you're now only on your second
Second
amendment.
amendment? Okay.
Yes, it is. It's in the original, all three.
It's in the original, but not the amendment.
Oh, that's true. It's not in this amendment. It's only in the original motion.
Yeah, do it on the next one.
Okay. Does that sound right? Okay, we go to Davis first. All right. Okay, so let's leave that up there and we'll hold, and Member Davis's is on the floor. I don't. Member Davis spoke, so I think we're ready to vote, or
I was
no?
going to amend my amendment.
Okay, so to amend your amendment. So that is in order, if it goes to the language of your pending amendment, right? Okay.
Yes. And I just want to add that the organizations in the makeup the invitation will be extended to the organization to invite their own representative, whether it's on LEA, the head of all the LEAs, or, well, the board leadership would extend the invitation to each of those organizations, and board leadership would obviously invite 5 board members. But on the other organizations, that they would be allowed to send a representative of their choice. Maybe someone has more institutional knowledge on all of this than someone else does. Extend the invitation to the organization and allow the organization to send the representative.
They're like, would you like to go to dinner with me tomorrow night? And I'm like, can you remind me who this is? Because I get some creepy text messages. That's a creepy message to get in the middle of a board meeting. I did. I'm totally good. That's a good. I think it's clear. It's so cute. Red. Well, right there.
Does that look correct? If those are the groups that are in the, whatever it was last time, that looks perfect.
Is that the list that was from last time? Is that where we're pulling that? It said similar, I guess, right? So, I don't know. I'm not making the motion. I just want to make sure we're tracking it. see, do we have it up there? Member Davis, sorry, does that look like what you're, this is Member Davis's motion, right? Yeah. Does that look right? Yes. Okay, and is that the same list of groups then from, we pulled that from the last task force, yeah? I don't know who knows that, I'm just trying to make sure. Is that Deputy Stalling? And Jenny says yes? Okay, so we're tracking, this is the same list as, okay. So the requirement, Member Davis's motion, is that the board add a number 4 stating, add a requirement, the board leadership extend an invitation to the UEA, PTA, USSA superintendents, and UPEHRA HR directors for the name of the person they'd like to fill the appropriate membership position. Seeing no lights, let's tee that up for a vote. Member Hymas.
No.
All the votes are in. That fails 8-7. The yes votes being Booth, Straight, Wood, Norton, Reel, Lear, and Davis. Okay, that brings us back to Member Davis's underlying motion to amend, that the board amend the motion to replace the word convene with request board leadership create, including a similar stakeholder makeup as the most recent UPAC task force after task force in the motion, and add at the end and bring back the task force makeup to the board for approval in November. Oops. We voted on Member Davis's amendment to her motion, so now we're back to her motion. So seeing no lights, let's vote on that one. Oh, Member Hymas?
No.
Voting is complete. That motion fails 8-7. The yes votes being Straight, Reel, Booth, Wood, Norton, Davis, and Lear. Okay, let's see. Where does that leave us? Member Wood's motion. That the board convene a UPAC task force before addressing the UPAC rules R277-210, R277-211, and R277-217 in committee. Seeing no lights, we can proceed to vote on that. Oh, Member Hymas. Member Hymas.
No.
All right, Member Hymas is in now. We're missing 2. Did we get Hymas in there? Okay. Okay. All right, voting is complete. That motion fails 10-5. The yes votes are Lear, Reel, Booth, Davis, and Norton. And that brings us back to Member Hart's substitute motion. No. Where are we?
That's the next item. You're up.
So, where did that end up then?
We're now to.
Did ours, okay, so 277-10, was that, what, did we refer that to committee? Okay. And to 11 without the additions. Okay, back to Vice Chair Carey then, I think. Yes, he needs to be.
Thank you, Chair. This next item comes out of a law and licensing special meeting that was held on October 3rd of this year. The item before the board is 4.2, the State Charter School Board request for exception from board-approved new school application process. And the motion before the board is that the Law and Licensing Committee recommends that the board approve a timeline exception to the State Charter School Board's board-approved process for approval of new school applications related to the American Principals Academy New School. That motion passed out of committee on a 4-1 vote.
Okay, discussion of that motion. Seeing none, we can vote.
Imus is a yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah. Four left. I don't want to call out names, though. Oh, okay. That's it? Okay. Member Reel, are you out there? All right. I don't want to miss anybody who's wanting to vote. Voting is closed. That motion passes 12-2. No votes are Norton and Lear. Okay, back to Vice Chair Carey. That wraps. Okay. On to Standards and Assessment, Chair Booth. You're not alone.
Allowing or for any stakeholder input on something as important as that. But okay, I'll try to clear my mind and move on with the rest of the meeting. All right. There's some important informational items in backup, which I hope you have availed yourself of. If not, you can catch up after the meeting. There's some really excellent informational items there, and particularly our expression of gratitude for adult education and for educator licensing and the work that is being completed there, and the CTE standards revision implementation process that has been developed. So moving on to action items, 6.5, we had the Board Policy 5002, and we had quite a discussion, and Member Earl moved that Board Policy 5002 be updated to include a non-voting member from the Utah Association of Assessment Directors, and the motion passed 4-1, and but we had no motion for the board. However, I believe there may be a motion pending from one of our committee members.
Yes,
you,
I
Vice
would.
Chair Earl.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that we add the language to Board Policy 5002, Assessment Accountability Policy Advisory Committee, that on line 7, 73 and 74, we add, and one member of the Utah Association of Assessment Directors. And that was what we discussed in our committee, but this is the official motion here.
So is that a motion to amend the committee motion?
There is no motion, so this is the motion.
Okay, I'm sorry. Gotcha.
Yep.
All right, so that does require a second then, right?
Yeah.
Because it's not the committee report. Chair Booth seconded. Deputy Stallings.
There's not a committee report, but there is a draft one with that in there. So all the
So I
motion
could just
would
say
need
would
to
be move
be
draft
is
one.
to approve
Okay.
draft one on, just
Okay.
to approve draft one.
I move to approve draft 1.
And we don't need a second then? Or we do? All right, all right, Chair Booth's second goes to that motion. Got it. All right, discussion of the motion. Member Davis.
I support the motion because this is a great format and framework, and that's a great addition. Our assessment directors do a ton of work in this space, and when we make big policy decisions surrounding things like this, it's important to involve stakeholders.
Okay, further, seeing no other lights. Oh, Member Klein?
I guess I'm just thinking of stakeholders kind of maybe in a new light, that possibly it could be a conflict of interest or a special interest. And I'm just trying to figure that out in my mind. Is this really helpful to have them on, or is there possibly a conflict or a personal interest of that organization to be on this, to move things in a, I don't know, just a thought. But I'm not comfortable with this at this time.
Response or further discussion? I see Chair Norton.
Chair, I just wanted to respond to that comment, if that would be okay.
Sure. To
Okay.
Member Davis? Or no?
Norton,
Yes.
that'd be okay too.
No, I mean, responding to whom?
To the comment that Board
Member Klein.
Klein
Gotcha.
just meant,
Yes.
yeah. And that is, I think we have better education when we have a wide group of people involved. And the more different viewpoints that we see, the better our product would be. We hope in all areas that people come in without their biases, et cetera. But oftentimes when, you know, you do walk in with a bias and you listen to other people, you can see some other viewpoints, and that can, you know, enlighten as well. So I don't think it ever hurts education to include, you know, business people who are going to be hiring these students that graduate, parents who know the impacts of assessment on students, as well as assessment directors, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's a good idea to look at a diverse group for our stakeholder groups.
All right, thank you. Member Straight.
So I'd like to go back to line 57. So I did serve on this this committee. And if you go down to 9 and 10, that should actually be a 1X, shouldn't it? Yeah. So we got to fix that typo. But we have 2 at-large members with assessment expertise, and we have 2 LEA assessment directors. Now we want to add another who's part of their leadership association. So that'd be a total of 5 individuals, and I don't think that's bad, but I think it does skew the committee a little bit. So I would like to make an amendment. And the amendment I'd like to make would be for number well, I guess it doesn't matter. So let's make number 9 1 LEA assessment director, and then make another Roman numeral 1 association assessment, 1 from the association. So we keep the same numbers. We still end up with 4 individuals who have assessment expertise or who are assessment directors. So
Okay, let's see if that's, oh, sorry. Go
yeah,
ahead.
so the motion is to remove in number 9, change 2 to 1, and make a new number 10, make that the association organization member, and then 10 leave 2 at-large members. So we keep the same numbers and not skew it too much.
Vice Chair Earl. Oh, well, we need a second there. Do we have a second?
Yeah. And I think Joe carries for me.
Well, we have a second, so now we can discuss if folks want to weigh in. Member Carey, are you up first? Yeah.
Yeah, I would speak in.
Well, although I didn't, I hate to cut you off. I forgot to ask Member Straight if he wanted to speak as the maker. Did you have further? I keep jumping from the maker.
Which is a good idea. We are actually adding one member.
I thought I did. It's your mic. Hold on.
No, I should have looked. So on line 74, we are adding one member. What I'm saying is, let's replace that one member, because I think this is a great idea to have the Utah Association of Assessment Directors have a member from their organization. I think that's a great idea. But let's not increase that number. Let's remove, make that replace line 67 and 68 and then 69. Keep the same number at 4, so we don't have an over-representation from just one group. Although I think they're a very important member of that group. It would just keep it at 4 instead of add it to 5.
Member Carey.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in opposition to the motion. My primary concern is that now we have 2 LEA assessment directors with voting power. And we're under Board Member Earl's motion, we would be adding a non-voting member from the Utah Association of Assessment Directors. I would feel uncomfortable replacing one of the 2 LEA assessment directors, which I would view as a dilution of power, in order to replace an LEA assessment director with a member from the Utah Association of Assessment Directors. So that would be my concern. Under the original motion, we would keep the 2 LEA as voting members, and the third member from the Utah Association of Assessment Directors, you would have the benefit and insight of that entire organization, but they would not have that voting power, which I think goes to a Board Member Earl's concern about a conflict and a special interest group having voting power within this organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I'm going to speak against this, and here's the reason why. If you go listen to our committee meeting, we discussed this thoroughly. Right now, the people on that association have the possibility of having up to 5 members from their committee be on this this particular group that are voting members, because they are vested in this. They can fill the at-large places. There's 2 of them. They can fill the assessment directors. And I think it was also expertise in at-risk or underachievement. So really, why we put them on as a non-voting member is we did value their feedback and their input, but they already have the ability to possibly get up to 5 people from their organization on this committee, even if we didn't spell that out. So I would speak against this because I just feel like we want it broadly spread. Most of the assessment directors and a lot of people are already engaged in this association, and keeping it balanced with enough people, but not overemphasis in one area. And that's why we felt that we wanted their expertise, we wanted their information, we wanted someone from that association. We didn't want to belittle that, but we also didn't want it so heavily weighted that it may take away from, anyways, or not add to, I guess, maybe that's the more appropriate way, so.
Okay, I think we're back to Member Straight and then Member Davis.
Yeah, just a nuance. If you notice, I am moving the non-voting and moving them to a voting position. I think that's much different. I think their impact as a voting member would be more amplified from the association, the voice of the association, through this committee as a voting member rather than a non-voting member. So, and you know, if it makes things work better, we could move that person down from assessment director. We could move another assessment director down to a non-voting position. In other words, you're just flopping that keeping the same number of votes and adding someone in from the association, from their association as a voting member. So I think that's a nuance that's important to remember in this discussion. I think it's a great idea to add them in, but I think they should be a voting member.
Vice Chair, do you want to respond to that? And just for clarity, just so we understand what
They've
is
never,
and what ought to be.
they've never not had I mean, they have voting members on there. They're in there already. They're there, they're present, and I just think they're going to be there. One of their individuals is most likely going to fill, if not 1, 4 or 5 of these positions. So I guess it's up to the board if they want to do that. I just don't think it's necessary.
Okay, Member Davis. Oh, there you go.
I'll speak in support of the motion. The way I'm understanding it is that where it says 2 individual LEA members, that would become 1 member, and the association member would pop up to take that second spot. So it would be 1 vote for 1 vote. There wouldn't be any additional influence. And the assessment directors choose these leaders to represent them in meetings just such as this. So it stands to reason that that person would be on the committee.
Okay, any final discussion to the motion? Seeing none, I think we can tee up to vote. Motion then, from Member Straight is to amend that the board remove 1 position from number 9 and create a number 10 with that remaining position to have 1 LEA assessment director and 1 Utah Association of Assessment Directors members. Was that a yes, Member Reel?
This is for the amendment.
This is for Member Straight's amendment, correct? Oh, Board Member Hymas?
No.
Did I don't know if I... Oh, sorry. Thought I did. Okay. We have 1 more. That motion passes. Voting is complete, 8-7, with the noes being Klein, Hymas, Green, Carey, Earl, Reel, and Bogus. Okay. Back to Chair Booth. Oh, wait, are we done with that one? No, we are not done. Sorry, that was just a motion to amend.
Clarification, they're going to be a non-voting member and a voting member now too, right? We've scratched the non-voting? Okay.
Okay, so we're back then to Member Earl's motion that the board, that the board approve Board Policy 5002, Draft 1, as amended by Member Straight's motion. Any discussion, Member Wood?
Can we confirm that that motion did eliminate the non-voting? Because I didn't see that in the wording, but I might have. If not, I'd like to motion that we strike non-voting member.
Clarification to whom? Who's our best person to? Elise is raising? No? Oh, okay. All right. Do we need Deputy Stahl? Oh, did she We're just asking for clarification on what was passed, right? The effect of that, whether it was to eliminate one of the maybe just tee that up for Elise to make sure we know the technical question. This is about what just happened, Elise. So Member Wood.
Right. The motion as stated does not specifically strike the non-voting member in line 74. That is in draft 1.
That's correct.
So I move that we strike line 74 from draft 1.
Is there a second? and seconded.
Second.
Line 74. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Did we get a second on that? Yeah, okay. Discussion, I don't see any lights. The motion is to amend, that the board amend the draft to strike line 74. So, yes, let's vote. Member Hymas? Motion is to
I can't read that.
Sorry, the motion is to strike.
So I'm gonna abstain, Jim, if that's okay, Chair. Sorry, I'll just
Gotcha.
abstain. I can't read it. Thank you.
We got you. Thank you. Okay. Did I vote? Yeah, I did. We're missing 3. Two more. Line 74, which was. One more. Okay. Okay, voting is complete. With one absent, motion passes 12 in favor, 1 abstaining, 1 no. No vote being Member Klein and Member Hymas abstaining. Okay, let's see. Back to Chair Booth now, right? Back to Vice Chair Earl's motion. I thought that was as amended. Okay, no, you're right. Sorry, we're back to as amended. All right, so the underlying motion that the board approve Board Policy 5002, Draft 1, as amended. And Member Booth.
We're back to the next item.
No, sorry, we're back to the underlying motion now that it's been amended. So we're still on, yeah, we're ready to vote then, unless you had comments to the motion.
No, I
Okay.
don't.
All right, I think we're set to vote then. Yes, voting is open.
Member Hymas is yes.
Thank you. Yeah, is Member Hymas in there? He's a yes. What's that? Oh. Okay, one more. I think we are missing. Who are we missing again? Member Reel. Okay, so voting is closed with 14 votes. We've got 10 in favor, 4 against. That motion passes. No votes are Member Klein, Member Green, Member Carey, and Member Bogus. And now we're back to Member Chair Booth.
All right. Item 6.6, action item R277326. It's the early learning amendment. And the committee recommends that the board approve R277-326, early learning draft 1 on second and final reading.
Any discussion to that? Member Klein.
I'll just reiterate what I said in committee, that this exempts teachers of the deaf from early literacy training, the training requirement. And I just think that that's a disservice to our deaf students who need teachers that are even better trained to help them, because they have extra challenges with that. They shouldn't be exempted. They just, if anything, they should have more help in learning in how to help these deaf students learn to read.
Okay. Member Bogus? Or, no, sorry?
That would cause me to have a question, sir. Are they exempted from teaching traditional reading training, or are they exempted from training and instruction in teaching young deaf and blind students how to read?
What you answered is they are exempt, just the way you said it. They will not be doing the same letters training. What they do is their own specialized training around which students they would be addressing. So that is the difference.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Seeing no lights, we can vote. Motion is the board approves 277-326 early learning draft 1 on second and final reading.
Hymas is a yes.
Gotcha. Oh. Yes. It's gone. That's not a good option. I don't show myself up there. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'm the ghost in the machine. Let's see. We got member Hymas, right? Yep. Okay. Are we missing anybody? We don't have member Real, but okay. We're still doing the. I think so. Just like member Hymas, right? If your screen's not working. So member Bogus is a yes. And let's see. We still have 2 missing. We don't have. Do we have Bogus up there?
I can't put it in.
Oh, okay. All right. So voting's closed. We have 11 plus member Bogus for 12. 2 opposed. Motion carries. The noes are member Green and member Klein. Okay. Let's see. And that's back to Chair Booth, I think. Yeah.
Our final action item is 277604, and the committee recommends that the board approve 277604 private school, home school, and Bureau of Indian Student Participation in Public School Achievement Tests, draft 2 on second and final reading.
Any discussion? I see member Klein.
A lot of the amendments are to add in scholarship students. So I would think that the title of this rule should be changed to incorporate that as well, because it's not reflected in the title like the other things are.
So to add the word scholarship, I think that looks like it might have been redlined in, if I'm reading correctly, the title of R27604.
Say scholarship. I'm looking at it.
Did they add it in?
It looks like that was added in. They read your mind if I'm reading this correctly. Tell me if I'm not, though.
I'm seeing it on mine.
I'm in draft 2.
Yeah.
Okay, yes, it's there.
Okay.
All right.
They
And
got
I'll
you.
just, may I make a comment too?
Yes.
I'll just also say, what I said in committee, I'm concerned that this is so comprehensive in its, it feels to me like it was written such that at some future point, it could easily, they could swap out the may for a shall, and then, and in doing so, require homeschoolers and scholarship students to take the state assessment. And so I won't be supporting this. And I would maybe ask that there be some consideration into putting an explicit prohibition that that end up becoming a requirement at some future point.
Okay, thank you. That's not an amendment, basically a note for future consideration, okay? All right, I don't see any more lights. Nope, member Bogus.
Can't help myself, sir. After reading this, I have great consternation that this is not written in line with legislative intent. There's many pieces of this that, as I read it, and I don't just ask myself, what does this say? I ask myself, what does this do? And what will this, how will this regulate the families in these programs? And what will they be required to do as a result of their participation? And when I answer those questions,
I don't see this rule as in line with legislative intent, or at least the stated legislative intent of 215. And as such, I would move that we send this back to committee to re-debate and flesh out those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I'm not sure what, I mean, this is just if they want to participate in the estate assessment. This just provides a framework for that to happen. So I'm not sure what would be fleshing out in committee. This sets up if a private school, if a homeschool student, if a scholarship student, and I mean, it just, what would be the framework if they wanted to participate in the state assessment? It sets that all out. It creates a framework for that. So I don't know what the fleshing out part is. And that's if they choose that, these individuals. So I don't know if I'm missing something. So
Back to Member Vargas. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So my response to that would be, as a homeschool student, you can already take a test. You don't need a state rule to allow you to do that. You can contact a number of assessment organizations to engage your child to do that. And so you don't need that framework. And my concern is very much so in line with Member Klein's, in that one day we change a may to a shall, and it's game over. And our homeschool community desperately wants autonomy. They want freedom from data mining. They have made those choices, and this to me just is not in line with what our legislators stated when they ran that bill. And I have so many amendments, I just move it back to committee. Thank you.
Vice Chair Earl. Well,
Yeah,
let's see,
just
unless
one-
somebody
oh.
else. Nope, you got it.
just one other comment. I think this is if they choose to take the state assessment, which you're right, most homeschool families, if they want an assessment, probably will not go to the state to say, will you please give my child the RISE assessment? This is if they choose that and the availability for that. This creates the framework. So that's it.
Kelsey and Sybil. Is there a motion? Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was a formal motion. So you've got a motion on the floor to postpone and refer to committee. And is there a second? Superintendent, do you want to speak to that before we get to a vote? Okay. Is there a second to the motion to postpone and refer back to committee? Member Green, seconds? Okay. Superintendent?
Thank you, Chair Moss. Kelsey, could you bring the rule back up again? Whoever's driving. Greg, who's driving? Okay. Starting with line 13, I know there's an insert here, but this is not to throw anyone under the bus for the way we write rules. I'm certainly not an expert, but this is a good example of where we should be using student first language so that we don't start calling students scholarship students or BIE students or homeschool students, because they are all students they're participating in a program. So I want to caution us that we use student first language so that we're not suddenly labeling kids by the choices that their families are making for them or in any other way. You know how hopefully you all know how I feel about that it's, they're not a special education student, they're a student with a disability or a student so just if we can fix that as we go to our rule writing team, anytime we see that, if we can put student first language, I know that I have staff that would really appreciate that, as do I. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Member Davis. Oh, yes. Deputy Stallings.
Just FYI, we did receive that feedback previously, and these are actually defined terms in code. So scholarship student is a defined term in Utah code that we're referring to. So we actually don't have authority to change it in this case.
But we can take that to the we can take that to the legislature.
I'm
yes.
taking that to the Hill, sir.
Let's go. All right. Oh goodness. Okay, sorry. All right, Member Klein.
Yes, I was just going to comment on what Superintendent Dixon said, and as far as these distinctions, these are super important distinctions that families want to be distinguished by, so that they don't get accidentally lumped in or to the system's language or the terms that the system can regulate. And so I think we have to keep those bright lines where families have chosen a different way to do their education than what the state has provided, so that there's no ambiguity there, and there's no way that the state can come in and usurp or put regulations on them, and that is why there has to be those distinctions.
All right. I think I know where you're, Member Davis.
I just
Do we have a motion? I thought we had a motion. Okay. It's the motion to refer, so yeah, so Member Davis, then Member Bogus.
So what the committee proposed out just allows, my understanding, allows parents the option to participate if they want to, but they don't have to. But if we didn't have that they may participate in this, then, like, for example, the ACT that the state pays for in 11th grade year and the prep ACTs, they wouldn't have access to any of that. Is that right?
The question, if we don't include them here, would they not have access?
If these students couldn't
Yeah.
participate, would they not have access to any of those?
Deputy Stallings?
Green, red. Yes, this rule ensures that LEAs do provide that access for free to
If
students.
they want it, but
If
they
they
don't
want it,
have to
it's
do it.
correct. It is 100% voluntary, but it's not voluntary for the LEA to provide it to the
offer.
student. It's voluntary for the student and parent to take the test for free. But you're right, they could go to another provider and pay for it themselves.
Okay.
All right, we've got Member Lear, Member Bogus. Are you? Okay, Member Lear.
I've had several out-of-body moments in this meeting where I just can't quite believe what I'm hearing. But this is another one that feels like Tom Cruise and Minority Report, where we're afraid of what's going to happen. So let's insert lines and deletions and extra words because we're speculating what might happen in the future. And there is no sense of that. There's never in the 30 years that I remember working with homeschool students that we've ever suggested there should be testing of homeschool students who don't want it. This is just a permissive way for LEAs to manage the opportunity if individual families want it.
Okay, I've got Member Bogus a light on, and
I don't want to
No?
speak. I just would
Okay.
rather vote and then.
got it. Okay. Anything further, Vice Chair Earl? Were you going to speak to this?
No.
Member Booth jumped in. Okay.
My question is, why do we spend such a long time in committees and bring a recommendation, and then it's as if the committee never met? Not that I'm not enjoying all of the other views, but I feel like we better just start doing things in here, because we could sure use the time that we're spending in committee in here instead of going till 2:45 a.m. Getting things done, because recommendations of committees seem to just be ignored by those who were not in the committee meeting. And that's, if that's the way it is, I can pull up my boots and be happy. But I just like us to consider that all of us are trying hard to bring our best ideas to every meeting, and I don't want us to get in the habit of just ignoring those many hours that Law and Licensing or the Finance Committee or Standards and Assessment have spent in deliberating and coming up with what they're recommending to the board. because we're spending probably more time in the board than we were in committees. But anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Booth. And I'll just remind the members the good news and the hard news is we have a hard stop at 5. So we will not be here at 2 in the morning. Appreciate the work of committees, and we do have another, 10 members that aren't in the committees, and so we do want to hear from those that didn't have a shot at it, but let's try to move it all forward. I don't think we have any further lights on, so we can go ahead with a vote on the motion. The motion is, let's see, I don't need to read it. Motion is to postpone, refer back to committee, correct? Did I get? All right. So motion is to postpone, refer back to committee. Voting is open.
Imus is a no.
Thank you. Is that everybody? We're missing member Reel, I think. So, we got everybody. Voting is closed. Motion fails. 14 in opposition, 1 in favor. Member Bogus.
Someone could hit her button for her without saying it out loud. Now you're getting into minority report.
All right. Let's see. Back to Chair Booth, correct? No? I'm sorry. We are not.
We have to go to the underlying motion.
We still have the underlying motion. Apologize. Okay. Can we bring back up the underlying motion? This is on R277.
It failed.
Yeah, we didn't refer back, so we have pending R277-604. Member Bogus, did you have a? Please, you bet.
I'm sorry. Thank you. My question is, Chair, why did we remove written policies as opposed to just policies? Is there, as I reread this again, like third time, I go, I don't understand that.
I could speak to it if you'd like.
Chair Booth, would you like to defer to Deputy Stallings?
Me too.
Take it away, Angie.
The feedback we received from small school districts and charter schools is that there are times when some of them have never, ever received a request for a family or a parent, and they would prefer to handle it as a policy or procedure that's not necessarily written, because otherwise you have potentially, 100 LEAs that might be required to create a policy that's approved by their board that they never use. So there are many LEAs who do have written policies. Those that have more frequent requests have written policies. But that was a request from our smaller LEAs saying, please strike written, because we feel very confident and comfortable accommodating students even without a written policy. So it wouldn't give them, for example, the right to deny or, tell a parent or a student that they could not do it. I don't know if that helps, but it was a request of the smaller LEAs to reduce burdens.
I have a small follow-up.
Sure.
Would this create, and I know you say small in number, but would this create a situation where students would be treated differently without a policy in place to prevent it?
Right now, the rule allows each LEA to establish their own policy. So there's not a uniform, one standard way to handle things. And that is the question. There is, I guess, a risk, but because so many of our LEAs, especially the charter schools and maybe some of the smaller districts, have never received a request ever, that's really who made this request. So I would guess that most of the large ones do have policies in place because it is a frequent event. But there is that risk there.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. We're looking ahead here. Okay. Further questions, comments, discussion?
Here's my list, and I forgot to get to this one when I talked to you.
Oh, Gotcha. Okay. All right. Okay. Apologies. Our underlying motion then, right, is back that the board approve R277604, Private School Homeschooling Bureau of Indian Student Participation in Public School Achievement Test Draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's vote.
Hymas is a yes.
Thank you. We gotcha. All right.
Yes for Hymas and Straight.
Yes is for Hymas. Member Straight's not with us. Does that mean, okay, so voting's closed. Motion passes 12 votes to 2. The noes being Member Klein and Member Bogus. Back to Chair Booth. Does that conclude standards and assessment? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, we've just been trying to look ahead a little bit here. We've got an hour and a half until our hard stop. That completes our committee reports. And so we go to our number 7, our pre-K-12 science update. Melissa and Milo, right? Can you introduce yourselves? And thank you for being with us.
As Melissa's connecting, I'll introduce myself. So I'm Milo Mon. I'm the secondary science education specialist, and got to work with a lot of you as we were doing the supplemental seat standards back in the spring. So it's a fun time to be back with you and to talk about some of the fun stuff we're doing in science outside of standards. So you can. Okay. Oh, you just turned it off. Yeah, we turned it off, sorry.
It was green and I thought it had to be red.
It does have to be red.
Hello, Chair, Vice Chairs, and Board members. We are excited to be here today to share with you updates in our PK-12 science landscape. Oh, I love science. It's fabulous. What a wonderful thing. As Milo already introduced himself, I'm Dr. Melissa Mendenhall, and I'm the Elementary Science and STEM Education Specialist, and you've met Milo while I was setting up. So our agenda today is we want to share 3 different items with you. One, we're going to share with you some of our assessment results. I'll share the K-8 and he'll share the 9-12. And then I'll share with you completed science supports that we've had over the past few years to help our educators. And Milo will share the final section on what we have upcoming this year. So our statewide science assessment results. We have the RISE assessment that our students take in grades 4 through 8. It is a wonderful assessment. It's really built to mirror what instruction should look like with the same components. I want to give a shout out to our assessment people, Scott Ross Kelly and Jared Wright. They have done a fabulous job in creating these assessments. They start with a phenomenon, which is an authentic context where you would see a science concept in the natural world around you. And then it scaffolds students through a series of questions to use authentic practices that scientists use and authentic ways of thinking, we call those cross-cutting concepts, to ultimately make sense of the situation, to say, oh, this is the science concept at play. I can see that in this phenomenon, and I can see it in other things in my world around me. So I love our science assessment. The results that I'm sharing with you today, they are a summary of the 4 through 8 together. Because it didn't make sense to separate them out, they all show exactly the same trend. So before COVID, we had 51% of our students who were proficient on our Science with Engineering Education, or SEED standards. It dropped slightly in COVID, but it's come back up to now. We're about at the same level we were before, which is exciting, with 50% of our students being proficient on our science standards. And we're hoping with the supports that we're providing for educators moving forward that we can see that even go up more. So we're excited that not a major gap. We're pretty much back where we were and ready to move forward. So I'll turn it over to Milo for the next piece.
All right, so for our 9th and our 10th graders, we use the Utah Aspire Plus. And the Utah Aspire Plus is supposed to be an indicator of how well students are going to do on the ACT. And so the data here will look, the percentages here look very different than the RISE data, so don't be shocked by that. But you can see the data on the screen there for both 9th and 10th graders. And you can see that we've held from 2019 to 2023, especially from 2021 to 2023, 9th grade, we've had a steady increase. 10th grade, it's kind of going back and forth a little bit, but we are pretty well, or pretty high for our in 10th grade for on the Utah Aspire Plus. On the ACT, an exciting thing with our 2023 data is that we have not only bounced back on the science ACT, but we are the highest that we've been in the last 4 or 5 years in terms of the data for the science ACT. And this is mainly what 11th graders mainly take this, but it also does include 9th graders and 10th graders and 12th graders that choose to take the ACT in that regards.
Okay, so we would like to share with you some of the supports or resources that we've provided for educators in our state over the past few years. And these have all come as requests from them, as things that they need, or from administrators or from science specialists from districts saying, these are things that we could really use. So that's what we focused on. I've highlighted some of the main ones that we've done, some of the bigger projects. The ones in bold, I'm just going to quickly share with you. So for our core guides, educators that are using them out in the field and who understand how to use them are saying this is fabulous. It provides learning progressions from K all the way through 12 so that they can see, for my grade band, where is my part of helping them understand this science concept? What should they come to me with? Where are they going after? So that I can really support my students. So they love the learning progressions. There are also, we provide phenomena or authentic contexts where that science concept is found in their world around them, so that teachers have some idea, you know, what can I use with my students? And there's a list of these that they can say, oh, I like this, or oh, this makes me think of something that's more relevant for my students, where that same idea is at play. So they love having the phenomena in there. And also another big thing that we've been hearing, when we implemented the SEED standards, teachers were unsure, what does proficiency look like? What's the level of rigor? And so we've provided that in these core guides. It says this is what proficiency looks like, and here's some formative assessments that you can use that mirror the summative RISE assessment at the end of the year, so that you can see with your students, you know, where are they at? How are they making sense? Where might I want to support them? So the core guides have been very well received out in the field from the educators that have talked with me. We also have provided Canvas courses. These are all asynchronous, online, free of charge, and if educators complete them, then they get USB-E credits that work towards lane change for them in many instances, or relicensure. You can see the numbers show how many teachers have taken advantage of these courses so far. The course on the top is a general course for all K-12 educators that helps them understand the shifts that our SEED standards expect, from learning about or memorizing facts to figuring out, how do I have tools and resources and make sense of my world so that I'm in control? So that's a big shift for teachers, and this course helps them see those shifts. The other 9 courses, really, teachers were concerned when the standards changed. what if I'm not going to know the background information for the science concepts in my grade? So that's what these courses do, is they support teachers in understanding the science concepts that they will be expected to help their students with. And just on a really exciting note, this summer, we took all of the recommendations from educators that we've had over the past 2.5, 3 years, and we've been working on revising these to even better meet our educators' needs. And K through 5 will be ready to go in the revised version the end of this month. So that's pretty exciting. And then the one last resource, big resource that we've kind of worked on is the UEN Seed eMedia Hub. This has been a huge hit with educators. It's had, since we started it a couple of years ago, over 360,000 views from educators. That's a well-used resource. Within this resource, there are collections. So there are grade level or content area collections that have high quality resources that teachers may choose as they think about, how do I want to construct and implement instruction for my students? There's resources available for them. There are also collections from different LEAs that have said, we've created these things for our educators. We'd love to share them with educators throughout the state. So Davis School District, Jordan, Granite, Nebo, Provo, Cache have provided collections that teachers from across the state can look at. There are also community collections from organizations like our Informal Science Education Enhancement, or ICE partners. So there's a collection from the zoo, from the Loveland Living Planet Aquarium, from the Natural History Museum. So there are lots of resources out on this hub that our teachers can say, oh, I really want to work on this standard. Let me go find resources to see how can I best meet my students' needs. So those are some of the resources that we've worked on creating. We've also provided professional learning. Again, we've done this in response to the needs of our educators and what administrators and instructional coaches have said that they would like to have. So there are many. We're just going to focus on kind of the top 2 that are bolded today. So for the Instructional Coaches Academy, Milo and I did that last year, and we were really looking to meet the needs of, 1, what does effective science instruction look like and contain? And 2, what resources are out there that I can use as I'm planning instruction that will support effective science instruction? So those were kind of our 2 big objectives. This was interesting because it's a professional learning series, so they signed up as teams so that they had a support system. Could have been a district team, a school team, could have been like just a grade level team. We had teams of instructional coaches. We also had a team that had all the team leads from every grade level. They sent the team leads that could then go back and work with the rest of the teachers. So they attended in teams. It was 6 full days. And then between, they worked on things with their community and came back, asked questions. We provided more resources and supports. So we did that for 6 days. And I think the results are pretty telling because it's all about the impact. Did this impact what's occurring? So when you look at the left side of the screen in green, we looked at, so I know one of our big objectives was, I know where to access resources. So in the beginning, in the top left, you can see 5 is, yes, I totally know where to access resources. You can see it's pretty spread. Some do, some don't. There's a lot of in between. When you look at the bottom post-survey, look at the 4s and the 5s, they're saying, I know where to access resources that I can use to support effective instruction. So to me, that was a big impact for our teachers. Then on the right side, we also wanted to look at, did they understand what was involved in effective science instruction? Could they assess that when they're looking at instruction, thinking about their instruction, coaching teachers? So we have the 3 dimensions along the bottom, the practices, the cross-cutting concepts or ways of thinking, and then the science concepts, which are the disciplinary core ideas. Those 3 ideas are all part of our standards. So we wanted to see, do I know how to assess, is this supporting students in making sense of the world around them? The blue is like, I feel confident in that. The red is, not yet. I don't feel confident yet. So you can see at the beginning, there's a lot of red. Now you look at the bottom right, there's hardly any red. That's awesome. Our educators and our instructional coaches are saying, we know what we should be looking for and how we can promote effective science instruction. So that is exciting. And just kind of to hit it home, they could provide an open-ended response at the end if they wanted of this questionnaire. And so a couple of teachers said, one said, it was very beneficial to have things to try and implement in my own teaching. I tried to focus more on student exploration rather than just standing and teaching what was happening with the science. I feel as though I gained a lot of resources that I could share with my team as we planned our science instruction each week. That's empowering. I love that. Oh, and I just had to throw in the kindergarten one. I love that our littles are getting science. So in the time I've had to teach science, it's been really cool to change my thinking on how to teach science better than I have in the past and how to create better learning experiences. How wonderful for our kindergarten students. And then an instructional coach who has a big impact on many teachers across a district or within a school. An instructional coach said, I am a coach with a background in English teaching, so learning about best science practices, materials, lessons, standards, etc. has been invaluable in my ability to have deeper discussions with my science teachers as well as be able to better understand and focus on needs when observing science lessons. I have had the chance to observe several teachers and debrief with different focuses. A big one at our school has been the idea of phenomena. And how can we utilize that more in our lessons? So making it authentic to our students. What's happening in their world? I feel more prepared to support science instruction at my school than I did before. That's a wonderful, wonderful impact. And the last professional learning we want to kind of share with you is the STEM Institute. So this was set up similar to the Instructional Coaches Academy, where they attended in teams. But in this, they attended as teams of administrators, instructional coaches, and educators, maybe for a district, maybe for a school. So they attended the first year for 5 full days as a team. And the goal was for them to create a vision for STEM education in their context that really supported all students. And then they also were building an action plan with goals to say, this is how we can reach our vision. It's great to have a vision, but if we don't have some way to reach it, it's just a nice piece of paper on our wall. So they wanted to make sure they could reach it. So the first year we worked on that. The second year they were assigned consulting coaches that helped their team implement their action plan to reach their vision. So it's a 2-year process. And the 2 emails that I'm sharing because these were unsolicited. These came to me without being asked. So on May 4th of this year, I had an instructional coach say, we had an exciting opportunity at a certain school district. On May 11th, we had several board members and the superintendent coming to hear an update on what we have done with the STEM Institute the past 2 years. We are going to present on mission, vision, timeline, stakeholders, and what that looks like moving forward. So I received that and I was like, oh, this is exciting, something's happening. Then the day after that meeting, I got an email from a teacher who was on that team that said our school district representatives were actually meeting with district admin, if you didn't already know. 2 board members and our superintendent came as we discussed how to implement what we've been working on in conjunction with our district's new strategic plan. It was well received. Thank you for hosting this opportunity for so much growth to take root. So to me, I was like, oh, it is making a difference. And our educators are they're saying, this is what we need. We're providing it for them. And they're saying, it's working. Thank you for helping us have these experiences so that we can better support our students. So anyway, those are some exciting things that we have done. Now Milo is going to share where we're going.
Yes, so some fun stuff that we've got planned for upcoming supports. First one on our list here is the Utah Science Teaching Education Toolkit, or USET for short. As we have met with our state leaders from across the state, we have identified some key things that we could help address in science, and we've created these toolkits to be able to help teachers to self-identify in their classrooms about this aspect of science. So example could be scaffolds in science. How can I properly use scaffolds in science? Or how can I properly use phenomena in my science classroom? So they can take these toolkits, there's a rubric in them that they can self-assess with, and then they can go have further resources to then explore. And so we've been working with the science leaders, so district science leaders from across the state to help develop these toolkits. We've got 4 of them ready to go, and there's 3 more that's in the hamper, and then we've got like 5 or 6 more that we're working on actively as well. So we're really excited about those. The formative assessments, in science, we have formative assessments that are in our core guides, and secondary science finally finished them last year. And so we have, after finishing them and using them for a year, it was identified that some revisions to those could be done. And so we are working on making some revisions to those. We're going to be starting that next month. Next summer, we're looking at adding writing prompts to our open educational resource textbook that we have. So we have OER science textbooks for each grade band, and we're going to be adding writing prompts to those potentially next summer. We're continuously working on adding stuff to our SEED eMedia Hub and those collections there. And we're also working on our PK-12 science framework. So hopefully look forward to seeing that coming at a table near you or a computer near you. Professional learning that we've been providing, like the 3D Science Instruction Institute is an extension of the Coaching Institute that we did last year. So we wanted to help teachers. We're seeing a need of teachers were needing to get a course for their endorsement. And so we thought our Coaching Institute can help that if we just tweak 1 or 2 little things. So rather than just having coaches and teams of coaches sign up for it, we also opened it up to teachers and made those tweaks. So we're also having teachers attend this year with our 3D Science Instruction Institute to be able to allow them to work on their endorsements for the science core. STEM Institute, we've got a new cohort working there. We've doing presentations at the Utah Science Teaching Association with URSA, and of course we have our PAIMST people that we are working with and awarding, recognizing those amazing teachers with that award. So that's it that we've got. Any questions that you would like to ask?
Member Wood, I had one on the last slide, but go ahead. Oh, sorry. Let me make sure I'm following the right order here. We've got Klein and then Wood. Sorry.
So I find this all very interesting, and I noticed that there were some links in the PowerPoint, but you can't click on them. And there's a lot of resources listed that you went over, and I would just love to get an email maybe that you could send to all of us with links to all of these things that are mentioned.
Yes, and the QR codes are, you can.
I tried it and it wasn't working for me, but maybe I just don't know how to
definitely
make my
send
phone
you the link.
Yeah, we can make sure they all work and send in an email.
But yeah, I mean, from your LEA and community collections to resources, the UEN SEED eMedia hubs, the SEED courses on Canvas, the Utah Science Education Toolkits. That sounds like, and as they come out, you can update us with those, and the core guides and standards and guiding documents. What else did you say? Training videos, groups, observation rubrics, the 3-dimensional teaching and learning, or observation rubric for 3-dimensional teaching and learning, pre-K-12 science framework. All of those would be great. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Wood.
This is just more a comment than a question. I just wanted to thank you for making so many resources available. When we were starting to do the SEED standards with the accessory classes, I actually went through and began implementing the Utah SEEDS course to kind of get a better refresher. And so it was so great to just have that information available to anyone. I didn't have to be a teacher. I could still learn. And I also attended the Utah Science Teachers Association conference and spent the day there. And the presentations were amazing. And I got to meet my hero, Temple Grandin. So all is good.
It was great to have her there.
So thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Davis, Member Bogus. Let me see here. Yep. Davis then.
when we were getting ready for our mission, vision, values conversation, I sat around one night with 10-ish kids ages 12 to 15, some in our public school, some in our district schools, some in our charter schools, and one in a private school. And one of the things they talked a lot about was the best way that they learn is by doing things rather than having someone just tell them things. And so as you were presenting, I was thinking a lot about that. Thank you for making that a focus and helping our students to really have an opportunity to experience and learn by doing.
Member Bogus.
Mine's just a comment. I like your presentation. I too cannot use the links. I don't know why, but I think if you just attach a PDF to an email, they might miraculously. Yeah. Thank you.
Superintendent Dixon.
Thank you, Chair Moss. Just two acknowledgements. For me, I appreciated that the QR code, when it worked for me, and technology doesn't always work for me, but I appreciated that the mobile application for the code worked well, because oftentimes you can see something on a website and it doesn't translate so well. So that was exciting. But two other things. First, I think we should really be celebrating our consistent upward trajectory of our science ACT scores. Like, that's just not happening anywhere. So that is a huge exclamation point acknowledgement. And then third, and I can follow up with you about what I've seen, but I just want the board to know that when I'm out in classrooms, I am seeing more science being taught at the elementary level, and not just more, but very much active hands-on. When I'm at the secondary level, I'm seeing more active hands-on science. I know it's super overwhelming for teachers because they feel like it's the preparation can be time-consuming. Sometimes it can take additional resources, but I'm seeing more and more of it. And to your point, the kids are so engaged and so excited about it. So I just, that evidence of being able to walk into a school and see that happen on a consistent basis is awesome. And I think it speaks to the work that's being done by staff, by the resources that you provide, the confidence and support that you give our teachers. So thank you.
Thank you. And Member Booth.
I have an opportunity to interact with my grandkids a lot. And they are very, very vocal about the science experiences they're having. I have some in Canyon District and some in Nebo District, and they are just, when I quiz them about, okay, what's your favorite teacher, what's your favorite class, what did you learn today in school, just casual conversations. Over and over and over again, science comes up. And this is interesting for me because I was always this arts kid, and science was pretty hard for me. I can remember the most difficult class that I had in college was my biology class at BYU. I just thought I would never, ever get through this class. And when my grandchildren are just singing the praises of we did this and we did that and explaining what they were involved in, it's so, so gratifying and so exciting for me. And I've also had an opportunity to interact with a lot of secondary students down in the Nebo District. And they are, I can't even believe, almost to a student, every one of them is mentioning their science experience. You would wish that they could maybe be saying this about English or whatever, but science is really coming alive for them. And when I see the enthusiasm that you two exhibit, and I know that that's what you're bringing into the professional training, and that it's contagious. And so I just want to say thank you as a grandpa and as a committed educator. That positive influence is so needed and so deeply appreciated. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Further lights. Thank you. And I won't belabor this because my question would take a half hour, but I was curious. It's wonderful to see the scores rebounding. And part of my question is that a rebound, which on its own is wonderful, back to where we were, or are lessons learned kind of baked in there that some things were improved in this period of duress that, it sounds like you've dug deep in there, and so maybe there's some other source we'd go to that and just say, what did this force us to rethink? And obviously you're showing some awesome improvement. So that beautiful. Thank you. Member Davis, did you have another comment?
Just, we were able to get the scan codes to work over here. I just didn't want you to feel you put a ton of work into this and be like, now I got to stay up till midnight, doing a whole bunch of, these are working well. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate your time. Okay. Let us move to our audit. That was item 7. We'll go to under number 9 with internal audit. I'm not sure if this is CAE Davis or Chair Hart. Okay, Chair Hart of the Audit Committee.
I'm going to give it my first shot, and I might call an audible halfway through. But the responsibility rests with the whole board if we want to adjust our audit plan. There is an audit that has been kicked around since 2016, and that is the subrecipient monitoring audit. The processes for subrecipient monitoring have changed dramatically, and every time we go to do this audit, there's things in the hopper and changes are occurring, and it doesn't make sense because the information would not help us because the situation would be changing. As such, well, first of all, we also have other people interested in subrecipient monitoring. For instance, the Office of State Auditor's annual single audit generally considers USBE subrecipient monitoring, specific to federal programs. OSA's annual MSP review also considers USBE subrecipient monitoring to an extent. The ESP internal audit considered LEA use of third parties, and the APA internal audit considered subrecipient monitoring specific to an LEA to some extent. Tomorrow in Finance Committee, they will be reviewing a comprehensive proposal to revise all of R277114, which is USB's rules specific to subrecipient monitoring. And if changes are made, it would be much better to wait so that the rule can be implemented before auditing. It's just not a good use of our auditor's time. Well, at least that's the consideration we're putting in front of you. I shouldn't have put in my own opinion. We should consider this in a few years or after the implementation of the new rule, if we would like to consider it. But it is, it just seems ill-timed. So the recommendation is that the board remove the subrecipient monitoring internal audit from the audit plan. What questions can I answer?
Any questions, comments, Member Boggess?
Yes, ma'am. Well, now I guess I have a question. Just for clarity, we're not removing, like, the audit itself. Other people are actually auditing this, as I hear you speak. We're removing us auditing us.
Yes, we have our audit group, and we wouldn't be doing the audit at this time. It is prioritized as the next audit, and we would just be doing that. Everybody else, they'll just keep doing what they do.
That's what I thought. Thank you.
Yep.
Further discussion? If not, we can vote. The motion is that the board remove the subrecipient monitoring internal audit from the audit plan. Did I miss anybody that wanted to speak? Member Davis, sorry.
Oh, no, sorry.
No? Okay, let's vote. Voting is now open. Member
Hymas is a yes.
Thank you. And I think, is that everybody? We're still missing. We're missing member Lear. Okay, voting is complete. That passes 13 to 2. Sorry, the no votes being member Lear and member Davis. Okay, next. I think we need to move maybe to our superintendent's report, because I understand we have staff that are going to be taking off, but I don't see our superintendent. Does anybody know the status of our employee recognition? We got to make sure we. You want to do that tomorrow, Patty? Okay.
I think staff had to leave at 4. So
Okay, we may have missed it. We were trying to get there, but we may have missed it. All right. Okay, let us get then to, I think, our general, no, let's see. I think legislative, yeah, the general session legislative preparation. So first up, action item 10.1, Deputy Jones. We've got a question about the WPU, so take it away. I've got to step out for just a second.
did he tell me?
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones on agenda item 10.1. Madam Chair, if you'll recall, the board did request that we provide some semblance of where we're at revenue-wise in the support of your decision-making process on the WPU percentage. So if you'll recognize Director Yuri and our economist, Dr. Rodriguez, to provide as much information and as quickly as possible. But again, in the interest of trying to make sure that you have as much information as possible at this date and time group. And I just have to caveat or condition that what we're about to present today is subject to change, and we won't know what we will know until we know when the legislative session starts and EAC, well, actually, when EAC makes their motions and for the base budget in December, and then when the legislative session starts. So if you'll recognize Director Yuri and Dr. Rodriguez, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And we appreciate all of your fortune-telling efforts. And if you will just hit your button so that I can activate your mic, that would be appreciated. There you are, gentlemen. And please introduce yourself. State your name for the record.
Yeah, Sam Uri, School Finance Director.
Nestor Rodriguez, economist.
So we do want to be clear that we have a couple items that we will get fairly soon, which is our inflationary number. If you'll recall, there's a 5-year rolling inflationary average that does subtract the food and energy inflation. Our current projections for USBE used about 3.58% for that number. It could be as high as about 4%. If you recall, it is statutorily required for the legislature to appropriate that percentage at least on the WPU. So that's an important piece of the puzzle to remember. Additionally, we will have more concrete revenue numbers as we go forward in the month. But as Deputy Jones has mentioned, a lot of what we have right now is kind of interim, subject to change, but just here to present some of those things. So if we can go to the last backup on this item. And I will turn the time over here to Dr. Rodriguez.
Hello, good afternoon, board. I'm going to go through some discussion with regard to WPU increase. Thanks. So just a general overview of the macroeconomy. So to give us some perspective. So real GDP, the preliminary estimate came out about a month ago, so it's not maybe preliminary anymore. Second quarter real GDP increased at an annual rate of 2.1%, and that followed in line with the first quarter real GDP. This is national GDP at 2.0%. So pretty consistent. Next slide. So concerns, interest rates, as folks know, I'm sure interest rates are high as a result of the Federal Reserve, raising interest rates to try to quell inflation. Inflation still, the Federal Reserve has a target about 2% inflation rate that they look at, and inflation remains above that 2% target rate. However, two key points here is that forecasts of inflation and consumer inflation expectations, which play a big role in inflation, are slated to start falling or been falling, but nevertheless still above this 2% in target rate. The labor force, as you've seen here probably, folks, when you're going around town, you see help wanted signs, we're hiring. So this phenomenon continues, and there's a jobs number coming out tomorrow, for example, that folks in the markets are looking forward to. And again, it just seems that labor, the job markets are, as we would say, tight or just strong. And so the Fed is anticipating that these markets these excess openings will clear. Next slide. Consumers are cautious. This is in line with consumer sentiment numbers from the University of Michigan, showing, amongst other expectation measures, that consumers are expecting to be worse off. And then housing affordability, this area, amongst others, housing is still very pricey, and that coupled with mortgage rates being high because of higher interest rates have sort of dampened housing markets, not just here but across the board in other parts of the country. Next slide. So the Utah economy relative to the nation is still stronger, and we saw this during the pandemic. Although weaker than now, but still relative to the rest of the country, the Utah local economy was strong. And so there's the local economy is still poised to fare better if the situation tightens, that being rates go up more or the economy slows. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. Slide. So this is preliminary numbers from the revenue snapshot. This is the fiscal year 2023 preliminary numbers. And so the general and income tax funds revenues were up 11.5 billion. This was a year-over-year increase of 0.3%, which the target was 1.2%. So it was a little lower than what the target rate was. Slide. And then specifically the income tax fund, the year-over-year increase was negative 5.3%, and that target rate was negative 1.6%. So the income tax fund actually collected less than what was anticipated, negative 5.3 compared to the target, which was negative 1.6%. Next slide. So something to keep in mind is and this is from the revenue snapshots that we get from the Utah State Tax Commission, is the last few months, if you see there, April, May, and June, tax collections, income tax collections have been negative year to year. So I'm pointing this out because we're going to, if there's be a slide, we'll compare this to 2022. As well, revenue collections compared to previous years, specifically 21 and 22, there is a forecasted range, and these are this year, the predicted preliminary number is actually in the range, low to mid range of this projected range. Next slide. Let's see. Yeah, so you really can't see it too well here, but it is in the board backup. As you can see, in 2022, thank you. In 2022, those numbers month to month are positive, as into July 22. And you also see that green condition on target. You see that the individual income tax was at 6.7 billion The range there was 5.2 to 6.3. So not only was outside the range, it was above the range, considerably above the range. And so that's something to sort of keep in mind. That was in 2022. The next slide. In 2023, now you see those numbers, the income tax collection numbers, they, as I suggested earlier, negative. So there's a slowdown month to month leading to July of 2023. And so something to sort of compare to previous years, specifically 21 and 22. Not only that, but then if you look at the year-end forecast, the range was 5.5 to 7.3 billion dollars, and the actual collections, the preliminary number is 6.4 billion. So not only were we in the range, we were sort of in the, you could say the middle of the range, but low to mid part of that range. So unlike the last 2 years, collections, income tax collections were in the range, but on the low end of the range. Next slide. And so this is sort of showing you that those numbers, granted 2020 was probably pandemic effects, as you could see, although in the range, or in the low end of that range. That 2019, have revenue snapshot data available. 2021 and 22, as you could see, we were considerably above the range in 21, and in 22 still above the range. And now in 2023, we see that we're in the middle of this range, that being 5.9 to 7.3 billion. Then contrast that with the percentage change in WPU. So sort of to give you a sense of comparing what the change in the income tax fund has done versus the change in the WPU value. Next slide. And so then this is just a graphic showing you just this. And so you could see there, if you move it up a little bit more, so I could see, I just want to make sure. I can't see it from here either.
Zoom in.
Yeah, see the legend.
Can we zoom in just slightly?
Just want to make sure. Thank you. So the blues, the income tax fund collections, you see there was a drastic increase, good increase in terms of revenues in 2021. And then it fell, you're seeing this now in 2023 in WPU, that 6% increase. And so the average WPU changed, I think I have there 4%, but you get a sense of what that's been over the last, since 2019. Next slide. And so these are some of the considerations to think about. Revenue collections, the income tax fund, year to year was projected to be negative 1.6%. It was actually lower. And in turn, collections have stagnated over the last 3 months. So as Deputy Jones had mentioned earlier, of course, these numbers, preliminary, and also things may change. And so, but what we've seen over the last, in April, May, and June, where the collections were falling. And then overall totals were in the low to middle of the range. Next slide. And so guidance since 2019, the average WPU percent change has been 4%. There's still, it may sound cliche-ish at this point, but this notion of economic uncertainty, if you've been paying attention, for example, what's been happening in markets over the last couple of days of volatility. The Utah economy, though, is stronger relative to the rest of the country. That seems to be paramount. It was in the pandemic, and forecasters, and it seems to be like that. It will be like that now. However, current inflation and inflation expectations are still playing a role. And then, of course, this recent monthly decline, like I had pointed out earlier, in the income tax fund. I think one more slide. Yep, that's the last slide. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We have got questions. Or were you? I'm sorry.
No, I'll answer any questions.
We want to go to questions next, or?
Questions, Chair.
Okay. We do have. Let's flip up here and get the right order. Member Straight.
Yes, Chair. I've always wondered how do they determine this one-time versus ongoing money? I'd like to understand.
So let me take that to Deputy Jones. I could answer, but he would have to clean up the mess anyway. So let's start with Deputy Jones. Or Director Uri, either one. You bet.
Certainly, we've seen the Economic Stabilization Fund play into the amounts available in one-time funding. You know, typically, most of the other types of funds that we're typically when we're talking WPU, we're talking ongoing funding, right? And so most of what we're looking at with the income tax fund collections would be part of the ongoing discussion.
Could you maybe address the sources of funding and how those funnel in between, you know, stabilization fund, income tax fund, especially as the income tax fund is now in question with the earmark, you know, what are the buckets and how do those relate to ongoing versus one time? Again, I could explain, but I sometimes find that I've missed something.
Right. So certainly we've covered at length the importance of the income tax fund and it being earmarked for education. It's not that the legislature can't appropriate general fund items to education, but we have a state that needs roads and needs other things as well, and so having that income tax fund earmark has been important. The Education Stabilization Fund, most of that comes out of the 2020 general session and creating you know, those sorts of things that we saw with increased revenues, but I'm not sure we want to go too far into the weeds with this, but
maybe just how is the stabilization fund funded? Just the basics. Where does that money come from? We have a stabilization fund that came out of the 2020 with Amendment G, right? Maybe just explain where that money comes from that goes into that fund and then how it comes out in one-time money. Please. Oh, sorry. Let me
go ahead. Yeah, I was trying to pull something up from the state legislature's compendium of budget information, but let me see here. I can give you the URL, Kelsey. So if you go to cobi.utah.gov, okay. All right, over there on the left, on the navigate tab, scroll up just a little bit. There we go. And then click on public education. Okay, and just click out of that menu. It'll give you a bar graph. Oh, actually, go back to that summary. I apologize. Yep. Perfect. Okay, so there on the left, you can see the revenue by source. So the income tax fund, of course, is the largest at $4.5 billion, and others of the sources. If you click on the financials tab at the top,
Chair, can I go diva and you turn my red light on, please?
let's see. There. Did I get it? No. You are public. Oh my gosh, do I need to kill?
I think just to cut to what you're talking about, the legislature built in a certain percentage of the amount of the income tax fund that will fund the economic stabilization account. It's a percentage amount that goes into the economic stabilization account. At some point, if that exceeds a particular dollar threshold, then that money becomes available for whatever, I don't know, line items or wherever they can put it in. I think the biggest difference is between so it's 15% of the income tax revenue growth. There's other appropriations as designated. The statutory cap is 11% of the uniform school fund appropriations to minimum school program. And then the use of the account balance is that one-time appropriations to support public education system right now, I mean, subject to, we're entering into that phase of the constitutional amendment. Ongoing to fund ongoing MSP appropriations in a downturn with those agreements or that particular requirement. Plus enrollment growth, plus the inflation adjustment that we alluded to earlier, which we're not set on that yet, but we estimate it'll be around about 4%. Then, I can get into the funding and appropriations, but I think what you were asking is, what is the source? But then, I wanted to make sure everybody was clear that at a certain point, based on the percentages of the income tax fund that go into the economic stabilization account, then we get into also aspects of what they're modeling or predicting revenue will be so that they can make decisions on what could be ongoing and what could be one time. If there's sufficient modeling or revenue estimates that they could sustain an ongoing amount for the WPU and or ongoing programs, then that's typically how they see it, and that's the decision-making process that is made. You'll hear quite a bit that there's a lot of one-time money. A lot of that results from what Nestor pointed out was, we had these periods of considerable revenue coming in from the income tax. But then as you see the declines in there, that makes it even more difficult to fund ongoing and sustain ongoing requests. So it's a balancing act between that. But, I just want to make sure you were clear on the percentages and then also the decision-making process that goes in based on prior year revenue receipts and what's estimated to come in is a major part in the decision-making process on what makes it ongoing and there. And then subject to, of course, the laws and the percentage caps, I guess, or amounts. So, did you have anything to add to that?
Am I on? Apologies. Yeah, just as Deputy Jones has mentioned, a lot of times the one-time funds, other than the Education Stabilization Fund, are those that are deemed as a surplus or maybe more risky to use as an ongoing appropriation. So we certainly advise LEAs not to count on one-time money as ongoing. We hope that we do a good job of that, and we feel like the majority of LEAs take that into consideration. But it certainly, even things like the educator professional hours are not ongoing at this point, and it does seem a little bit, now that it's been around for 2 years, that maybe if the legislature doesn't fund that next year, educators will be, what do you mean that doesn't exist anymore? So those are some of the things that we take in as consideration there. So
Thank you. I do have a couple lights. Member Wood. Oh. There you go.
I have a question for Dr. Rodriguez. Is that?
Yes.
So you mentioned that there was an expected 1.6 decrease in our revenues. How does that play with the $400 million that was a tax cut? Was the 1.6 decrease expected because of the tax cut, or was this a negative 1.6 in addition to what we were already knowing would not come in due to the $400 million tax cut?
And I could find out with the Utah State Tax Commission, because these are their numbers from their revenue snapshot, and get back with you and answer that.
I'd
figure out what they, because that's straight from their.
There would have been a bottom line where we know this much less has to come in, but where's that difference? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I ask a question on that? Unless I'm wrong, we still bring in the same amount, but the rate stays at the amount we brought in from the year before. Is that inaccurate? We bring in the same amount of money, the rate may float up or down. Where we're not holding the rate at the higher level, we aren't bringing in an additional amount. We are bringing in the same amount from the previous year. Is that, am I off on that?
Are we talking basic rate for local
Yeah.
tax revenue versus income tax?
Okay, right. Okay, right. Sorry, sorting it all out. But is that impact? Okay, never mind.
Go ahead.
Chair Moss, could you turn that?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I think you're public too. Did that get, there we go.
Yeah, you're correct, Member Earl, on the basic rate side. This is income tax, and so it's a little bit different, but certainly we want to make sure that we have the full picture of the year, and want to note that these are preliminary numbers, but.
Member Straight?
Oops,
Oh,
sorry.
nope. Oh,
We're
you
good
got- you got
now.
it.
We're on. Thank you. So
Where's Molly?
we do know that 41 million represents one WPU. Do we have any idea what the current projections are dollar-wise for ongoing and one time?
Thank you. I'll direct that to Deputy Jones or his designee. Okay.
So at this point, Chair, to answer Board Member Straight's question through you, is no, we don't know. Typically, EAC will be the one that decides how much they give to each committee, right, for PEA of ongoing and or one-time money. So it goes back to your original question, or I mean maybe Chair Moss's original question is how is it determined whether or not they provide one-time money? Again, just to emphasize or to be clear, a lot of the one-time money comes out of surpluses from prior years. There's some risk factors that are calculated into it too, and then they decide. Then EAC provides PEA, Public Education Appropriations Committee, with a particular amount. Hey, here's how much you can plan on for ongoing, and here's how much you can plan on for one time, and we do not have those numbers yet, but we will. So, does that answer Board Member Straight's question, sir? Well, right, yeah. So the
answers
answer is
to
no.
what we
sir,
know, yeah.
Not yet, not
Right,
yet.
okay.
Yeah, the dollar amounts.
Right. We won't really know the dollar amounts till December, till after the EAC meeting in December, so.
So with respect to the one-time versus ongoing, as I understand, there is no statutory categorical restriction of any particular funding source for one-time money only. It is a decision that it would be very imprudent to spend things like surpluses or the money diverted to the, why am I blanking, the surplus emergency fund? Well, the rainy day fund and then also Amendment G fund, stabilization fund, sorry. Right, okay, those can be used for either purpose, but prudence indicates that this is basically surplus money or diverted money, so that's what's available for one time. And your ongoing income tax rolling amount, that's where you go with your ongoing fund. Is that basically accurate conceptually? Because I think that's always our concern is we're trying to figure out what to propose as one-time and ongoing. What's that based on, right? What is their capacity to pay based on? So similar to ESSER money that we rolled out, you're not going to want to use that ongoing because ESSER's closed. And so similarly, stabilization fund, that kind of money is not an ongoing dependable funding source. Okay. So I guess we're looking for a motion then, right, Deputy Jones, in the way of a WPU proposal? Do you have recommendations or suggestions or ranges of what would be reasonable, feasible, et cetera, for us to consider, or should we just start the discussion and then look to you for any questions?
In an effort to provide as much information of where we're at this state time group, we tried to show you the trends If you're going to take anything away from the presentation that Dr. Rodriguez did, it would be those slides that show or demonstrate that, you know, hey, at a certain percentage of collections has resulted in a certain, has correlated with a certain increase in the WPU percentage by the legislature, with it being a 4% average over the last, 5 years? 5 years. 5 years. So that's our intent here. You know, we could provide our own personal recommendations on it. We work closely with the LFA. We work closely with GOPB. We are hearing that this is going to be a year where there's limited funding available, not just for public education, but for the state as a whole, based on what their predictive values are and those types, and how much revenue has been brought in before. So if you take the correlations that we tried to give you, that should help you as a body try to determine as much as possible, given the limited information that you have, to come up with a particular percentage that you want to recommend as part of your the requirement that you have to provide to the governor's office under the Budgetary Procedures Act. However, as we get closer or into December and into the legislative session, that doesn't mean that you won't have another opportunity to amend how much you do, because you'll know more than you know now at that time to make even more of a decision. So my recommendation to you is just to take as much as you can possibly of what we've given you, and as a body try to decide based on your experience. I would be remiss if I didn't ask that you consider what the JLC had provided. Many board members asked for that. Some may feel that that's too much, but keep in mind too that part of the 13.5% was 1.5% if they got rid of general and curricular fees, if the legislature did that too. So all those types of considerations, we really do try to give those to you so that you can make as an informed decision as possible. If you want me to make a recommendation to you, I will. But you're going to have to ask me specifically for that.
Let me ask you a more descriptive rather than kind of normative question, because we're going to decide what we want to ask for and what we want to press for, right? And so I guess in terms of looking at the slides and how the correlation, as you indicated, between income tax revenue and WPU increase, I was sort of trying to follow that, and I think that's what you're suggesting is we're not bound by that.
No.
So, but where would that indicate it might fall, just as more predictive than a normative statement, given the current situation of income tax? Where does that kind of, and I guess part two of that, which of these numbers include growth and inflation that's now sort of baked in, and which would be additional? Is that something you can answer without sort of taking a position, more just of a descriptive statement?
Chair Moss, if I may, with the inflation adjustment, somewhere around 4%, pretty close to 4%, and a revenue outlook that is probably lower than the past 3 years. Even 1 or 2% above that of inflationary increase is kind of a high watermark for where we've been. Even last year, even with the amazing revenue that we had, it was 6%. We do know that they increased the educator salary adjustment with that, but again, we don't want to really force your hand or give you anything that you have to run with, but anything, it feels like an ask over 2% above inflation. Anything above that would be hard to find the revenue for.
That's helpful. And that's, again, just descriptive rather than giving us directive. But
and
I
that's not
appreciate
just our opinion. That's us interfacing with the Legislative Fiscal Analyst's Office and the GOPB folks, the Governor's Office of Planning and Budget. So, again, we would all love, 20%, but that's just looking at the numbers that we've been able to look at. So
that's helpful. Could you repeat that, Sam?
It's hard to envision anything above 2% above inflation, so about 6%. We're figuring about 4% on the inflationary adjustment.
And what about, I guess growth is kind of baked in now, correct, up front? So that's okay.
Correct.
All right, Member Straight, you've had a light on, I apologize.
Oh, no, it's fine.
wanted to-
I love to hear you speak. I like to speak. I like to speak as well, but, so I'd like to make a motion, then I'd like to speak to it once if I have a second.
You bet.
So, I move that we adjust the JLC, priorities, with the weighted pupil unit, overall increase of 13.5%, broken down in the following: 8% for LEA flexibility to address employee compensation, program expansion, LEA operational needs and innovation, in addition to the inflationary factor, which is 4% for the inflationary factor as by Utah code. And lastly, the 1.5% if the legislature eliminates general and curricular fees.
Okay, is there a second? Second from Member Lear. Back to you, Member Straight. Discussion to the motion.
Thank you. I realize that that 8% number probably going to be adjusted, but I don't know what I don't know because I don't know what I don't know. And as far as the projections, we do have some ideas. There has been some direction about where we're headed, but I think there's a principle here of collaboration with JLC. We've known what their look is for some time. That 8% probably won't stay there, but last year we had an issue where we really needed to fund all of education, not just teachers. Now, teachers, of course, they are at the center and the heart of our education system. And it's important to realize that extra money in that 8% area, WPU, that's what funds everything in the schools. Busing, whatever it is, paraprofessionals of all different sorts. And so, yes, the 4%, I think that's probably pretty safe. That's what we've been promised. At a minimum. The curricular fees, I like the way this is put in here. As we get closer and we understand more, some things will come and some things will go. But at least we keep this on the front burner. I think this is the third year in a row that we've looked at these fees. And just like anything else, whether it's all-day K or other different programs that we have, Beverly Taylor Sorensen, others, as we put these things forward and move forward, eventually we get it funded. As you notice, kindergarten is not one of our priorities this year. Why? We've met that objective. And so things change, times changes. We can adjust this as we go, but I would rather start high than start low. Thank you.
Okay, Member Booth.
Okay, so I guess my question is, what would you say the WPU was last year? Okay, 6%. But when it came out and we heard 6%, then the legislature announced kind of this equivalency WPU, and it all lumped together in the public's mind and in a lot of people that may be just slightly less informed than this body that's surrounding the table. And so the word on the street was, no, they got not 6%, but maybe 18%. And I even heard down in NEBO circles, 21%. And they start lumping all these different, and that was coming from a legislator. And so I just want to call apples apples and oranges oranges, and I just, at least for our decision-making process, I think it would be helpful for us to realize that when we're talking WPU, we're talking about the 4% plus 2% or whatever, whatever amount we agree upon, but there'll be a lot of people that will be thinking of WPU as who knows what, way up there. And maybe we need to be more specific and talk WPU equivalency, funding, and the real WPU, which is just, what the LEAs have to survive on, and just be a little more clear, because whatever we decide and whatever we're asking for, it's going to kind of just be subsumed in this bigger picture, it seems, at least historically, and I can't imagine it's going to be much different in the future. So I'd just like us to be clear here, so that when we're making the ask, we know what we're asking, and we realize that it's a part of a much bigger picture. And in the minds of a lot of people, there's a lot of blurred lines, and we got to hold fast to what we've absolutely got to have, or public education is in trouble. So that was kind of a question, and I don't know what it was, but good luck on helping us sort that out.
All right, thank you, Member Booth. Member Davis, and then Member...
Can Superintendent Jones answer?
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you going to respond? Please.
So my understanding is it is a question by the board member. So, sir, through you, we'd have to go back and look at, the reasoning behind it. What I anticipate, what we heard, like 18%. I think that whoever was saying it was pretty good about saying, well, it's the equivalent of, if you take 41 million as a 1% increase on the value of the WPU, and then you equate all that to, that's, I think, where they were coming from. I'm not sure, but let's see. One thing that I would like to say about this process, and it has proven to be a pretty good process, is I'll just remind you that, yes, according to the law, you have to submit your proposals to the governor's office, and we're going to do that, right? Because next we're going to talk about your rankings. What's good about this, though, and what I said earlier, is when when the legislature has the EAC meeting, that's in December. You meet early in January and before, typically before the gavel drops, right? So once we have that information, then you can always come back to it and see where, how things are. By then, too, you will have seen the governor's proposal, right? The roll-up of all the different agencies that he has to account for. They have to do and apply the revenue, because by law, we're required to balance the budget. So there's still time. So even if you come up with a percentage today to propose to the governor, you would still have an opportunity when we have more information to adjust to that. And then we can also make sure that you're clear on if there's a change from 41 million, say that it's 43 million, that's 1% of the value of the WPU, we'll make sure you know that too. So did I answer Board Member Booth's question, or
Member Booth?
Expand on his thoughts on that? Okay.
I see you nodding, so thank you. Member Davis.
May I ask, Chair, a question of the motion maker?
You bet.
Why would we ask for the 4% inflationary factor? It's already done, and we lost a lot. We used to have the education fund. And in order to get the thing that's already done, so we didn't have to beg to get to zero every year, we wedged the door open for the education fund to become the income tax fund, to open up to be shared with children with disabilities, now potentially to be opened up to be shared with the whole world. So we lost a lot, and we're getting little. And so why are we, why would we ask? It's like we got nothing if we go back and ask for this, because it's already done. And last time we had a meeting, this is a long question. Now, may I speak to the motion for a second? Because last time we met, we broke those out, and we broke it out to the 8% and just asked for the 8% WPU. And we worded it in the same way it is worded here, because at the end it says, in addition to the inflationary factor.
Okay. Is that a question for Member Straight then? Go ahead. Mario.
Thank you. I think that's a great question. I think it's a matter of communication. And I'm not sure which communication is best, because if I remember right, we've added those two things together before as well. And we did that. I think it's better to separate them out, but it might even be, to your point, better to just leave it off. And just ask for the 8%, but I'm not quite certain. I'm not sure which one's the better strategy, or if it matters. Maybe it doesn't, maybe it does. If it does matter, I definitely want to do with what would work best. But if I remember, I thought last year we combined the two. Can
Deputy
anyone
Jones?
remember?
Chair, my recollection, to answer Board Member Straight's question through you, my recollection is you were pretty clear that you wanted a certain percentage of a discretionary increase of the WPU plus what, because back then too, we didn't know what the inflationary rate is. It was just an estimate, right? So then you said plus that too. There was a motion made, I believe, by Board Member Belknap where she said, you know, she's pretty much said it like that. I probably don't have the exact words, but it was along the lines of this amount plus whatever the inflationary rate is at some, you know, when we know that for sure, if that makes sense. So.
All right, well, go ahead.
So I guess what does the group think is a better strategy with the 4%? To break it out, or to leave it on as it is here? Because I don't know what the better strategy is, but that is a great point. So I'll end it there.
Let's go to our next slide and see what people think. Member Bogus was up next, and then back to Member Davis. Let's see, yeah. And then Vice Chair Earl.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask rhetorical questions, if that's okay. I think we need to ask ourselves the question, do the programs that need funding get funding when we ask for this kind of unrestricted funds? Because there are people who speak with me who say we need to make sure this gets funded, but it's not funded through the WPU, it's funded through line item funding. And so I think we just need to consider that. And then I would also ask the question, based upon the information that's been delivered today, is this too big of an ask? Because the information delivered causes me to reflect and think maybe someone might call us unreasonable, and maybe I have misunderstood the information presented. And if that's the case, Mr. Jones, please admonish me privately. But that's just how I've received the information, and so I would just ask us to consider those questions as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Earl.
Yeah, I actually would make an amendment to this motion. I would amend the 8% to a 4%. I think we're not looking realistically when we're asking for 8%, almost laughably. When we understand the financial movement forward, I think 4% is a realistic request, and I think based on the other things, especially if we're asking for extracurricular with 1.5, which I think is a fair ask, I think that's realistic. Oh, I spoke to it and I didn't even. I'd like to make a motion we change 8 to 4.
Is there a second? Second, couple seconds. So you have spoken. Anything further to the?
Well, the other thing is as I've talked to a variety of people, the 13%, people are just like, what are they thinking, kind of a thing, and just a little bit out of touch there is what it looks like. I think we can ask for this. I think we've got other things we're asking for with other fundings, and I think a little bit what Board Member Bogus said, that those other priorities too with this, I think this is reasonable. I think this is, especially with economy and stuff going on right now, that this is a reasonable ask. So.
Okay, Member Klein, then Lear, and then Davis to the amended motion.
I would support the amended motion. I feel like if families are having to tighten their belts, that we should too, and we shouldn't just keep asking for more and more off the backs of our families. It's just, yeah, it's not right. So we need to be If we're in a downturn, we need to act like it and not just keep spending through the roof.
Thank you, Member Klein. Member Lear? Sure.
Three. So you.
Legislators, when we're up at the Capitol presenting, what's the
Others than legislators, I don't need to know more. That's,
the governors?
I don't need to know where you were or why you were there. Other people other than legislators?
Yeah, the planning and
Staff
budget.
members of
so-
legislators.
The governors, yeah. Is that okay with you?
Because I'm kind of astounded that we have all the local board members, and we've done this several times now today, but we have all these local board members who we profess to work with, be our first choice of partners, and value their input, and they actually serve the students. And they've said thoughtfully 8%, and then because legislators, people say 4%, that's crazy, what are you thinking? Then we say, okay, 4%. I personally will stick with my partners who serve students and know what they need. I don't think they're asking for pie in the sky. And I don't need to ask Jenny any more questions. Thank you very much for, I don't think they're less thoughtful than we are. I don't think they're less informed than we are. I think they're very informed, and I think they're on the ground level of education, where we're a couple of steps removed. So I feel like unless the education partners stand together, that we can't accomplish what we need to for children. So I personally will go with the, support Brent's motion.
So your
and
vote would be no on this then?
That would be no on your amendment, yes, because I believe unless we stand with these people who do the daily work of education, we are being a super legislature, or maybe we're being a pandering to the legislature. I'm not sure which, but I will stand with the people who do the work and know what they need.
Thank you, Member Lear. Member Davis?
I move to divide the question.
In what way?
I think you have to vote separately on.
To amend it first.
It's amendment. There's only one.
I think all we have is the 4%.
Oh, then do you want, can I yield my
So
time?
she kept that and amended, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's only an amendment to this, and then you can divide it out.
Okay, then I'll speak to the amendment. I think 4 is too low. 8 may be too high, but 4 is too low. To ask, because we have this conversation every year, and then ultimately, we usually end up with more revenue than we think, but I'll speak against the amendment.
Okay. Member Norton?
And I would speak in favor of the motion. I dearly think that the USBA is wonderful, and I know that they're speaking for educators everywhere. At the same time, as I look at the numbers and I see those trends going down, that says if this is my personal budget and the income is going down, I don't get everything even that I need. I have to cut my budget. I have to make changes. And I think that's where we are. I would love to have it be something different, but we all hear it every day. You know, the economy is struggling, and we as a nation have got to tighten our belts, and I agree with that. I will be very disappointed if the legislature comes in with another tax cut with this. I think that we all need to be very careful with our budgets and move forward. I also want to address the JLC, because I was there when they made that vote, and I heard numerous board members around me saying it's too high. It's too high. It's too much. We're not going to get that. And And I think that's reasonable. And I think that we go in with more credibility when we go in there trying to be reasonable. And I feel like, based on the information we just heard, we need to adjust that number.
Thank you. Member Booth.
To amend the amendments? Can I?
You can't.
Well, let's see.
Or
Only a number, and in amending the number, you actually change the.
A substitute amendment.
That, I think, would be in order. There's a motion to amend. Well, have I lost track? Hold on. Let's get our parliamentarian here. Sorry. What would be the nature of the motion, Randy? We can remember.
It would be 6% rather than 4%. Just listening to what we heard today, it would still be hopeful. And at the top, we're going in there. It's not like we're taking the hard work of many days of deliberation of JLC and saying, well, we're going to cut you 50%, but we're inching down closer to what, there's no question that the legislators are going to tighten our belts for us.
Let me just see if we've got that in order and if there's a second, and then we can speak to it.
Okay.
That's my question. So if the motion to amend was to change 8 to 4, is a substitute motion changing 4 up to 6
4%
in order?
Can't substitute.
I don't think so, but maybe you can amend. Let's see. Hold on, folks. That's why we have our experts, so we don't have to wrestle it out in the pit here. We'll defer to our experts. That's okay. We're discussing whether there was the original motion from Member Straight said 8% for LEA flexibility, 4% inflation, 1.5% fees. Member Earl brought a motion to amend to reduce the 8% on the top line to 4% for LEA flexibility. So that was pending. Member Booth would like to amend or substitute to put 4% back up to 6% for LEA flexibility. And we're figuring out whether that would be in order as either an amendment to Member Earl's motion to amend or as a substitute to the motion to amend. Is that clear as mud?
And we're just speaking for the kids who can't speak for themselves.
We can't speak until we have a motion, though. Hold on just a second.
Sorry.
I want to just see if it's in order. Sorry. We got to.
That was my motion.
It went from 8 to 4. Question is,
I just changed the 8 to a 4. That was the only part of the motion.
so would
In
it be?
changing that to 6, it changes the whole motion.
So what you see now is 4% was 8%. Member Earl's motion to amend was to reduce it to 4%. Would an amendment or substitute to bring it back up to 6 be in order? That's the question. Does that change the entire substance of Member Earl's amendment because it's limited to that line? And if so, would it be appropriate as a substitute? We'll get a ruling here and then we can. Yeah, we got a little bit of time. We have a little flexibility in there. While they're looking at that, could I perhaps just ask the maker a quick question? Member Straight was the original maker. While we're looking at the does this include any change in rolling things up into the WPU, or is it just a statement of WPU amount as it currently exists? Okay, in the WPU currently. There's no roll up going on here, in other words. Okay, that was my assumption.
Separating it, for example, if you want to have general curricular fees and say, we agree with that.
Your mic is not on.
That would be a different motion, though. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure. I wasn't going to ask, but since we're waiting on a parliamentary ruling. I would think it works as a substitute to the motion to amend, because like you say, it changes your nature, but that's a substitute to the motion to amend. Yeah.
But if your motion is amendment.
All right, we have a ruling or an answer. Thank you. We can do it as an amendment to the amendment? Okay. So do we have the motion to amend the amendment is to change 4% LEA flexibility to 6%. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded over here. Member Booth, you spoke a bit to the motion. Anything to add? Speaking to the motion. We found out we have a little bit of flexibility in up till maybe Superintendent Dixon we actually have till 5:30. They knew us well enough to hedge by a half hour. So Member Booth. Oh.
Just speaking positively and proactively for the children who can't speak for themselves. And I don't mind having people say it's too much, if it is too much. But I don't want to give away the baby with the bathwater just because they're saying, I mean, they're definitely worth the 6%, no matter how tough times are. And I'll pay more taxes, or I'll do whatever's got to be done to get, if this is what is needed for us to continue to provide public education, I'd recommend that we go on the high end and then they can cut us down to size, as they will anyway. Thank you.
All right. Further discussion. Back to Member Straight. The motion on the floor is to increase from 4 back up to 6%.
I think that's a good place to settle. I'm going to support it, so I call the question.
We can call the question. We've got, sorry. Well, if you call the question, we have to tee it up. And if it fails, then we come back and we'll debate. So question's been called on the motion to amend to raise from 4 to 6%. Can we tee that up for a vote?
Do we have to vote on calling the question?
Yeah, that's what we're voting on. So this is to call the question. Requires 2/3. I lost my mind. 2/3. Yes, requires 10 votes. If it passes, then we move straight to a vote on the question of moving back up from 4% to 6%. Voting is open. Oh, sorry. Yes, Member Bogus.
Is it 2/3 of the members present or 10 votes? 10 votes. That's in our bylaws.
Right. Member Heimus, are you on? The question is whether to call the question.
Yes, I am on, and yes to calling the question.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Got a couple more, we have 3 more who haven't voted. Are we missing one? Missing Member Carey, so that motion fails. It's 9-5, which is not sufficient to carry. The noes are Lear, Moss, Bogus, Klein, and Earl. So we're back to discussing the motion that was pending, which is the motion for Member Booth to increase from 4% back up to 6%. And I think we've got Member Bogus, Straight, and Davis with lights on. Are you all in line for addressing the motion? Okay, Member Bogus.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank Member Booth for his remarks, because our kids do have needs inside our schools, and I get that. And I do understand that. My biggest concern is that we have a lot of line item asks, and we are asking and asking and asking, and we have programs that come out with less than we ask for, and then they don't function the way we want them to function because they're underfunded. And then we complain that they're underfunded. And I know somewhere in here is this nuanced dance of chaos. And I have to hand it to Superintendent Jones and to Director Uri. for how they get their jobs done. But I personally think, considering our line item asks, we are asking too much. And so I would speak against the motion.
Thank you, Member Straight, then Member Davis. And then Member Earl. Member Straight.
I know, I just want
Oh,
to
we got
wait
you.
to be recognized.
Okay, sorry, we got you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Just a point that I made last time when we had this discussion, the 1.5% for curricular fees, that's really a tax cut. That's a tax cut for parents. At one point, I remember I had kids in high school, junior high, and elementary all at the same time. Especially those high schoolers, just getting into school was, for that free education we get provided was quite a bit. And so I think it's good for families. It's good family positive tax cuts. And so I think the messaging on this isn't all just for us. It's for our constituents who have children. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Davis.
I think this is a really good middle ground. 8 felt high, 4 felt too low. But once this passes or fails, I don't know. I mean, I intend to try to divide the question, because I don't think that the 1.5 should be included in the top number, because it's a big if. That's only if. So I'd rather phrase it as if we're asking for the 6. Just our numbers, are we asking for the 6 in addition to the inflationary factor and the 63 million only if the legislature eliminates general and curricular fees? That's a big if, and I don't want it to look like, we're asking them to do that at this time, but if they do, we would want the money included. But I
Right.
would speak for the motion for the 6.
Thank you, Member Davis. Member Wood.
I appreciate Member Bogus's comments regarding the other line item asks, and I would hope if we do pass this, and I will be voting for the 6%. I was once told it took 2.5% to open the doors and turn the lights on, so we're giving 1.5% flexibility. Our schools need more than that, so I'd hope that we would pare down our asks and realize that flexibility for our LEAs is the most critical. That's where we pay our teachers, that's where we pay our custodians and our bus drivers and all those other important people in our schools that support our students and their learning. And so just like we don't like the line items programs that the legislature sometimes forces upon us, I hope we look at our asks and realize that maybe we need to prioritize flexibility.
All right, thank you, Member Wood. I think we can, Member Vice Chair Earl?
Okay, so just based on some of the comments, are you saying we're going to make this the only priority we have? Because if are these other priorities, do you see what I'm saying? Or are we prioritizing the other 12 items as well? And so that's my concern, is if we're saying that this 6% is what we're going to ask, and then we're going to also ask number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, 97, 8. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm like, I don't know, maybe I'm looking at this more of a realist or whatever, that I think the reality is that the 4%, and if we're asking for the 1.5 for curricular, it didn't eliminate that is a reasonable, more than a reasonable ask. And I just think it's not a matter of, I think we've got to look at what is out there and what is available for us, which is significantly less than what even the 4% is asking. But I just think we need to be thoughtful about that. And if we're going to say this is our priority ask, then we've got to eliminate some of the others too.
All right, so the motion as written does not include any effect on the priorities, but members can make that choice as part of their consideration of what the WPU vote is, right? And so just to be clear, the motion does not include striking anything from our priority list, but let's take some votes. I think we need to move to some policy items because we are presenting to the Ed Interim Committee next week on policy proposals. So we have on the floor the motion from Member Booth to increase back from 4% up to 6% for LEA flexibility in addition to the other two items listed. With that, let us vote. And actually, before it's on the 6, everything else is there. I will just say our kids are worth 25, 30%. I'm also, concerned that we be realistic. The legislature doesn't have its own money. It only has taxpayers' money, and when it's not there, it's not there. And that's my only reason for voting anything less than 1,000%. So that's where I sit. But let's tee it up for a vote. So again, it's the vote.
Hymas is a yes.
Hymas is a yes, and the vote is to move from 4 back up to 6%. And let's see, I think we may have everybody who's here. So that fails. It is a tie vote 7-7. Not having 8 votes, the motion fails. That puts us back to Member Earl's, I'm sorry. Member Earl's amendment, which was to reduce 8% down to 4%. That's all right. So Member Earl's motion is on the floor, which was reducing the initial 8% for LEA flexibility from Member Straight down to 4%. So if we could just put that up there, but maybe it's clear enough. Does somebody have the screen? We could change 6 to 4. It's up at 6 still, but maybe we know. There we go. Okay, yes, we're voting on 4%. So the amendment was going back to Member Earl's motion, reducing 8 to 4 on LEA flexibility. Voting is open. Member Hymas?
Yes.
Hymas is a yes. I have 2 left. Nope, that covers it. That passes by 8-6. The noes being Member Reel, Member Lear, Member Straight, Member Wood, Member Booth, and Member Davis. So we have the vote on the WPU. Let's see, that takes us, actually, I think that might be.
We need to do the whole vote now.
I guess we do know, yeah, we need to go back and include the whole thing. So, Member Straight's motion as amended is that the board directs staff to revise the WPU legislative funding request to include 9.5% increase for the WPU for the upcoming legislative session, broken down as follows: 4% for LEA flexibility, discretionary increase, 4% for the inflationary increase, and 1.5% for general and curricular school fees. So if we could just change the 13 to a 9 and the 8 to a 4.
Yeah, right there.
There we go. That one had it. Yep. Okay, there we go. That's our motion. Member Davis, would you like to speak to that motion now? Oh.
I have a question for the motion maker. I mean, are we asking them for the 1.5% for general and curricular fees, or are we wording it like JLC did and saying 1.5% if the legislature eliminates curricular fees? Because it really changes the top number. It's a potential 9 point whatever is up there now.
My understanding, and maybe we take this back to the original maker, Member Straight, was that this is designated a request of 1.5 for the purpose of curricular fees, meaning if they eliminate curricular fees. Is that correct?
That's
okay.
If.
That's what it
So
was.
it's intended to mirror the JLC's.
Yes. Although I was open for changes, but none of those changes were ever pursued.
Okay. So that's the motion. It's essentially in the same nature as the JLCs, but with a different top line number.
I have a question.
Member Davis?
Would it be a friendly amendment then to change the top to say potential 9.5? I mean, realistically, we're only asking for 4%. 4's already done. The 1.5 is totally hypothetical, so we're really only asking for 4.
I think that captures the state of the motion correctly. Is there a friendly are you adding a? Where would you add potential? Well, right. So this is we got this member Earl language teed up. Where would we have a motion on the floor. Are we trying to add the word, we've got about 10 minutes, so are we trying to add the word potential to include a potential 9.5 increase? Is that a friendly, Member Straight? I think it's your so I think Member Davis is suggesting that we say to include a potential 9.5% increase, potential referring to the conditional nature of the 1.5 curricular fees request. Am I getting that right? A potential, well, let's just see if this is, or I got to manage this because we got 10 minutes. Sorry?
Whoever's editing the document does not have control of the screen. Maybe they do.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
There we go. That's got it.
Okay, thank you for that. I
All right.
appreciate that.
And is that a friendly, Member Straight, friendly amendment? The word a potential? Any objection?
I have a question that I would like to direct.
Okay, but no
please.
objection? All right. So it's been amended to include potential. Member Bogus with that question.
Sir, I would like to ask Superintendent Jones if he could do his job without all these extra words, or if these words are necessary for him to do his job.
It's a pretty broad cosmic question. Go ahead, Superintendent Jones. Go ahead. He was in Afghanistan. He can do his job with his hands behind his back. Sorry. Go ahead, Member Deputy Jones. We got it.
So, Chair Moss, the answer to Board Member Bogus' question is yes. We can. We can do. The thing is that in your next agenda item, you're going to see how the board came out in the survey on their priorities. I know a lot of board members ask, well, why do we even go through all this with the percentage, determining a percentage amount? Because when you make a proposal by law, the Budgetary Procedures Act, to the governor's office, if you don't have a percentage, then you're basically saying, hey, we'll take whatever the governor proposes, right? Initially, with it too. But we can do our job. We can make all the forecasts, because I really feel strongly that even if you land on a percentage right now, Chair Moss, that you'll still have time to amend it as we get closer. We get more information on revenue, see what the governor's proposal is, and that there'll be time to do that. So the short answer is yes, we can do our job.
May I, small follow-up?
Sure.
I'm actually speaking about the words potential and if, because those seem to be, we're debating those, and I'm just asking, like, the numbers would stay the same, but
Right.
do we need to debate those for you to go and take care of business effectively?
No. So, Chair Moss, if I may.
Please.
Yeah, so the answer to that question is no, you don't need to debate those. I understand the question now. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. The motion with the friendly amendment is that the board directs staff to revise the WPU legislative funding request to include a potential 9.5% increase for the WPU for the upcoming legislative session, broken down as follows: 4% for LAA flexibility, 4% for the inflationary increase, and 1.5% if the legislature eliminates general and curricular fees. Member Stray, did you have a final comment or just looking to vote? Okay.
What I put out there is understood. So to include a potential 9.5% increase, If the legislature said, we're just going to eliminate the 1.5 right now, then we still could possibly anticipate a 9.5% increase. I just wanted to say that's my interpretation of that, so that there's no question it later before we take a vote.
Okay. Final comment, Member Booth?
Just a little thought as you're getting ready to vote. Those whose districts you represent, certainly parents are a big part of that, but those who have to deliver are administrators, educators, teachers. If the legislature eliminates general and curricular fees, great, but that really doesn't impact the work that the administrators, the superintendents, the teachers, the people that are making it happen. It does not impact what they have to do. They have to work on the 8% to deliver what they have to deliver. And if parents don't have to pay the 1.5, great, that's terrific. But you're representing these educators who've got to do a job, and if the 1.5 is going to reduce what they just don't care. And they'll be happy if it happens. But if it doesn't happen, they still have to deliver on the 8%. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Booth. Did we get Member Davis? Sorry, I skipped you.
Her thing isn't, oh, she's on.
Yeah, I would like to, can I amend the amendment? Are we going to amendment? Can I make an amendment? Okay,
I think we're down to a single motion pending, so yes.
okay. I would like to add, I'm doing a lot of math in my head right now, 1.5% on the discretionary increase in lieu of item number 66, 76, 8, oh, never mind, 2%. I would like to add 2% on the flexibility discretionary increase in lieu of item number 6, the educator salary adjustment revision, and item number give me an item number 8. Improve predictability in the voted and board local levy programs. That equals about 2% WPU. That each percent is about 40 million, if I remember correctly. Is that right? Is each percent on the WPU about 40 million?
41.
41. So if we remove number 8, the voted and board local levy, and if we remove the educator adjustment, it should get us to that extra 2%. And then be equal in what we're asking overall for the legislature.
Is there a second? Second from Member Straight. Would you like to speak further to the motion, Member Davis?
Yeah, I think the other things are important to look at, but they might have to wait till next year, because the reality is the inflationary increase is based on a 5-year rolling index, and we are dealing with upwards of 7-8% this last year. So, just to stay status quo, it's going to take a decent amount of money, and it sounds like we may not be getting as much money as we're hoping to get. And so I think if we have to prioritize, and this is why we should never prioritize before we set a WPU amount, but since we did, I'm going to move to put it into the flexible dollars and take it away from the other two, and those will have to wait till next year.
Okay, we had a second. Any further discussion of the motion?
What did you want to take?
Point.
I went from 4 to 6. And
Okay.
I wanted to take off.
I think it was number 6 on the chart.
Priority 8 and priority 6.
So one of those is ongoing and one of those is one time, Member Davis.
Here's the question that I
I'm just curious how that fits in.
Those are just preliminary. We haven't voted to make any of those priorities yet. So right now, the only boards that are voting is we don't have
We got 2 minutes.
I can move to take
Let's,
these off of the table.
let me just remind the board members, we are appearing in front of Ed Interim.
As supported.
Well, let's see. Where are we presenting the WPU and our priorities? That in PEA on Tuesday, and then policy items at interim ed on Wednesday? Where's is the WPU amount going up to PEA on Tuesday? Where, that's going into the governor's office then. The deadline there is the governor's office, which the deadline for which is tomorrow, okay? So, all right, we got to do it. All right, can we, let's see if we can tee up a vote on Member Davis, and then if not, on the underlying motion. Again, we do have the opportunity to amend, have the opportunity to revise as revenue numbers come in. We do have a statutory obligation, deliver recommendation to the governor. We're a little bit out of the conversation if we don't deliver something. And we do have policy proposals that we need to tee up for interim ed standing committee next Wednesday. Member Earl?
I just want a clarification. So Cindy, you're only wanting 8 items on our priority list, right? We're by doing this, I'm asking if we're taking some of those other priorities off. To 10, okay. So that's what I'm asking. I'm seeking clarity that we have only a number of priorities by taking 2 of these off. Am I understanding that?
We haven't voted at all for which ones, but this would take these 2 off of the table for consideration. And then if we need to take it down to 10 instead of 12 to make it overall look better.
Okay, that's what
I'm willing to do that.
I had understood we were voting for 12, but taking 10 up to the hill is our priorities.
We didn't vote for that. We voted for 12, to take 12.
Did we vote to take 12 or to vote for 12? Well, we got to vote somewhere.
voted
Okay,
to
my
take 12.
understanding was we ranked 12, and that would help us decide the top 10. Whatever
This
the
could
motion
take it
is
down to 10.
governs. Okay, all
I
right.
mean, if that will help this to pass,
No,
let's take it down to 10.
Whatever the motion is, it says what it says. I had thought that we ended up with 10 after voting for 12, but whatever this would do, it would reduce 2 of those, either from 12 to 10, 10 to 8. So do we have it teed up? And one of those is ongoing, one of them is one time. Number 6 was estimated or allocated for ongoing funding of 13 million. Number 8 was allocated $66 million in one-time funding.
Just again, Chair, to clarify, we haven't voted on any of those. Those came out in our individual prioritized list.
Right.
What we did vote on is that we would take 12 to the Hill.
Okay,
So
if that's
I
what
will
it is,
add
that's
to
what it is.
mine, I'll add to my motion right now that we only take 10.
Okay, well, and if it says 12, it says 12. I guess my question is more one-time versus ongoing. So you would strike 6 and 8 from the list.
To be
as-
considered or even supported
Okay.
for this year.
All right, got it. So that's the motion. Let's vote. 6. Go ahead. Member Norton.
Yeah, I just had a concern about the using one-time money to replace WPU money.
That was what I was pointing out. Number 8 is one-time money in the amount of 66 million. So the motion is to eliminate that and instead raise the WPU ask
Right.
by 2%, correct?
82 million.
Okay.
That's an ongoing.
Let's clarify,
we'll
and then
vote
we've
it.
got to take some votes here and,
Again, we can take others off the list as well. That's just to start for this motion.
Okay.
And we're going to that next agenda item next where we can remove some of those.
if we get there. Okay, so the motion is to eliminate number 6 and 8 from the prioritized list. Number 6 being the educator salary adjustment revision of ongoing 13 million. Number 8 being the predictability of the voted and board local levy program, which was allocated or voted in the amount of 66 million one time. Let's see, I think we are okay to vote. Let's tee up the vote, and the vote, I think, is open. Oh, Member Hymus?
I'm going to vote no on this one.
Okay. We're still missing one, are we?
Nope, Joseph is gone.
Oh, yeah, right, okay. All right, so with voting closed, that fails. Vote of 8 to 6. The yeses are straight. Booth, Reel, Wood, Lear, and Davis. Okay, so we're back to Member Earls. No, Member Straight's motion as amended. All right, Member Straight's motion as amended is on the floor that the board directs staff to revise the WPU legislative funding request to include a potential 9.5% increase for the WPU for the upcoming legislative session. Broken down as follows: 4% for LEA flexibility, 4% for the inflationary increase, 1.5% if the legislature eliminates general and curricular fees. And let's vote. If we can, do we have that teed up for a vote? Oh, I'm sorry. Member Straight. Okay.
I would like to take,
Oh, sorry.
okay.
We gotcha. Okay, you're on.
So I request that we move the 1.5%, that we support it, but we move it out of our WPU discussion and increase the 4% to 6%.
Okay. That's in order. So the motion to amend would be to strike from the motion the 1.5% if the legislature eliminates general and curricular fees, and to increase the 4% for LEA flexibility to 6%. Is that accurate? Correct. Okay, and do we have a second? Okay, discussion to that motion? I don't think I'm seeing any, so we can vote, I believe. All right, voting is open. Member Hymus?
Yes.
Hymus is a yes. Member Hart? Hmm?
Yep.
Hymus was a yes. So that passes. Oh, hang on, we got one more. Nope, we lost Member Carey. That motion passes 10 to 4. The no votes being Earl, Bogus, Klein, and Moss. So that is the motion as amended. Let us bring that back to the floor. Member Straight's motion is that the board direct staff to revise the WPU legislative funding request to include a potential 10%. Potential 10% increase for the WPU for the upcoming legislative session, broken down as follows: 6% for LEA flexibility and 4% for the inflationary increase. We've had discussion to that. Seeing no. Sorry. Chair Hymus.
Yes.
Chair Hymus is a yes. Oh, thought I voted. Excuse me. I'm a yes. That passes by 10 to 4. And I think that was an amendment. No, that was, yes, that was amendment. We have one more vote. No, that covers it?
That's what was passed. Well, that's what was.
I thought I might ask for a pony too. Is that what you're asking, Member Lear? Member Lear, hold on. Member Lear, that's how it works. You vote, we pitch. Yes, exactly right. Okay, let's see. I don't know if we have time for anything else. We got to roll. So do we have the ability to consider policy requests tomorrow? AAG Buse? Oh, turn her on.
Yes, unlike last time when you asked if we could move things to the next day, we did notice that tomorrow we would have a continuation of this general session. And so the things that you still have on your agenda unfinished, if you adjourn right now under Robert's rules, will move to tomorrow during that general session time that we noticed already.
Thank you, and thank you for thinking ahead for us. That's great to hear. Final motion. Go for it.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Been trying for like 3 minutes.
I'm sorry. Okay, we are adjourned. Let's go celebrate.